Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Yourself for having that thought.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Welcome to the resistance.
never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work, yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy.
China. Have to have my China. China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Precision of language, please.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Aren't I a good guy?
Cow.
Your name, please?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious,
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just wondering what it all means. Enough for me. Better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, as these space trips of ours are often filled with danger and peril. If you find yourself floating off into space, please just notify one of our mods and they will attempt to pull you in via the airlock. Alright, good to see everyone today. We'll do some shout-outs, then some quick messages before we start the stream. Bob Carmody, Del Solverde, and Moanope 123 in the YouTube chat. The reference frame, a close fourth. I also see Aaron W, Jet, Atticus Among Us, Look Bovine, Mozart, Hermit Horologist, Joe 47771, George Waters, Sarah Layla, Captain Homer, Bad Lefty, Arvin Trevino. This link hasn't even been up for 30 minutes. Shakespeare, good to see you. Orb Rumor's here, and so is Nightbot. Jerry McLean. Wow, so many beautiful people in the chat. Great to see you all here on this Saturnday. Hopefully we're going to have a smoother stream than yesterday. I spent a great deal of time trying to solve what I see as being the issue with the stream. Fingers crossed, everyone. Fingers crossed. Pray to Gary, please. But I suppose we better get started off. We're gonna have a couple of videos I added in here. We didn't get through much yesterday. Only 4 hours of the stream, so we still got over 200 videos to get through. If we get through all of them, I'm pretty sure that'll still be a record. Did add a few in since last night, so we'll have a couple of updates. Anyway, chat, to the United States. Did you know today is Pretzel Day? That's right. Pretzels. Big news. And we don't have sound. Good start. That's a good start. I like that. That's a good start. That's what I wanted.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's true. I've never admitted to that. Okay.
Well, it's a very special day for our region. We're celebrating a twisted and tasty snack.
It is National Pretzel Day, and that means freebies for fans. I'm upset we don't have any on set. Here's how you can get yours. Center City Pretzel Company is giving away one free pretzel with all purchases while supplies last.
The CBS News Philadelphia
is also
team.
offering one free original or cinnamon and sugar pretzel today from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. for customers who use the app. Pretzels were brought to Pennsylvania, by the way, by German settlers back in the early 18th century, a true staple of the Commonwealth.
This is making me hungry. I love pretzel. I'm a sucker for a pretzel, okay? I am a sucker for a pretzel. Give me a pile of pretzels, and there will be no more pretzels after that. It's the warm, soft goodness. Oh, don't get me started. I will go down a pretzel rabbit hole. By the way, I don't want to jinx myself, but things are going good so far. You may have noticed some of the changes already, but we will have, as long as this works, we will have emotional support characters, something that we were lacking due to some of my recent attempts to avoid the lag. Let's go to this horrifying situation. We've been talking about things regarding ID for voting, as well as I can't remember if we did a story. I know I watched multiple stories on this, and I just can't remember if we actually did this. I can't remember if we talked about real ID, something that is being required now for a number of things. And I think it might be nationwide. I don't know. It seems like I've seen a story from practically every state now. I feel like I could be wrong. I don't know if there's any states that are exempt from this, but the real ID is now something that is being required of people. They're not being given this stuff. No, you have to pay. You're required to pay for a different ID, even if you already have an ID. Stuff like that. It's really good. It's great. It's a great thing. Okay. Speaking of that, one woman is being negatively affected by this. I'm sure she's the only one that's going to be affected by this.
A Miami-Dade woman says she is stuck in limbo trying to get her real ID driver's license. The reason? She cannot prove that she was born in the United States. Good evening. I'm Jim Barry.
And I'm Naja Sherman. Thank you for joining us. This all comes as the deadline to get the real ID change is approaching in just 2 weeks.
CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois explains how state and federal lawmakers are stepping in to help. Tanya.
That's right, Jim. Jeanette Gant Palmer was born at home in South Carolina during the Jim Crow era. A birth certificate was never issued, and without it, the DMV will not renew her license. Jeanette Gant Palmer was born in Aiken County, South Carolina, back in February of 1949.
76 years blessed.
But this retired postal worker has called Miami home for 55 years.
My car is paid for, my house is paid for, I'm going to drive.
She's had several Florida driver's licenses in the past, showing us her latest two. On the day before her birthday, she went to renew it and hit a roadblock.
After waiting 2 hours in the line, I said, I'd like to renew my driver's license. Oh no, we need this and we need that. For what? What reason? I never had it before.
Gant Palmer needed her birth certificate or passport to prove her identity. It's part of the new Real ID program that takes effect next month. Gant Palmer has neither. She says she's been trying to get her birth certificate her whole life.
Back in those days, we were born at home. You didn't know about going to no hospital. The lady came to your house to help your mom have the baby.
For 42 years, she worked at the post office. She also drove school buses with a valid license. So how were you able to get a driver's license to begin with?
That's what I asked the driver's license place.
Gant Palmer says she went to the DMV with every document she has, trying to verify her legal existence, including her Social Security card. She also has this letter from the state of South Carolina saying they've searched through decades of records and there's no proof of her birth. I called the Aiken County, South Carolina Office of Vital Statistics. They said they can get Gant Palmer a delayed birth certificate, but it's a lengthy process. It involves her.
Ooh, a lengthy process. I'll bet that's going to be cheap. Nice. Now, I don't know if anybody's picking up on what's happened here, but this woman was born during segregation in the South. Oh, I just realized the volume's a little low. Oh, meesh. Thank you for telling me. Yes, I see that now. It was a little bit low. That's my bad. That is my bad. Do we rewatch this? We could rewatch it. Do we need to rewatch it? Just to clarify what's going on here, regardless of whether or not we watch it again. This one was born during segregation in the South. Okay, you following me here? She wasn't born at a hospital. She was born at home. Right? I think we can all understand what's going on here. Right? There's plenty of people still alive like her who still exist in the United States who may not have proper documentation, and it's all the fault of the United States government. Right? And the racist laws and society that allowed this to even happen, right? They created the context, the circumstances with which we're being faced with here. Do you see what I'm saying? And she's being punished right now by this new ID requirement. this is not going to be the only one. Like I was kidding when I said I'm sure this will. Yeah, I was joking. This is not going to be the only one. It's going to happen, and this is also going to happen with the SAVE Act. People are going to be denied their right to vote and their right to being normal citizens, people who've done absolutely nothing wrong, but being born in a particular position, if you will, in some group that this current administration has a problem with, that our society is just, like, oh God, I'm so like. I'm not upset about, though, that, hey, it looks for now, knock on spacewood, seems to be doing okay. Okay, before we go to the next video, I want to get us some emotional support characters. I noticed multiple people mentioned that we have over 30 likes already with only 22 minutes. That's 1.5 likes. This is almost an unprecedented like rate. That's 1.5 likes per minute. How do I roll that number twice in a row? Okay. Let's go on to talking about where things are at in our... Wait, I put this in the wrong order. Hold on. Let's talk about where our country is at right now. Not just with ID, but with the general authoritarianism that we are being faced with on a daily basis. Then we're going to start back off with where I was at yesterday. This was a impromptu edition. This video just dropped earlier this evening.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome back to the program Crystal Ball, co-host of Breaking Points, as well as Crystal, Kyle, and friends. Crystal, welcome back.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Great to see you.
So it's just, this story just broke this morning that a county judge in Wisconsin was arrested by the FBI for allegedly protecting an immigrant in her courthouse. Now, it has been very controversial, or at least it certainly was 8 years ago. The idea of not arresting immigrants, undocumented immigrants, or anybody else for that matter, in like courthouses. There's been a couple of places because you want people to be able to go to courthouses. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There is a societal interest. I mean, this is why we have, why we give undocumented in some states licenses. This is why we don't allow local police in many places to engage in immigration sweeps, because if you have a portion of your population that is not participating in things like reporting a fire or reporting a crime or going in and adjudicating something, your society is starting to break down a little bit. But arresting a judge seems maybe like an important moment.
Yeah, it's a significant escalation. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And I don't know if you guys probably saw this footage that came out of a courtroom in Charlottesville, Virginia, where an immigrant had just actually had his charges dropped. And then agents of the state who would not identify themselves, would not show a warrant, one of whom was fully masked, apprehended him and pulled him out, even as his lawyers and other bystanders are trying to protect him, trying to say, who are you with? What's your name? What's your badge number? And so those sorts of things have been playing out around the country. And we don't know all the details here yet. But I mean, one thing that was interesting to note is that the FBI director, Kash Patel, he's the one who originally posted this tweet saying that they had arrested this judge. He then deleted the tweet. So not sure what is going on there, but
I still find that funny. I mean, it's just, my estimation, it's just another example of the Republicans posting their L's and then having to retract them later, like with the Doge website and everything else. They initially think that they're posting W's, and then somewhere someone says, hey, that's not a W. That's not a W we want to tell people about.
Zooming out, I've been saying, and this won't be any surprise to you guys, as Trump becomes less popular, we're going to enter an even more dangerous phase of this presidency, because rather than, you know, being able to try to garner any sort of public political support, he's going to have to engage in increasingly ever more authoritarian and fascistic tactics. And I think this could be seen as part of that ramping up. And it's not an accident that it comes as his poll numbers across the board, including on things like immigration, really fall.
Yeah, and also I think it's a way to send a message to immigration judges too, or not immigration judges, but judges across the country, I should say. And it doesn't have to just be limited to immigration, but this is how the mafia operates, right? Where they're intimidating this woman, this judge in Wisconsin, and they're trying to make an example out of her so that other judges across the country are maybe a little bit more favorable to the administration, because that's basically where the only thing that has the brakes on this administration so far has been the court system and the judiciary.
Yeah. And, you know, there was one piece of good news. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Trump administration has just been mass canceling the immigration status of foreign students. And they were facing an overwhelming onslaught, some 50 plus lawsuits across the country that they were just losing one after another. And they actually backed down on that and are reinstating the status of these foreign students.
Yeah, we just talked about this story, and I hope Crystal is right that this is actually in progress, that they're actually being reinstated. We talked about this story. I think it was either yesterday. It had to have been yesterday. Although I don't even know if anybody heard it because of how bad the stream was yesterday. But we talked about this supposed intention to reinstate 1,500 plus student visas of people who had had their and you know, the thing about this is this sort of continued vibes from the Trump administration, that being one of great incompetence, and the, what's it called? Instead of measure twice, cut once, it's the cut once, then measure, and then maybe try and undo the cut, maybe suture the cut back up. It is this idiotic, this baby-brained sort of way of going about government, and what's creating uncertainty, not just with people in the United States, but around the world right now with trade and everything else. And it's one of many things that are going to cause the United States to just become fully irrelevant. Because even with the because I feel like someone somewhere told Donald Trump, hey, a lot of, you know, my kids, you know, some rich asshole from Europe or somebody, I can't think of who, but somebody was like, hey, Trump, it's not good that have a lot of kids who are considering not coming back to the United States with the current climate, and or whatever was said, I don't know. The fact that they're deciding to undo this now after everything they've gone through, having a bunch of Gestapo, you know, masked Gestapos running around on the streets picking up students, and now, you know, threatening to deport them. Now they're reinstating visas. What does that mean for people like, you know, like, oh, my brain just broke. Mahmoud Khalil or Mohsen Madawi or, oh, what's her name? Oh, what's her first name? Ozturk. I can't think of her first name right now. But there's so many examples of people who are currently under ICE detention. Are they getting their visas back? What's happening there? Like, if they back down on all that, it's gonna be. Well, first off, I would love for them to do that, but I just think it's gonna be hilarious. After all of this, money, time spent, all this violating of people's rights, and like, actually, we were wrong. It's gonna be so weird. Oh God.
So you're absolutely right that even though they've been willing to, outright defy the courts, to, misinterpret what the Supreme Court is saying, what district court judges are saying, etc., it still is the only place where you've had a sort of meaningful, organized resistance. And it was interesting to me. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to read the Time Magazine interview with Trump, which was all over the map. But they asked him about the Supreme Court unanimous decision with regard to, hey, you got to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And Trump, first of all, claimed that his people, didn't tell him that ruling went against him. But he wanted to make it clear that he did not want to defy the Supreme Court. Now, in reality, they are defying the Supreme Court. But it's at least interesting to me that he doesn't want to be seen as brazenly, directly defying the Supreme Court, and at least wants to put some rhetorical flourish on the direction they're going in.
I mean, I believe him that they didn't tell. We saw there was footage that came out with Stephen Miller. It was like, we won hands down, and I'm not convinced that wasn't the first time that he heard that. But I think what is really clear that and I think the poll numbers are part of this. I should say that I think it.
I got too focused in on watching the video, and I forgot to give you your emotional support characters. I'm sorry, everyone. It's my bad.
First time that he is net negative now on immigration, only by a point or two. He's net negative
every other
by
issue.
Dozens of points on just about every other issue. I mean, well into the teens in a lot of this, and sometimes even further a net negative. But I think what we're going to start to see is the pace and the ambition of different parts of what was the overall agenda move at a different pace and start. And there's going to be, it's unclear to me, it's quite obvious that Stephen Miller, and I think you can see that in the context of the Hegseth signal chat, or maybe the first one with the Free Atlantic, where it's Miller comes in and he's the guy who has the last word.
He's the voice of the president.
On attacking Yemen.
Yeah.
Right? That's sort of outside of his portfolio. I mean, granted, they're not white people that we're attacking, so maybe that's why he has a say in that.
Yeah.
His portfolio is just evil doing.
Evil doing.
Broad evil doing. That's Stephen Miller.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But this I can't help but think we're going to start to see different.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this next round either of things. This is, I feel like, where Russ vote and Project 2025 really starts to try and cement all this stuff into law. And I don't see a lot of pushback from Republicans on any of it. They currently control the Congress. Yes, it's a new background. I completely redid this scene. I deleted the old one because it was causing us so many problems. I have 41 likes. Okay, I'll do that in the middle of this. But I completely redid the TV scene. It's a lot of effort. Hopefully it will be worth it. Oh, God. It took me a long time to redo. And I also had to redo certain aspects of it. I tried to make the files that I'm using smaller. I did a bunch of different things to this scene in hopes it could solve some of our problems.
Agendas in and how they're represented by different people within the Trump administration, because Trump is quite clearly just he's so far removed from all of this, it seems to me, at this point.
I think the only area that I would say he's not far removed from is the tariffs. That seems to be the part that
totally
he's
his.
Yeah, that's what he's into. He's making these insane decisions. He's inventing calls that he didn't even have with the Chinese leadership. I think that's all him. But I think you're right.
200 deals on the table.
That's right, 200 deals.
Right now.
What could you tell us about any of them? No. No.
I can't reveal that.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't
I
be
should also
prudent at
announce
this
that
juncture.
I personally have made 300.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations, Sam. Well, I just got
Out
on
of
the
the
phone
Sam.
with President Xi.
you go.
He's doing great, you know, and we also made the roughly 3,000 deals together. So
Well,
we're doing great.
that's too specific, Krista.
Yeah, you revealed
That's
too
much
much.
to yes. Yes.
But I do
Still
think
haven't
that,
learned the
we're gonna
art of
start
the
to see that
deal.
because
Can't tell
the
anybody
Doge
about it.
stuff has now, it seems to me, fallen away, and they've fallen back to their sort of like Alamo position, which is the Russell vote mechanism of destroying the administrative state. It's all, you know, we had someone on the other day who was a former Doge, and just because she was with the U.S. Digital Services, and she said this next wave is all RIF stuff, reduction in force, which actually is a mechanism rather than the Doge, which was just go in and fire people.
Yeah.
And
hack into systems and
exactly
that sort of thing. Yeah.
And which is not to say that it's any better. In some ways, it's even worse because it's like they've mapped this out of how they're going to do it from a legal standpoint. But it feels like the tariff stuff, like you say, is Trump's baby, but it's fallen apart for him now. Like it's as if Peter Navarro didn't know what he was talking about. But he's getting warnings now. Like I have there's a half a dozen stories that are out there today of like, he was surprised that all these shipping containers from China, basically, they're not sending stuff. Like they decided it's just not worth it.
Right.
Whereas,
well, did you
he
see?
was under the impression he was just going to make a lot of money as they come in.
Yeah.
Did you see the Jeff Stein report that now they're meeting about these rare earth metals?
Yes.
They're like, oh shit, like China cut those off. That was the most obvious tactic China.
Yeah. It's almost as if they did no research for this trade policy of theirs. So strange. I thought we were going to get merit and competence. We were promised merit and competence. We were going to get rid of the DEI, and that was going to bring back the competence. These guys couldn't even figure out whether or not China was an important trade partner before doing this tariff war. It's fascinating. It is fascinating. We're at 40 likes now. Wow, still keeping it over 1 like per minute in this first hour. Really impressive stuff, people. What does that say? No, it says okay. Wow, what? 4 times same number. This dice is rigged. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Can't get stuck on the third video of the night. Let's get back to talking economics and go over the things that happened this week. It was a very busy week, and we still haven't really done the week-ending report. We only grazed the week yesterday. So let's get to that. Here's CNN from Wednesday. Get us started.
Today, the Dow is seeing a pretty big surge. It's up roughly 2.5 percentage points. The Dow jump happening after Bloomberg reported that Treasury Secretary Bessent told investors behind closed doors that he expects the United States trade war with China to de-escalate. Joining us now is Nick Timmeros. He's a national economics correspondent at the Wall Street Journal. Nick, thanks so much for being with us. I have to ask you about those comments from the Treasury Secretary. Do you have any idea on what they're founded on? Because our reporting indicates that the administration reached out to Beijing and said that President Xi should request a call with Trump. Our understanding is that call has not yet come.
Well, and Bessent didn't say that the U.S. is talking to China. He simply, according to what's been reported, repeated comments he made publicly last week. These tariffs on China are so high that they are a tax that's not going to be paid. They're going to destroy demand, and we can't maintain it for that long. So I think that's what you see markets reacting to right now.
I have to ask you about the Dow being headed, despite today's historic gains, for the worst April since the Great Depression. I mean, there's a lot of factors here. There's China. There are pending deals with essentially almost every nation on earth. And then there's Trump's attacks on Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Which do you see as weighing most heavily on Wall Street right now?
Well, I think it starts and ends with the trade war. And the reason for that is if you go back to the April 2nd Liberation Day announcements, the optimism on Wall Street was that everybody was going to know now what the rules of the road were going to be for trade. If you're a business, you are not going to put in a multi-billion-dollar investment in the United States if you don't know what your cost of goods.
Very true. Very, very true. Not going to do it. Would not be prudent at this juncture. But maybe we'll know everything just any day now. Caroline Levitt asked the question, how soon are we going to see a deal? And I'm sure she's going to tell us very clearly when we're going to see a deal. I'm sure just any minute now.
Into the leaks, the secretary said that these people would be prosecuted. So is the FBI investigating?
You'd have to ask the FBI, you have to ask the Department of Justice on what they plan to do, but certainly we take leaks with the utmost seriously across this administration. You've seen people fired from the Department of Homeland Security. The president has made it clear it's an unacceptable behavior.
And on the economy, Caroline, Peter Navarro said that it's perfectly possible to do 90 deals in 90 days. We haven't seen one just yet. How soon might we see a deal, and what evidence can you share that progress is being made in these trade negotiations?
Sure. Well, I spoke to our entire trade team this morning. There is a lot of progress being made. We now have 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the
proposed proposals
to our government. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, NEC Director Hassett, and Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, meeting with 34 countries this week alone.
Very busy week. 34 meetings, you say.
At Trump speed to ensure these deals are made on behalf of the American worker and the American people. And just yesterday, it seemed to get a little bit lost in the news, and I think it's a disservice to the American public that it did. The Vice President announced terms of reference for a trade deal with India. That is a big deal.
He announced more proposed terms. Okay, well, we got proposed proposals. Proposals of proposals. Concept of a proposal. Yes. Yes, I've got a great concept of a proposal, of a plan for a proposal. It's a proposed plan. It's a concept of a proposed plan for a proposal, and it's going to be very great. There's no way it goes wrong. It's all very exciting, I think, for everyone to know that we have proposed proposals. I'm sure that means that is with Donald Trump personally involved in every one of these deals, supposedly. I've been told that Donald Trump is gonna. Who was it that said it? One of those. I don't think it was Lutnick. It might have been Bessent who said Donald Trump was going to be actively engaged in every one of these deals. So I'm sure there will be no opportunities for him to cause any of these to blow up. Okay, let's stay at the Ministry of Truth with Caroline. See what else she had to say about the Federal Reserve. She had some strange things to say about how this administration views the Federal Reserve.
All right, another live look now at the White House, where Press Secretary Caroline Levitt just wrapped up a briefing there. CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro was listening into all of that. Aaron, we heard Caroline Levitt mention the trade war between China and the U.S., and our CBS News Confirmed team reported that tensions between the two countries could be de-escalating. What did she say about it?
Yeah, well, what we've heard from Press Secretary Caroline Levitt largely
is that there are more proposals on paper from other countries, 18 in total, for potential trade deals with the U.S. Said that the U.S. economic officials are going to be meeting with 34 countries this week. But of course, China remains a crucial part, not just to our economy, but the general reciprocal quote-unquote tariff that President Trump instituted in April. Take a listen to what Secretary Leavitt said when asked about where things stand between the U.S. and China in terms of a trade deal.
Oh, I forgot to go through a bunch of
Do you have something to share on that? I asked the president about this before coming out here, and he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals and more than 100.
Sorry, we don't need all of this. Yeah, let's go here. I think this is where they talk about
the U.S. and China in regards to trade. It's unsustainable.
Okay.
Yeah, and Aaron, we understand that Caroline Leavitt also commented on the ongoing tension between Trump and Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. What did she say?
Yeah, just some context there. On April 17, President Trump said that Fed Chair Jerome Powell's termination, quote, cannot come fast enough. We also heard from National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, who said the Trump administration is looking into whether firing Jerome Powell is an option. Take a listen to what she said about the president and his feelings towards the Fed chair.
The president has made his position on the Fed and on Powell quite clear. The president believes that they have been making moves and taking action in the name of politics rather in the name of what's right for the American economy. The president has the right to express his displeasure with the Fed, and he has the right to say he believes interest rates should be lower. He believes Americans should be able to borrow money cheaper than they currently are right now. And I also spoke to Kevin Hassett about the Fed as well, and he has called into question the Fed's independence and whether they are actually doing things, again, out of the best interest of the economy, or are they doing it for partisan reasons. The president wants to see interest rates lower. He has made that quite clear.
The Federal Reserve partisan. I've never heard anybody suggest that. I've never heard anybody suggest that the Federal Reserve is in terms of politics. You could argue that they're partisan in terms of what class they serve. Whether they serve the people or corporate interests more, whether they serve the stock market or people on Wall Street. But partisan, the Federal Reserve, really, Caroline? Partisan. Now, she's right. Technically, Donald Trump can suggest that lower or higher interest rates would be either good or bad for the economy. But that's not really what he's doing. He's directly speaking to the chairman of the Federal Reserve, saying that he's weak, weak and late, very weak and late.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
So weak and awful and late that Jerome Powell, very nasty Democrat. Wait, who appointed him? Me? I nominated him to the Fed. Why is he so at two, Jerome? I just think it's kind of insane. They're trying to suggest the Federal Reserve is partisan to begin with. Oh. There we go. Partisan and not independent Federal Reserve. Right. Okay. Let's talk about Tesla and Elon Musk. Now he is looking to continue his dual role in government and in business.
Tesla profits plunging tonight. Elon Musk just reporting a 71% profit, 71%, as he rails against Trump's tariffs in a call going on right now. You will hear him in his own words in a call that Outfront has just obtained. Also breaking new details on Pete Hegseth, what he's thinking, his strategy, what he's doing. as chaos is erupting inside the Pentagon that he is leading. One person telling CNN he's in full paranoia, back against the wall mode. And Trump's baby bonus, the administration reportedly coming up with ways to push women to have more babies, including a perk like $5,000 a kid, or even a medal if you have 6 or more, which is reminiscent of some odd times in history. Let's go out front. Good evening, I'm Erin Burnett, and out front tonight, the breaking news: Elon Musk's empire suffering a major blow tonight with profits plunging more than 70%. And Musk, just moments ago, in a call that we've obtained, admits this reason as to why.
There's been some blowback for the time that I've been spending in government with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. There are some challenges, and I expect that this year will be there'll probably be some unexpected bumps this year.
Unexpected bumps. Unexpected. How can I mean?
This is earnings call that's going on right now from
sort of
Tesla.
expected,
There will be more bumps, he says, because even though Musk tonight said he is keeping
the fact that he sees these bumps as completely unexpected just shows you how out of touch Elon is. You know, that any of these things couldn't have been foreseen when he decided to get involved in government in the way that he has. That it would never come back to bite him and or his businesses is fascinating. It is fascinating to me.
Word and stopping his
Truly
full-time work for Trump and DOGE next month, which he is required to do with his role as a special government employee, right? So that's what he's already said he was going to do. The truth is, the headline may not be that he's stepping aside as he was saying he was due. It's actually that he is not going anywhere.
I'll continue to spend a day or two per week on government matters for as long as the president would like me to do so.
A day or two a week. I mean, 2 days a week out of 5. I mean, you get it, right? That's 40%. That's a lot of time.
I thought
Elon
Elon slept for like 4 hours a day.
Trump wants him around. Elon Musk is going to be in the Oval Office with Trump a couple days a week.
I mean, I assumed he didn't take weekends. I assumed that Elon works 7 days a week. He's always talking about how hard he works. All right, that's enough, Aaron. That's enough, Aaron Burnett. Let's keep it moving. BBC, Elon Musk to reduce U.S. government role. Reduce, but not completely get rid of. He's still going to be hanging out, like you said, a day or two a week. Whatever that means.
So let's begin with Tesla. The company's revenues and profits have plunged during the first 3 months of the year as the automaker faces continued backlash over its boss, Elon Musk's association with the Trump administration, sparking protests and boycotts of Tesla around the world. So if we look at the numbers, the company reported a 20% drop in its automotive revenues in the first quarter of this year compared to the same time last year, and profits during that time fell more than 70%. The car giant warned investors that the pain could continue, declining to offer a forecast going forward, while saying changing political sentiment could meaningfully hurt demand. In a call to investors on Tuesday, Elon Musk announced he would cut back his role in the Trump administration and focus more on his time at Tesla. Our North America technology correspondent Lily Jamali has more details.
Elon Musk acknowledged on a conference call on Tuesday that politics has affected Tesla's falling fortunes. He talked about his work at DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. That's not a real U.S. federal department, but it is an initiative aimed at slashing government spending. Musk's aggressive approach has included sacking large groups of federal workers at once.
Thank you, BBC. Thank you for that chuckle. Too often have we been sort of led by the short hairs on this with the media, continuing to make it seem like Doge is a real thing. It's not. It's an idea. It's a concept. BBC. Doing some real journalism for like 10 seconds. Thank you, BBC. You're doing a great job.
Initiative aimed at slashing government spending. Musk's aggressive approach has included sacking large groups of federal workers at once and also sifting through the sensitive data of American citizens, data that's held by the government, which he now has access to. And all of this has sparked what he himself termed a blowback. Protests at Tesla dealerships have become a common occurrence, and longtime fans and investors have turned their backs on Tesla because of all of this political activity by Elon Musk. On Tuesday, Musk blasted his detractors. He blasted those protesters, saying that his work at Doge is critical and that it is mostly done, in his words. He plans to spend quite a bit less.
Oh my god. Why are you protesting this thing that I deem critical? These are two of the worst guys on the planet. Columbia Rican with a super chat. We all loving the tears coming from Elon. Delicious tears. Great. Goes great with our morning bacon and eggs. Very nutritious. Eggs. Are you a billionaire? Who can afford eggs? Just teasing. They do sound delicious, though. They do sound delicious. Making me hungry. Also, is it morning? It's like 11:30 at night. Alright, let's go back to talking about those tariffs. It's a very busy week. But Donald Trump said this about the China tariffs on Wednesday. This was fascinating. I don't know what this next thing really means, but could be good. I don't know.
The Treasury Secretary doesn't suggest that the tariff rate as high as they are now is effectively an embargo of trade between the United States and China. Do you see it that way?
That's true. 145% is very high, and it won't be that high.
Won't be that high.
It's not going to be that high.
It's not going to be that. It's already
It got
that
up
high.
to there. We were talking about fentanyl.
It got up there.
You know, various elements built it up to 145.
Various,
no, it won't be.
Various
anywhere near that
elements. Various elements, and every one of those elements was me saying, higher, higher tariff, higher, even higher. And a new element has come, I'm saying higher, higher and higher. It was completely uncontrollable elements that just happened that caused these tariffs. It's like, it's very difficult mathematics, but this thing happened and then that, right? It's an if and or. And then it happens. You're probably not an economist, so you don't get it. But people tell me, my understanding of my uncle went to MIT. He's a very smart guy.
It'll come down substantially, but it won't be zero. It used to be zero. We were just destroyed. China was taking us for a ride, and just not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Be very good to China. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but they would make billions and billions and billions of dollars.
So many
a year,
dollars.
and they would build their military out of the United States and what they made. So that won't happen. But they're going to do very well, and I think they're going to be happy. And I think we're going to live together very happily and ideally work together. So I think it's going to work out very well. But no, it's at 145%. There will not be anywhere near that number.
Sounds like a drunk real estate agent or something. You're gonna be very happy in this home. It's looking really great. Don't worry, the price not gonna be that price. We're gonna get it. You get that price down. Don't you worry. Look, you two, you're gonna be very happy forever. Is it gonna get you treated very well? The buyers, they don't even know what's going on. That is gonna be significantly lower.
On the work that your team is doing on the border, are you happy with the rate of deportations right now?
Oh, it's
Okay,
amazing
all right,
what
that's
they've
right.
done on the
This is
borders.
it.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you
because honestly,
thank
it's
you
one of
for
the
that great
successes
question. I'm so glad we allowed all of the craziest people online into the White House. You have such great questions. Like how great of a job you're doing. I know I'm doing a great job. Thank you for mentioning that. I don't know if people tell me how great. You'd think more people would tell me, but they don't. They just pretend like I'm not doing a great job. But I'm absolutely doing a very great job. Colombia Rican with another super chat. The dumbass in chief thinks that we have the industrial and manufacturing network that China has to maintain a trade war. We are decades behind China.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Yeah, Jordan is right. Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction. That there, super chat. Very accurate. Very accurate. But expecting Donald Trump to understand economics on a serious level is somewhat, just a very ill-conceived plan. He doesn't understand what's going on. And he's got a bunch of other people around him who don't know what's going on or don't care. It's either hedge fund guys like Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick, or just completely batshit idiots like Peter Navarro to tell him about trade policy. It's not good. It's not a good situation. And we all know the man needs advice. His entire policies are advice from other people. He has no politics himself, right? Aside from personal enrichment, if you can call that politics. That is the only thing Donald Trump understands. Now, one day after Donald Trump and the Ministry of Truth were telling us that very nasty, weak, late Jerome Powell was ruining the U.S., he came out and said this.
No, I haven't called him. I might call him. I haven't called him.
Whoa,
I
what is
he's
happening?
making a mistake by not lowering interest
What is
rates. I
happening?
think as well as we're doing.
What are we doing?
Housekeeping,
What
which
are we
is,
doing? Stop it. You're killing me right now. What is happening? I have two audios happening at the same time. There we go. Okay, take two.
Now to this, President Trump seems to be changing his tune on wanting to fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell. One day after calling Powell a, quote, major loser, this is what the president had to say in the Oval Office.
No, I have no intention of firing him. I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates. This is a perfect time to lower interest rates. If he doesn't, is it the end? No, it's not. But it would be good timing. It could have taken place earlier.
It could have.
I have no intention to fire.
It could have taken place. I love this walk down. Oh my god, this back off, this U-turn, this flip flop. I just love it. He just got done saying some of the most insane things about the Federal Reserve. And coming after Jerome Powell And then he comes out one day later and he's like, actually, they're totally independent and nonpartisan, and they could lower interest rates. I know I said they're very late and it's going to ruin the economy, but it's actually going to be fine. It's not the end. It's not. I say one thing, then the next day it's not the same thing anymore. And that's also fine. People tell me it's actually better if you don't stay with one thing. People tell me, sir, you're actually, you're much better when you change your opinion on things. And I said, that's actually great. You're right. I should change my opinion. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Now, apparently, a certain group of people had the ear of Donald Trump this week. Major U.S. retailers.
Lots of mentions of the word deal there, Faisal. What's your sense of whether one may be close?
Hi, Jen. Yeah, we've had some significant developments really in the last hour or so that may help to explain the conciliatory tone that I picked up and communicated in that report, which is that our partners CBS News are reporting that the chief executives of Walmart and Target have privately warned President Trump of empty shelves in the coming weeks if he continues with his tariff policies, and that probably particularly concerns the prohibitive tariffs both ways on US-China trade. We're hearing from the ports on the west coast of America, Los Angeles in particular, of a potential collapse in China to US cargoes, down 33% this week, potentially 44% in the first week of May. This is a serious hit to the world economy, and something that will be seen visibly in the US on shelves, if you believe the CEOs of some of America's biggest companies, or at least the reporting of what they have said privately. This is highly significant stuff, may explain, as I say, some of the reaches for deals. We think there might be a meeting between Scott Bessent, who you saw in my report, the US Treasury Secretary, and his Chinese counterpart. That meeting, if it happens, assumes incredible importance in bringing the world down from this trade war.
Yeah, we need to be brought down from this trade war. But the inventory situation is a problem right now. There's a huge problem. I mean, there has been some amount of some significant stocking up that we've seen on the business side, with inventories ticking up in the recent months. But eventually, shelves are going to go empty because retailers can't afford to restock with the rate of tariffs and how much we get from China.
I have to have my China.
And so, at some point, we're going to have COVID-level shortages if these tariffs aren't lifted immediately, honestly. There's going to be future implications of this stuff, right? The retailers start buying stuff now for like the end of the year. This is why we've been saying this whole time. You know, the fact that businesses make decisions ahead of actually implementing them, right? They have business meetings. We've been saying it since the beginning of the trade war that people there had to be some insane meetings going on with people in boardrooms across across the globe. Like, what do we do now? Do we keep making things, or do we stop making them? Do we keep buying things, or do we stop buying them? And that's not usually too much of a conversation, right? But in this moment, people are second guessing the economy, the direction of the economy, whether or not we're going to be in a recession, for instance, due to everything Trump's doing, and whether or not people are going to have the money to pay those tariff rates. Can they pay 150% more for everything they buy? No, they can't. Oh, then what's the calculus on that? What happens when what will they keep buying and what will they stop buying? All sorts of things. And this is, like I was saying, it's gonna have implications for later in the year. Holidays come around. Oh boy. I know it feels far off, but the year's already 1/3 over. Somehow, we've made it through 33% of the year. By the way, PB, thank you for the super sticker, getting us to 3 of 5 on the goal with a sweet, sweet hippo. It can't just be Mudang because there's 3 different hippos in this sticker. I like this. This is a fun one. Haven't seen this one before. I was gonna say it's a Mudang super sticker, but that would make it 3 different Mudangs, all different colors, and that's too much. That's too many Mudangs. I guess not all hippos are Mudang. We've been saying it for a long time, but the proof of multiple hippos must mean that at least one of them is not Mudang. I'm very confused. Oh, by the way, one thing I wanted to check. Ah, no, not this. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Don't be a dick. Okay. I just want to look at Fridays. By the way, I just want to show you this figure from Friday, which came out before we move on. We're going to actually keep talking about this stuff, but while we're talking about economics, numbers, I don't know if you can see this. I think I can zoom in on this for you. If you look here, this is US factory orders, and this was a month back. Right, this is March's numbers that came out this Friday, which was 3.4% increase on factory orders from this time. I think this was, I can't remember if this was month over month or year over year, but it's a significant increase. And the expected amount and the previous number was 0.6% increase. So this is 600% more factory orders in terms of increased factory orders from the previous previous year. And it's kind of crazy. And that's March. Who knows what happened in April, considering, I mean, it probably plummeted in April, considering the beginning of the month is when these tariffs started. But like I was saying, there was some uptick in ordering ahead of these tariffs. But now everyone's at a standstill, waiting to find out what's going to happen with these freaking tariffs. Columbia Rican with another super chat. I should watch the tech YouTuber Gamer Nexus's latest video, The Death of Affordable Computing / Tariffs Impact and Investigation. They detail how our tariffs are going to affect they interviewed some companies. Yeah. I mean, we could probably do our own breakdown right now on that one. I mean, I'm not gonna do it, but yeah, it's pretty easy to detail this one. Honestly, it's because it's so cut and dry. Now, some of it will change depending on what actual tariff rates are landed on with the other countries that are on a pause right now, like Vietnam and Taiwan, but they're already increased with the 10% tariffs. And yeah, unless something drastically changes, we're going to have very expensive computing here in the United States because we get everything from China.
I have to have my China.
the fact is, many of the rare earth metals that we need, even if we were to start manufacturing them in the United States, they all come from China.
I have to have my China.
Which means, as long as China continues to not give the United States rare earth metals, there will be no future of manufacturing computer chips in the United States. That's where we're at with that. It's in a nutshell. I will check that video out sometime. There's no way I can add it to our list today. We still have over 200 videos to get through today. Let's continue talking about some of the companies that have privately warned Donald Trump about his tariffs.
President Trump continues to defend his sweeping tariffs on foreign goods, but Tuesday he said 145% import taxes on some Chinese products would, quote, come down substantially. Earlier Wednesday, CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cortez asked Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about trade with China.
What have these huge tariffs on China accomplished?
Leverage and ensuring the rest of the world
leverage.
knows that the United States of America is no longer going to be ripped off. President Trump.
They've accomplished leverage, Caroline. Leverage isn't an accomplishment. Leverage is means by which one achieves accomplishments, especially as it relates to trade. Or you don't even have to necessarily have leverage to make to make an accomplishment happen. But it certainly isn't an accomplishment in and of itself. Unless you view the world as this very... Yeah, I guess they probably all do kind of view the world in this way, now that I think about it. But in this sort of alienating and very... what do you call it? It's not I'm thinking of competitive. That's not the word, but very competitive sort of dog-eat-dog world. Country eat country. Guess that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but if you view it through that lens, I guess it's an accomplishment.
Made that very clear, not just with China, but with almost every single country on the planet.
Adversarial, yes. That is the word I was looking for.
China hasn't made any concessions at all.
Have some patience and you will see.
Have
Have some
patience and you will see.
CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro joins us now. So while the administration says have some patience, we're learning the heads of Walmart and Target warned President Trump about what his tariffs will mean for their stores. What did they say? Did it have an impact?
Lindsay, good to be with you. What we've learned here at CBS News is that these CEOs of Walmart, Target privately warned President Trump in the meeting earlier this week that his tariff policy could impact their supply chains and potentially trickle down to the consumers with a shortage of certain goods and potentially empty shelves. Now, this price increase for consumers is something that CEOs of Target have talked about publicly in interviews, but it's, of course, notable they're bringing their concerns directly to the president. Now, the White House and the president battle back against any assertion that they are softening their approach to tariffs. But if you just look at what they've been doing, you saw Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent say that the relationship between the U.S. and China is unsustainable right now. He talked about de-escalating. And President Trump has talked about in recent days of lowering that tariff.
Which aspect of our relationship? I think it's so confusing. He says so many things all the time. It's impossible to even know what he means half the time. Oh my god. Which aspect of our relationship with China is unsustainable? Is it the tariffs? Is it the trade war? Or is it that we still buy so much from China? Because it almost seems like not buying things from China at this point is unsustainable.
I have to have my China.
We're talking about empty store shelves. Are we owed us an emotional support character? I'm sorry, chat. I think I saw a message about that earlier. But I Got a lot of stuff going on over here, okay? I need to be reminded multiple times. Speaking of store shelves, there are some store shelves selling presidential branded stuff. I wonder what store that could be. I think it's illegal to sell presidential branded stuff.
Illegal.
Hi everybody, I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is my Forbes colleague, staff writer Zach Everson. Zach, thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me on again, Brittany.
Gold prices have hit historic highs since President Donald Trump unveiled his sweeping tariff policy. Now, the Trump store is hawking the presidential gold note. So to first start off the conversation, can you give us a brief background of what exactly the Trump store is?
Sure. The Trump store, it's been around for quite some time, around 2007, according to Internet Archive. And originally it had apprentice-themed memorabilia, Trump University courses. It's really a relic of the internet from that era. Then it went offline somewhere around 2013, 14, and it just basically became a billboard for an actual retail store, physical retail store in Trump Tower. That changed again in 2017, during which time Donald Trump was in the White House. It relaunched, originally just selling merchandise that was pegged around his golf courses. There was nothing overtly presidential about it or political about it. But over time, that shifted. A couple of years into his first term, they debuted a soap set and some other products that showed the White House on it. There was a little bit of a media outcry, and they retreated and took those off the market. The soap set was my favorite. There are 3 bars of soap, and the middle one had the White House.
Yeah.
After the outcry, they just took the wrapper off the middle bar of soap, so you'd still be getting 3 bars of soap, 2 of which were wrapped, 1 was unwrapped. After he lost the election in 2020 to Joe Biden, they just went all in on.
Why is this guy trying to sell the soap? He's like, you'd still get the soap, you know? Oh my god, Forbes is a hilarious news network.
On MAGA. At first, it was a T45 collection of items pegged to his first presidency, but then they just kept adding more and more and more. Right now, if you go to look at the website, you can see it even has the Gulf of America hat, which is called another Trump development project.
The Gulf
It even says,
of America.
as seen on President Donald J. Trump. So, keeping the presidency.
I think the most fascinating aspect of this is the presidential gold note. It sounds like Trump is selling more currency. The physical currency, I think it's a crime. I think it's a federal offense. A felony. To create your own currency. Presidential gold notes, if they're physically created, I think that's a crime. It falls under the same regulations that I've been suggesting cryptocurrency technically violates if our, Congress understood the law and also cryptocurrency. No, it's not the emoluments clause. No, it's US 16 US 486 or something like that. It's illegal to create your own currency in the United States. But I mean, the law itself dates back to I think the 40s, and I think some of there's some like prerequisites that are from like the 19th century, I think. But creating your own currency is a crime, as long as but the cryptocurrency goes through a loophole because within the law, it states no currency made of metal or paper shall be created, right? It'll be a violation of the U.S. law, but it doesn't say computers can't create their own digital currencies, right? Because computers, personal computers, just didn't exist 80, 90 years ago or whatever it was. Yeah, creating your own currency is a crime. I don't know. Columbia Rican with another super chat. I think that gets us through the goal. Even though it says 4 of 5. We had a super sticker earlier. Senator John Ossoff has started talking about supporting an impeachment bill for when Dems take back power in the Senate and House. And it's gaining traction. Yeah, we're actually going to talk about that later. You're getting ahead of me right now, Columbia Rican, but I appreciate you. And I appreciate the super chat. We will talk about that later. But Donald Trump has been going back and forth on his views of Jerome Powell, saying all sorts of things. And while he seemingly walked back his comments, I think this same day, unwalked back his comments, suggested this. Here's the Associated Press from 2 days ago.
No, I haven't called him. I might call him. I haven't called him, but I believe he's making a mistake by not lowering interest rates. And I think as well as we're doing, we'd do much better. He's keeping rates too high. He historically has been late, except when it came to Biden. He was recommended by a certain person that I'm not particularly happy with. But
Peter Navarro?
He will hopefully do the right thing. The right thing to lower interest rates. So we'll see.
Very nasty Peter Navarro. I don't know actually who suggested Jerome Powell to Trump in his first term. I just find it hilarious that he's feuding with his own his own judges that he's appointed, the Federal Reserve chair that he appointed. Oh god, that very, very nasty people have appointed people to our government like myself. Alright, I'm removing the goal because we completed it. It's nice that the stream is seemingly working today without a hitch. Donald Trump can't seem to stick to a particular message on the Federal Reserve. Regarding those tariffs, some U.S. states are now suing the Trump administration over these tariffs using a 70s era tariff law. Let's go here to France 24 English.
Brian is getting very jealous. You're licking your lips, Brian.
I like cake.
He likes cake, don't we all?
Don't be creepy.
He's starting, though, with what appears to be a bit of a climb down by the Trump administration in its global trade war. There's no strawberries involved in this, are there?
Not yet, Stuart, unfortunately. A number of signals coming out of the White House indicating, though, that Donald Trump is indeed starting to reconsider some of his tariff policies. The Financial Times reports the president is planning to exempt auto manufacturers from some of his highest tariffs, including the 20% duties on Chinese goods imposed in a bid to force Beijing to crack down on fentanyl exports to the U.S., as well as the 25% global tariffs on steel and aluminum. That comes after urgent lobbying by American carmaker executives who warned the administration of impending job losses and price hikes across the sector. Meanwhile, Trump's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said that the current high tariffs between the U.S. and China are not sustainable, as the administration appears to be angling for a deal with Beijing to de-escalate the trade war between them. The U.S. currently has 145% tariffs on Chinese goods. China has retaliated with 125% tariffs on U.S. goods. The potential decoupling of the world's top two economies has raised fears of a global economic slowdown or even recession. Here's Vance.
There is an opportunity for a big deal here, that the U.S. is looking to rebalance to more manufacturing. The identity of that would be less consumption. If China is serious on less dependence on export-led manufacturing growth and a rebalancing toward a domestic economy, let's do it together. This is an incredible opportunity.
Well, meanwhile, US states are taking their own action to try to halt the trade war.
They are. 12 U.S. states have filed a joint lawsuit with the U.S. Court of International Trade seeking to block Trump's tariffs, calling them economically reckless and illegal. Tariff policy powers are normally reserved for Congress under the U.S. Constitution. Trump has claimed the authority to impose them under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. That law stipulates that the president can use trade policy to deal with an unusual, extraordinary threat to America's security.
Unusual. Nothing about what's going on is unusual or extraordinary. It's very much been the way of the road this entire time. I just realized I didn't give you your emotional support character.
Illegal.
I'm sorry. I am sorry. "46 likes. I thought we had 50. What happened to that? Somebody told me we had 50. I just gave you your fifth emotional support character. Is it 50 or is it 46, huh? Now, Donald Trump was asked more uncomfortable questions about the state of the U.S. economy, and he quintupled down, I guess you might say.
Mr. President, on the economy, there was a slowdown as it relates to home sales in the month of March, the slowest pace since 2009. Is that an economic indicator, and perhaps the Treasury Secretary can weigh in on this as well, is that an economic indicator that concerns you about the broader U.S. economy?
No, they had very good numbers on housing today, extremely good numbers, and that's despite interest rates, because, you know,
Very good numbers.
if you look at what happened, everyone said, oh, I said I was going to get prices down, I did. Energy just hit $1.
Everything is cheaper.
Cents in a couple of states. It's
I did
way
it.
down. Energy's down, and
my
we're about
God.
$64 a barrel. When I came in, and
Hold
we were
on.
looking at 89, 90.
Shut up. Jesus Christ. Donald Trump will take credit for anything. I swear to God, it is wild. It is hilarious that this man is just... I mean, technically, he got oil prices lower, and it has nothing to do with his energy policy, okay? It literally nothing to do with it. Like... It might, in fact, it might be inversely related to it. I mean, like, because nobody is rushing out and drilling for oil right now because the oil price plummeted, right? And it's the only reason that the oil price has plummeted. I love this face from him, by the way. Sort of exasperated looking Trump. It's actually been really great. I don't know why you're bringing up the bad numbers. Really great numbers out there. And I did them all. But the reason why oil prices are down is because businesses are shutting down activity, right? They were ceasing business activity. Businesses use more oil than people. And if businesses are doing less stuff, and if people are also just doing less stuff and buying less oil, buying less gas, prices go down. And it's because GDP is contracting across the world. And that's why oil prices have gone down, because traders are selling it because they assume the price is going to continue to go down. It's got nothing to do with Donald Trump saying drill baby drill.
$5. And by the way, that helps us solve the war too. Having those energy prices is a big incentive for Russia to also agree with solving the war problem. Groceries are down. When I was with you 2 months ago, you were complaining about eggs. I said I just got here. I was here for about a week when the press started saying about eggs have gone through the roof. I said I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And they have been. They went through the roof and you couldn't get them.
Tell me about eggs. I just got here. I am working over here, okay? I know why you're coming at me over the eggs. I said I was going to make them cheaper day 1, and it's day 80. I don't know why you're asking me about eggs, okay? But, see what I love about the juxtaposition of these two paradoxical statements where he's like, in 30 days I've lowered gas prices, even though no new oil drilling has started. But we lowered the prices, right? Immediately. But why are you talking to me about eggs? How am I supposed to make egg prices cheaper? Huh? What? I can't, I can't make eggs cheaper immediately, okay? But I mean, he's been claiming all sorts of other shit from day 1. Like immigration being down. Like he came into office, immigration was already at like almost record lows, and he came in and he's like, look how great we're doing with immigration. January 21st, look at us. We solved immigration, everyone. Lowest numbers at the border. All thanks to the wall that I just built. I don't know who can... I just don't understand how people can listen to him and take any of it seriously. Let's go to CNBC. The least best NBC. From yesterday. Talk about what Donald Trump sees as being a tariff victory.
In an interview published this hour, President Trump telling Time magazine that he is still convinced tariffs are necessary. He said, quote, the bond market was getting the yips, but I wasn't. And he said he would consider it a, quote, total victory if the U.S. still has tariffs as high as 50% on foreign imports a year from now.
So many panic
Now on China, President Trump says that President Xi has called him and that his administration is in active talks with Beijing to strike a deal. He said he expects to have a full slate of deals announced over the next 3 to 4 weeks. So he's now put a timeline on it. He says that he's in talks with China genuinely, but he also said that he wants tariffs and he would be fine, more than fine, with more than 50%. I would imagine, I don't know when this interview was conducted, but if this was yesterday, I mean, if we're in real time, I would think that would scare you.
Yeah,
I would think it would scare the market.
That's concerning because I would say most market participants you talk to say that they would understand 10% tariffs and be able to manage around that. Higher tariffs, particularly 50% higher, would be a really big deal. And I've been doing some reporting around the conversations that the big retailers have had with the president earlier this week, trying to figure out their concerns and what they're raising to the president on it. Look, one of the issues is if you keep the tariffs as is at 145% on China, that's going to mean very serious things. For a family that has a baby, you're required by law to go buy a baby seat, a car seat. Right now, that costs $350. In a few months, if that's still 145% tariffs, that's going to cost $720. So that's a big price pain point for families that are trying to get by with this. If you look at bananas, we import almost all of them from Costa Rica. Avocados, we've mentioned in the past, coffee. It just starts to layer on, and the total cost for the basket, particularly for Americans who might be living paycheck to paycheck, is going to be something they really sit up and pay notice to.
Yeah, and this would be drastic. Even if it were to go from 145% down to 50%, we're talking about a massive basket of U.S. goods, which would all be affected by it, right? And suddenly people would be paying for, I don't know, I mean, I can't remember the exact number of U.S. of the percentage of what in U.S. imports China represents. I think it's like close to 40%. And suddenly people paying 50+% more for all that stuff. Still, there's people can't afford that. People cannot afford that. It would be horrifying. It would be genuinely horrifying. Like you only need so many things to add up to just unaffordable, right? At 50%, sure, it's less than 150, but this is unprecedented in levels of tariffs, especially with our biggest trade partner. And it is insane. Just take the baby seat example. Even at 50%, they cost $350. Add another $150, add $175 to that. It's over $500, right? And then say, you know, like say a household takes in like $3,000, yeah, like let's say actually like a married couple, right? Household, $5,000 a month, right? But they're paying whatever $3,000 a month on rent or their mortgage. Got health insurance costs, you would assume, food, gas, and let's just assume that the food and the gas aren't affected, even though they probably will be. And they're actually, I mean, let's not forget, there's still the 25% tariffs and the 10% tariffs. So those are already being affected by the tariff policy. So assume that food is going to go up in price. But for this example, let's just leave it where it is. And let's say that this couple, after everything, mortgage, rent, whatever else, bills, medical costs, and food, and gas, you know, there's still going to be other life expenses that come up, right? But let's just say that after all those expenses, they are left with, you know, $500 a month, you know, to actually spend in their life. If you're spending an extra $175 on a baby seat, and then, you know, spending 50% more on all the other things you need as a parent, right? Whatever it might be, kids are always needing shit. Always needing shit. And when we start talking about consumer goods, stuff for kids, backpacks, notebooks, pens, whatever, you know, sports supplies, baby gear, right? You know, I don't know what else to call it. It's baby gear to me. All of that stuff is coming from China. And at some point, that dam breaks, right? That last charge to your credit card just took out, or whatever, your bank account just took out the rest of your cash, and now you're left to try and make it through the rest of the month without any extra money to spend, right? And you're suddenly in a serious bind. And then just extrapolate that over millions of US families, you got a huge problem. And we know Americans buy a lot of stuff. We are a consumer economy. And suddenly, especially without the existence of all of these manufacturing jobs that are supposed to be getting brought back to the United States, there's a massive hole that will not be able to, which means somewhere something is going to give. People are going to stop having the things that they need. Definitely the things that they want is going to be affected first, but things that they need, they're going to also come into play very quickly. Decisions are going to be made, and you know, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. All right, let's talk about the independent media who has been welcomed into this Trump White House while they try and kick out Reuters and AP for saying things like Gulf of Mexico.
Illegal.
Or asking Trump uncomfortable questions.
Illegal.
The independent, very serious independent media is being allowed in.
Breaking, let's go to a journalist in Washington, D.C. at the White House press briefing. Really asked the tough question of, what's her face? Levitt?
Democracy dies in darkness, folks.
That's right. Here we go. Let's see what this journalist has holding her feet to the fire.
Yes.
Is this the first time a journalist has been beanied in the press room?
We need hard-hitting questions.
That are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member.
I think it's kind of perfect the way that the independent media is being given little kiddie seats on the side of the room by the wall. He looks like a kid in trouble.
Room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear,
Very Fine
and
People
now
hoax.
what's
It's a
being
hoax?
called the Maryland Man hoax.
What about the?
Where an
I'm
MS-13
sorry.
gang member adjudicated by.
What about the Very Fine People comment was a hoax? Donald Trump definitely said very fine people on both sides. I'm very confused. What does that mean? It's a hoax that people talked about it? I don't think he knows what the word hoax means.
What's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an
Maryland
MS-13
Man
gang member
hoax.
adjudicated by two different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you can comment on that unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure.
Well, pause it. Wait a sec. Wait. I'm going to parse out this question.
We don't have the answer.
There's been a lot of hoaxes. I don't really have a actual question to ask, but can you give a preemptive defense of my being here, please?
Yeah.
Is that what the,
can
the
we get
question
an
he's
official?
asking is?
What did the mayor?
Can we get an official White House statement on why I'm important and why I should be here and why nasty people in my comment section should stop saying all those nasty things about me? It's amazing. It's amazing to see Tim Pool asking for this, this White House statement on his existence. But can you tell the people why I should exist, please? People keep telling me I'm superfluous.
Please?
Yeah.
Is that what the question he's asking is?
What did the Maryland Man hoax have to do with the can you please protect or say something nice about these corporations end to that question? I'm just giving him some constructive feedback.
No, he's saying that all the hoaxes are done by the mainstream media.
Right.
Yes, right.
But people who have sat in his seat, which is the new media seats, have taken
Big boy
criticism.
seats.
I mean, the best part of this is by, I believe, two sources, because it really occurs to me that Tim did not go too deep into this. But do we have this?
We have her answer.
We have her answer?
There he
Let's
is
go.
over there in the corner.
The companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you can comment on that unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here. And there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administrations. We want to welcome all viewpoints into this room. We welcome unbiased journalists who really care about the truth and the facts and the accuracy. And you rightfully pointed out the Maryland Man story, which I I, from this podium, when The Atlantic published it, on that very first day, I came to this podium and said, this is wrong. The press in this room have this story wrong, and we have seen more and more evidence come to the table that we have had all along. We were always right. The president
Pause it for a second. We've seen more and more evidence come to the table that we were right. Like, wait a second.
No, that's an insane statement that she just said. We've been seeing more and more evidence coming to light, coming to the table that we've had all along. So, wait. If we just assume that both of the statements that she said are true, which I am struggling to do, but I mean, it actually kind of makes sense with the level of incompetence with this government. So I guess either could actually be true, or both of them. But they've had the evidence the whole time, but it's just coming to light. They've been sitting on it. It's been on the table this whole time, or it's not. It's been under the table in a box. And now they're just fine. They've had it the whole time. They didn't need that, but now the people are asking them. They found evidence. It's been under the table. Now it's on the table, and they've got. Oh my God! I'm very confused.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay, whatever.
There was a time in this country where you needed to provide evidence if you were going to detain or arrest somebody, or send them to a foreign prison. I don't even know if there was a time where we were sending people to foreign prisons. But why does evidence have to drab out and come to the table? Where's the evidence?
That comes out in due process.
It was the Bulls hat. Judge Paulazina stated that the evidence was based on vague, uncorroborated allegation from a confidential informant. And I've done jury duty. Confidential informants, not the most upstanding individuals.
Right. Also, first of all, one of the confidential informant that said that about him claimed that he was in New York, where Kilmar Abrego Garcia has never been. So that's part of why they didn't use that.
Okay, but the Bulls hat, Emma.
Yeah. That evidence was presented, and then they still issued the deferral, withholding of removal. The judge did, meaning that they did not find that evidence compelling. So when he says that it's been adjudicated by 2 judges, no, it hasn't. Or to the extent that it has, the final judge's claim was that he should stay in the United States, and said specifically if he's going to be deported, the one place he can't be deported to is El Salvador, and they did that.
Emma.
Yeah.
Everything you're talking about was not in paragraph 1 of the story he read.
You're right.
So I don't like. This is the thing.
I don't know. If he would have read Lawfare, the allegation seems to stem from double hearsay in a document authored by a later suspended police detective. That's the very first line, so he probably could have got that one to his
Okay, well, I'm not going to go to
Not Lawfare.
Lawfare. I read it on Breitbart in just the first paragraph.
Right.
And so that's
and
all.
Daily
that I
Mail.
Gang member. Yeah.
His favorite source is the Daily Mail.
All right, let's do a little more.
Research is difficult.
Come to the table that we have had all along. We were always right. The president was always on the right side of this issue to deport this illegal criminal from our community. And it is despicable to see the media continue to refer to this individual as someone who is just a peaceful man living his life in Maryland.
Caroline is such a good little
soldier. And always has
soldier.
been an illegal criminal, an MS-13 gang member, and a...
Caroline is such a good little soldier. Little cultist. She is a fascinating woman. I don't know what happened to her as a child that made her into the person that she is today. Or whether or not even I mean, I think we can make some suggestions, but it is fascinating. She's like, Trump has never been wrong, and suggesting Trump has ever been wrong is despicable. I just don't understand. Like, she's perfect for this job. I think she has a genuine love for Donald Trump. And it's weird. It is a weird situation.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
foreign terrorist, and the administration maintains our position to deport these individuals from our community.
It is shocking the amount of lies that are going on there. Oh, I'm out of the amount of lies that she is spewing is absolutely shocking.
I never thought I would actually come to this point. I've already suggested that I miss Anthony Blinken, which I know is insane. Because, I mean, I hated that guy. I still do hate that guy. He's the worst. He is the worst, and he helped launder so much garbage from the Biden administration. But we're past that. Now we're going to go even further down the bench on things that I miss. I miss Aunt Lydia. I miss Sarah Huckabee Sanders. At least she had some amount of pride, some amount of like I don't know if anybody remembers. Remember so far back as 8 years ago when Sarah Huckabee Sanders was the White House press secretary for Donald Trump. At least when she came out, she had this air of like, all right, look, everyone, I know what I'm saying is insane. And I know what I'm saying is wrong, but I need you all to stop. I need you to stop asking about it. But she would at least, I mean, she had this like this vague sense of like, God, I'm being asked to say a lot of really stupid things right now. How am I going to get the people to accept it? Caroline comes out. She's like, these are the best things anybody who suggests that anything I'm saying isn't amazing is a despicable human being. And that level of disdain really, it's too much. It's too much for me. And I would somehow rather, I mean, Sarah Huckabee was terrible. I don't miss Sean Spicer yet, just because of how annoying he is as a human being. But God, at this point I would take Sarah back. Do I miss Hillary? Good one. That's funny. That's a good one. I just reminiscent for simpler times where we didn't literally have what appears to be a ministry of truth, where our minister of truth, Caroline Leavitt, comes out and yells at us and tells us we've been very bad. She just comes out and yells at us and says, you're nasty. You're all very nasty for not agreeing with the president. Ah, God. Now, of course, I'm being sarcastic. I don't genuinely miss Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I just yearn for a simpler time. Plus, we don't have to miss her. She's still technically the governor of... What is it now? What is it, Florida? No, not Florida. Georgia? No. Somewhere down there. She's the governor of something. Alabama? Could be Alabama. It's one of those states in there. Is it Arkansas? Thank you, chat. I appreciate you. Let's keep talking about that. Independent online media. CNN. Last video of the half. Oh, God. We are approaching 2 hours quickly. What is this? What is up with these outfits?
Well, you're only probably with the most controversial White House.
What is up with these collars that right-winger women, like conservative women, seem to be rocking these days? Anybody tell me about what is going on with these things? Like, what? I'm trying to think of, is this... It's almost like a nod to like I want to say like 16th century France or something. Or is it later than that? 7? Whatever. It's like this weird, like incredibly antiquated sort of collar thing that they're doing. These massive collars on the lady outfits these days. Specifically, it seems to be conservative women wearing these get-ups. I don't understand it. It's a very strange... yeah, it is kind of nun-like, isn't it? It is kind of nun-like. Yeah. It's weird. It's very weird.
This is my first time in here.
Well, you're only probably with the most controversial White House correspondents.
And I'm actually really good at yelling because I used to be a ring announcer.
We're all biased, right? We just wear our bias, which I think is a pejorative term to begin with, on our sleeves.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. I'm pro-Trump. The questions I ask, in my opinion, are going to help
highlight the good things that he's doing for America.
These are White House correspondents like you've never seen before. They're part of the Trump administration's push to bring so-called new media into the White House.
We have an individual in our new media seat today.
Cara Castronova is White House correspondent for Lindell TV.
Lindell TV.
Yes, that Lindell.
Boys and
the new media.
I'm sorry. What? I need to find it. Lindell TV. This can't be a real thing. CNN has to be gaslighting us. There's oh my god. Pillow TV. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh, it doesn't seem to be doing super good. Although I don't know if this is the official. This is the only one that pops up. Is it true the Galactic News Network has more subscribers than Lindell TV on YouTube? Wow. Look at that, people. I mean, I assume most people are watching on Rumble. Oh, and they have their own app. That makes sense. Yeah, we are smashing Lindell TV on YouTube. I don't know if this is real and actually affiliated with the channel, but they only have 300 subs. Let's go. Let's go, Space Fams. Let's go. We're beating Lindell.
Outlets have full access to the White House briefing room, where they ask questions like this.
Will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before. Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy?
Even Caroline
and
laughed
is he
at
eating
that.
less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape.
What is up with this kid? What is up with this kid's face? What is up with this creepy... Look at this. Look at this Draco Malfoy wannabe guy over here. What is the deal with this fake blonde hair and everything? We can tell your eyebrows give you away, buddy. You have brown hair, okay? Settle down.
The president is in very good shape.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're
Such a very serious people here.
And the characterization that what you were doing, asking Zelensky that question, that you were trolling.
No, I'm not a troll. I never have been. That was a legitimate question I just wanted to ask. It didn't.
It was
mean
legitimate.
To, get everyone fired up. Like
No,
that.
he didn't. You didn't mean to do that. Totally unintentional. Yeah.
Big networks up front. You're hoping that that will be rearranged, that outlets like yourself might have a more prominent seat here?
Definitely. If it were up to me, I'd kick a lot of these outlets out.
Wow.
I view my role here more as sort of reporting on not so much the White House, but really the media.
Natalie
I'm here to
White
report
House
on the
correspondent
media.
for Steve Bannon's show War.
Free speech czar. That's what this woman is here to do. She's why does she have to be at the White House then if her job is to report on the media? You can do that from home. It's so easy. Barely an inconvenience. And she's like, oh, I'm not here to report on what Donald Trump is doing. Oh no, I'm here to tattle on the news media for being very nasty to Donald Trump.
Illegal.
Our bias is not to be sycophants for President Trump. Our bias is for our audience, which is the working class.
I don't think
of
she knows
Americans,
what the
people who want to
bias
put this
means.
country first.
If Trump messes up, will you guys call it out?
Oh, this woman is an idiot. I genuinely don't think she knows what I wish that I forget this guy's name. I wish he would ask her, what does bias mean? I need a definition from her right now.
Yeah, and we have. I think time and time again, particularly on the vertical and issue of immigration, we are not for stapling green cards to diplomas.
We met the new media correspondents on the day Trump announced tariffs that could upend the world economic order. As other news outlets reported on the tanking stock market, on Bannon TV, they celebrated.
This is the first day where a sitting president put America's working class first, and it's a glorious day to be standing here at the White House and to be able to say that and bring.
I think this camera battery is made in China. Don't ask me why I know that.
Class first, and it's a glorious day to be standing here at the White House and to be able to say that and bring that to you.
Have the quote-unquote traditional reporters that are here been hostile to you at all?
Well, I think they know better than to come after Natalie Winters and the War Room posse, but it's the looks, the eye rolls, the conversations that I overhear.
They're adjusting to life as part of the White House press corps.
These big tents here is where you have CNN, ABC,
Right.
the networks, and you guys are kind of
So we're
off to the
kind
side
of off
here.
to the side, which is what a lot of alternate media is doing right now.
From the protocols
There were times at the beginning when we're standing kind of here, not realizing we're in people's shots.
to the snack selection.
And this is off topic. The vending machine is full of junk food, and I'm a big Maha person.
Oh,
I almost
no.
ate a beef Slim Jim yesterday. I was desperate.
Do you consider yourself a journalist?
Yes.
Oh, God. The snacks of the White House aren't good enough. And this is real journalism. Wow. The bar has been lowered so low to what journalism is. It is incredible. What a world we're living in. Oh, God, that poor woman. No healthy Maha snacks in the vending machines. Almost forced to eat a Slim Jim. Oh, God.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, we've just blown through the first break, chat. I mean, this is wild. 2 hours and 10 minutes, and we're going to take our first break. But don't worry, we'll be right back with the space content after these brief messages. Well, I hope everyone has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't yet, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Even hit that little bell icon. There's a recommendation, making sure that you don't miss a single one of these spacecasts. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. We got Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer every penny of your contribution go directly to funding the stream, rather than having a large portion of it taken by YouTube or Twitch. But of course, the best way to get the best of all worlds and space benefits is to go onto Patreon and to become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar on the stream, shoutouts, and much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough from me. Enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, I'm back. And I think you know what that sound means, chat. It's time for us to get back to the show. Well, we just got done talking about Donald Trump's trade war. For now. Got some other things to talk about, though, in the United States. First, let's talk about the dismantling of the Department of Education. Well, our orange man in chief said some racist stuff earlier about education. Let's go here to The Guardian.
Lastly, so executive order on disparate impact theory. This is a theory that underlies a lot of the modern DEI and CRT driven diversity culture. The basic idea here is instructing your departments and agencies to no longer rely on disparate impact theory as they're regulating, as they're issuing guidance, as they're making rules. We want to focus on results. We want to focus on actual fairness. We want to focus on merit, not things like disparate impact theory and the whole sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion cult.
It's getting out of that, huh?
Yes, sir.
After being in that jungle for a long time.
I don't know if you heard that. Let's take that one more time.
It's like disparate impact theory and the whole sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion cult.
It's getting out of that, huh?
Yes, sir.
After being in that jungle for a long time.
Illegal.
And they claim that they're not racist. And then he refers to DEI as being the jungle. The fact that they want to remove the general premise of the civil rights laws in this country from education is another horrifying racist act. We know what it's about, and it is insane to think that A, people aren't impacted in a disparate manner, and the only reason that they want this taken out is so that they can go back to privileging white kids. Go back to privileging the ultra-wealthy. And letting the poor fight amongst themselves. In, as Donald Trump calls it, the jungle. Woof. Texas is already getting on it. Regardless of what the federal government's doing. Let's go here to More Perfect Union from Wednesday. Fucking garbage country we're living in.
You know, there's nothing more Texan than Friday Night Lights.
That's the heartbeat of our community, is our public schools.
Schools bring us together in a time when we are so polarized and tribalized.
Here in Texas, public education is facing an existential threat. Vouchers that will pull taxpayer money out of public schools and into private schools.
Lawmakers still going back and forth over school vouchers.
That would provide taxpayer money to families for private school tuition.
This voucher bill will eventually destroy public schools. I give it 10 years.
The new plan is part of a nationwide effort to defund public schools under the guise of choice, pushed by billionaire activists and Republican governors like Greg Abbott.
What's happening in Texas will be coming to a school district near you.
We're fighting for school choice, which really is the civil rights of all time in this country.
But there's a pro-public education
It's the civil rights of all
backlash emerging
time.
in Texas.
It's robbery, it's theft.
Vouchers are.
I know people say freedom is one thing and civil rights is another thing, but some people say civil rights is actually being able to discriminate against some people that you don't like. That's the greatest civil right. It's actually saying, no, you can't come here. We don't like your kind. That is civil rights. Some people are not allowed to say that, and they should be.
Illegal.
Not for everybody. If they were for everybody, no one would be here protesting them.
I have been in Bastrop, oh my goodness, for 27 years. My older son was a year old when we moved here.
Tony Malone teaches kindergarten in Bastrop, a community about a half-hour east of Austin.
We're Central Texas. We're Friday night lights, football games and basketball games, volleyball. The community really comes together around our schools out here. For most of our kids, it's the only thing they have. We don't have a YMCA. We don't have recreation centers and places for our kids to go after school. They depend on these programs in our schools.
In recent years, Texas districts have been facing devastating budget cuts. The funding that the state of Texas commits for each student, the basic allotment, hasn't increased since 2019, though it's likely the legislature will slightly increase it this year. In the midst of all of this, Governor Greg Abbott and the Texas legislature are moving forward with a controversial plan that could eventually...
I love how people like Greg Abbott surround himself with children, claim to care about the children while they cut funds to their educations, to them, I don't know, having access to health care or food assistance. You know, Greg Abbott is a disgusting human being, honestly. He's my least favorite disabled person that I can think of. You know, I hate to say it, but it's true. It is true. It is true. It makes me sad. Greg Abbott could have been an ally to people. He was injured. You know, he was injured by corporate malfeasance. Won a lawsuit against that corporation, then became governor and pulled up the ladder on people being able to win judgments instead of like taking any reasonable lessons from his experiences. He was like, actually, Jesus or God or something just loves me a lot. Other people suck and they don't deserve anything. They don't deserve any of the things that I have received. In fact, they don't deserve even less than I have received. He's a horrible person. Like, I'm not even joking about this. He, as Texas governor, literally made it so that other people injured in the same way that he was, or in other ways, similar, that might result in a civil judgment against them, like, cannot, like, he made a cap. He created a cap in the state of Texas for the amount that can be paid out for a judgment that was lower. That's right, lower than what he himself had received in a judgment in civil court. This dude is a disgusting human being. He's like a genuine fucking villain.
Got public school funding. The voucher policy would give families more than $10,000 to use for private school tuition and supplies per child, even if they already send their kids to private schools.
Vouchers take money that could go to public schools and give that money to unaccountable private schools for the wealthy few.
School districts will get less money if they have lower enrollment. In the first year alone, Texas schools could lose $250 million as a result of vouchers. Come on! And the program could cost taxpayers more than $10 billion by 2030. It's part of the reason voters and even lawmakers have rejected vouchers over and over again for decades.
The first voucher bill was proposed in the Texas legislature in 1957. That first voucher scam was a deliberate attempt to resegregate public schools, to allow white parents to take their kids out of newly integrated public schools and send them to white-only private schools. Vouchers have been brought up every decade since 1957, and every time they've been brought up here in Texas, they've failed because Texans on both sides of the aisle have rejected these proposals.
The current governor, Greg Abbott, has made vouchers the top priority of his administration.
Even though the people don't want it. I love that. Even though the people have voted multiple times against vouchers, Governor Greg Abbott is determined to force those vouchers down their throats. What a disgusting person. He does not care about anyone but himself. Just gross. Just a gross person. Texas, I'm sorry. But you might be fucked. Might want to move out of Texas if you live in Texas. Let's talk more about Donald Trump's war on the children. Republicans doing nothing to stop it. They're fine with it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Shea.
We end today's show looking at what ProPublica calls the Trump administration's war on children. Their new report looks at how the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, is putting children at risk by cutting funds for investigating child abuse, enforcing child support payments, providing child care, and more.
We're joined now by ProPublica reporter Eli Hager. So, Eli, lay out your findings.
Well, it's probably been a little bit hard for people to follow all of these cuts across all of these different federal agencies, but one through line that we tracked at ProPublica is cuts to programs serving children. So across a lot of little known federal agencies with names like the Children's Bureau and the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, there have been cuts to both funding and services and staffing for child protective services, for enforcing child support orders, for child care and all sorts of programs. And the through line has been that those programs serve children.
And Eli, could you say, we'll get into each of the programs that you list in the piece, but why do you think this hasn't been given so much publicity? People aren't aware of how much poor children are being made to suffer by these cuts, or will be.
Right, yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. I think one is just the chaos and the onslaught of cuts at so many different agencies. I think a number of these agencies are relatively anonymous, agencies that people haven't heard of, and they're also housed within very large departments like the Health and Human Services and Department of Justice, and these are smaller children's offices within those large departments. And I also just don't think people realize how much the federal government does for children's services and for administering things like CPS and adoption across the country and things like that.
Let's start with Head Start. I mean, this is astounding. Goes to 1 million low-income parents. What this means eliminating the Lyndon Johnson program from the war on poverty.
Right. There's Head Start in every community across the country. This would especially affect rural areas where often the Head Start program is the only child care facility or location in a whole town. And so 1 million working parents across the country wouldn't have anywhere to send their children during the day if Head Start were to be ended, which the president's budget calls for.
It's so insane.
Also, these Head Start program directors have been having trouble accessing their congressionally appropriated funds. They're being directed to a DOGE Defend the Spend website, which seems to be new.
This, as Elon Musk calls for people to have more children, and they're talking about actually spending money, giving $5,000 a piece to women who give birth to children.
Right, yes, that is...
I mean, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. And one of the creepiest things we've heard this year.
Don't be creepy.
But what I find most laughable about Elon Musk encouraging other people to have kids is he doesn't even take care of his kids. There are a bunch of women out there who Elon has had children with who have been taking to the internet to tell Elon that he owes them child support. This guy is the worst father. He's a terrible father. The richest man on the planet can't manage to pay his child support on time, or in some cases at all. It's been allegations that he's not keeping up with those payments, but he's got lawyers for eons. You know, with the kind of money he has, he could pay a team of lawyers to be on retainer to block any sort of, or delay any sort of attempts by his baby's mama. You know, for literally just thousands of years. And yet he's telling people, oh, you poor people need to have more babies. That we're trying to take like the Doge is trying to take funds away from. You know, it's insane. All of it is just so, the dichotomy of the paradoxical nature of all of these, like these things that are just diametrically opposed to one another, that are all being touted and happening simultaneously. A man who can't take care of his kids telling other people to have more kids and then take care of them with less money and benefits which he, the richest man on the planet, is trying to take away from them. Him and other billionaires that are now in charge of our government and or in theoretical charge like Elon. And none of it, the math ain't mathing.
Irony that we noticed.
And you also talk about in the piece the other areas that have been impacted, including cuts to institutions that investigate child sexual abuse and internet crimes against children, responding to reports of missing children, and preventing youth violence. If you could elaborate on some of those, like under what organization or department do those fall?
Right. So what we noticed was that it wasn't just cuts to kind of these more liberal coded programs like support for childcare and direct assistance to lower income families with children, but also these programs that have much more support across the political spectrum, like funds and staffing for investigating child.
You know, these people are supposedly obsessed with the economy, and they're trying to get people back to work, to get, you know, like talking about removing benefits or adding requirements for benefits. All because they believe a bunch of able-bodied people are not working, right? Bringing back the manufacturing jobs that many Americans were not asking for. Sure, maybe some portion of Americans would be fine with going back to working in the factories, working in the coal mines. But while they try and bring back not really very popular jobs, because the fact is there are actually job openings in the factory sector right now. I know you're going to be shocked to hear that, but there's actually more job openings than there are people attempting to fill those job openings at this time. Specifically as it relates to manufacturing jobs. But they also want to put women back in the home, right? Like back in the kitchen, back to taking care of kids, back in some sort of a traditionalist role. And one thing I just want to point out, I can't remember the exact figure, so I'm going to look it up. Did you know that women, if we took women out of the workforce and put them back in the home rather than working those jobs, we would suddenly have 43% less workers, essentially, or labor in this country, as women represent almost 44% of all labor hours worked in the U.S. economy, which would cripple the U.S. economy, would remove trillions of dollars of GDP if women stopped working and just hung out at home all day with the kids, making roasts for their husbands. And whatever else. I'm trying to imagine what else are women supposed to do? Make roasts, make babies, keep the house clean. Keep the house clean. We suddenly have an economy with a multi-trillion-dollar hole in it, and 50% less people working. I wonder if that would help the factories. It's whatever. It's just another example of just this sort of paradoxical narrative from the Trump White House. Let's talk about what else is taking a hit in public schools. Free speech.
Illegal.
As some people are suing local school districts regarding books being made available in libraries.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Not books. At school?
5 children's books featuring LGBTQ characters aimed at grades K through 5 have roiled a suburban Maryland school district and led to a Supreme Court case that the justices will hear on Tuesday. Parents in Montgomery County who object for religious reasons want to pull their children from elementary school classes that use the books.
Parents are not comfortable.
Fine, I'm fine with that. They just need to educate their kids themselves. They have to be able to pass whatever tests. What are they called? I can't remember the names of the tests right now. Is it Regents? I can't remember. Whatever the standardized system is, as long as they can pass those tests, you know, take them out. I don't give a fuck. But stop telling schools what to do.
Having their children exposed to these things at such an early age. I mean,
Now, I've been trying to figure out, and it's not clear because there's multiple organizations in the United States called Kids First. I've been trying to figure out who this woman is and what this Kids First is. She's a board member, so I'm assuming it's a school. There are multiple schools with the name Kids First. They all seem to be private, like charter schools. So I don't know why she's here to tell us about this stuff.
Talking about pre-K and elementary school kids. These are not adults or
they're not adults. There's not adults in public school? What? Huh. What? Wow, thank you for that very cogent argument. They're not adults. No shit. Kids aren't adults? Oh, who could have guessed?
Would you drum up?
Who could have ever come to that conclusion?
They're youth
Kids aren't
who are
adults.
matured enough that the parents have agreed to put in these classes. These are kids that
They're
do not
kids.
even know what the terms mean.
The county school system has
That's the point of
refused in lower
school,
courts
is to learn what the things mean, terms. These are kids who don't know things. You can't tell them about the things they don't know about. At school, of all places, telling kids about things that they don't understand. Oh, God, that's unfair.
That's too much!
That is that is so unfair. How dare you educate? How dare educators educate children? That is illegal.
Illegal.
So far agreed, but the outcome could be different at a high court dominated by conservative justices who have repeatedly endorsed claims of religious discrimination in recent years.
In this country, there's been a long tradition of recognizing that parents get to parent and direct the upbringing of their kids, and especially when it comes to the religious upbringing of their.
By the way, this is left-wing woke Associated Press interviewing a charter school board member, I think, and the lawyer, a lawyer for the Beckett Fund for Religious Liberty, here to tell us about how parents have the right to parent. They should be able to parent however they want, even when they bring those kids into society. She'll do whatever the fuck they want in public and at home.
To parent and direct the upbringing of their kids, and
totally.
Especially when it comes to the religious upbringing of their kids.
Totally. And do that at home.
I think this case is an opportunity for the court to
Parents, by the way, parents, I support your religious liberty, okay? And what does this public school have to do with your religious liberty? If you want your kids to get a parochial learning environment at public school, then there's something wrong with you, okay, stupid? There's already existing religious schools that you can take your kids to, or if you can't afford it, then homeschool them. Your wife, of course, doesn't work, right? Her job is to take care of the kids. Might as well just put her harder where your wife is lazy, okay? Get your lazy ass wife to educate your kids in the ways of Jesus Christ while she's busy, keeping house. I don't see what the problem is. Get on it, pal. What's the problem? Why do you need federal funds, taxes to pay for your kids' education? No, just take them back home. Jesus Christ. Woke AP. There we go. That's why they were taken out of the White House. They're so goddamn woke. Ridiculous. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I hope everyone knows I was joking. I'm sorry, but they're breaking me, okay? They are breaking me. I just keep hearing all this shit about traditional families and blah blah blah, and then them trying to take their traditional private lives and force it on us, and I'm just sick of it. I'm just sick of it. Just keep it private, okay? Do your thing back at home, okay? Stop telling us what to do. Just because you're offended. You have freedom, religious freedom. It exists. And you have the freedom to teach your goddamn kids if that's what you want. Or if you have the money, send them to a private, send them to a Catholic school, whatever it might be. And if those options don't exist, well, the public option continues to exist for everyone. Everyone, not just you. I'm okay. Everything's fine. I'm fine. Let's talk about another thing that affects everyone. Health. Health care. Ilhan Omar has some things to say for her GOP colleagues regarding their plans to cut things like Medicaid.
But a lot of my coworkers, one of my friends, when we did the discussion, are really worried about the noises Trump has made about going for a third term and joking about it. So I don't want to say that. I don't want him to normalize it. But what I want to ask, and this is maybe for the locals as well, midterms are a chance for us to take some power back. Areas to start that work even now.
So my expectation for where the cuts would be, support programs like 3 would probably be first on the chopping block. They've already got rid of the Department of Civil Rights within the Education Department. We know that people who have grievances, whether they have with disability.
Sorry, everyone. I know the volume's a little low. This is it's conference audio, right? It's not great, and I have it jacked up pretty high. But if I recall, the levels vary kind of drastically on this video between the audience and between Ilhan here.
Or race, gender, have no one to call or contact in some of their cases, even if they were closing. Now are they're basically gone and they're going back to the drawing board and they're having to see what they can do with their state Department of Education. So again, it is a speculation, but I don't know where you find $230 billion in cuts without cutting a lot of education funding. And so we shall see. I mean, obviously, we are going to put up hell of a fight. You know, they have vulnerable Republicans. We're going to make sure that they are on the record, that there is not going to be a way to hide in the dark of the night to pass this legislation without us taking the time to publicly explain to the American people what is being cut, how it is going to impact them, and what it means. You know, I sit on the budget committee. We put on a fight there, but it was just the resolution. Now the language of the bill will be in there because we just passed the numbers. So once we see, because they could say we're not cutting Medicaid. We're not cutting, you know, veteran
not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
That's their talking point, right? We're not coming for your Social Security. Well, $880 billion is a lot of money. So where are you going to find that if you're not cutting Medicaid?
Exactly, Ilhan. Thank you for your words of wisdom and for your service. Democrats need to start shouting this stuff, though. They need to start shouting. And they need to make it very explicit. Simple. The agency from which the Trump administration wants to cut nearly $1 trillion from is the agency whose almost sole focus is the administration of Medicaid. You know, that just has to be shoved down people's throats over and over and over again. The place where they are directing cuts to is the place that administers your Medicaid. Why are we talking about donkey genitals and short-stacked goblins in chat? What is happening? How did we get... What happened? What is going on here?
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
All right, let's keep talking about healthcare. Now, I think we talked about this study the other day, briefly. But multiple studies are getting cut all over the place for a multitude of reasons. But due to Donald Trump's ending of DEI, among other things, in health, and it's going to affect women everywhere, especially the United States, and especially the women who were involved in this particular study, who have dedicated many years of their lives to.
Wanted to highlight this because this is an enormously important development, and it's just one of the many ways that the Trump administration is harming all of us. Well, at least 50% of the population. Since the early 90s, 1991, the NIH has been studying women's health. They started this women's health initiative because there is a major gap in research for women's health, because historically, I mean, there are still people alive now when this was the case. Research on medicine and health outcomes has largely been focused on men, male subjects. That's not just for women, even when they use animal studies. It's more focused on male animals in clinical trials historically. And so this has resulted in poorer health outcomes for women, particularly women of color, LGBTQ people. There's been lots of misdiagnoses, less understanding about pain. I mean, things like hysterectomies were widely given out to women based on pain that they were experiencing that could have been solved with less intervention.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an extremely painful and difficult surgery. And that could have happened if health outcomes had been better understood.
Yeah.
And so the
But
NIH
health
in the 90s
outcomes-
started to...
Right, and we only started researching women's health issues in a genuine way in the 90s, in the 1990s, not the 1890s, like literally 35 years ago. The fact that women were chattel for quite some time. Nobody thought to give the chattel health care or serious contemplations of perhaps some of the important distinctions that need to be made as it relates to medical treatments for women.
into this and wanted to launch a major study to fill in the gaps in studying women's symptoms and so that their health care is better. Trump is gutting this study. Let's put up this article from Science
if not sooner.
magazine. President Donald Trump's administration appears to be killing much, if not all, of a historic initiative that was the first and is still the largest National Institutes of Health effort centered around the health needs of women. The Women's Health Initiative, WHI, has enrolled tens of thousands of participants in clinical trials of hormones and other medications and tracked the health of many thousands more over more than 3 decades.
Insane.
Its findings have had a major influence on healthcare.
Of course it has. Of course it has a major influence. But this is the thing. Think of yourself as a woman right now who is part of this trial from the beginning. You know? First off, just being part of this trial would have been huge. To know that you were one of the first women in the United States to participate in such a clinical trial. And that that information would be used in the future to help other women and perhaps even yourself. It's historical, right? It's historic in nature. And and then you spend decades of your life, of your lives, right? Like all these women were in these, many thousands. And then suddenly just being said, actually, we're done. Sorry, the president decided women don't matter. President Pussy Grabber said, women are actually dangerous.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
And we must repress them before they take over or whatever it is. And so, sorry, but no more, no more study. We're ending it. And by the way, ending a study, you can't just, a lot of science, ending a study ends the study. You don't just restart the study, you start a new study. But this essentially throws out 30 years for thousands of women who participated in these studies. And it puts in jeopardy future studies because of many studies were using information, like clinical research draws from other clinical research. You end one study and you may be affecting studies all over the place. And now suddenly there's going to be this massive gap in the data. Oh, whatever.
WHI leaders announced yesterday that contracts supporting its regional centers are being terminated in September, and that the study's clinical coordinating center, based at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center, will continue operations until January 2026, after which time its funding remains uncertain. They added that the contract terminations for its 4 main sites will significantly impact ongoing research and data collection, severely limiting WHI's ability to generate new insights into the health of older women, one of the fastest growing segments of our population. There are about 55 million postmenopausal women in the United States. Scientists familiar with the initiative, whose annual funding is currently just under $10 million. This is like this is like a penny in your couch cushion in terms of what the federal government spends.
I was going to underline that for like the type of impacts, like just to underline, like the World Women's Health Initiative challenged long-held beliefs about the benefits of hormone therapy for preventing heart disease in postmenopausal women, revealed that combined estrogen, this is just one example, progestin hormone therapy actually increased the risk of heart disease. Like these sorts of things for $10 million, that's like a not high-level NBA player's salary per year.
No, you're coming off the bench.
$10 million is nothing for the U.S. government. It is a tiny, 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 tiny fraction of the money that is spent by the U.S. government. 10 million? That is chump change. That's like, for the government, that's like a penny. That's like you putting a penny in the jar, you know, in the dish. Oh, wow. Just a negligible amount of money, and it's being cut out of spite and hatred for women, just misogyny and no other reason. But with this administration, what else do you expect? Might be hiring a bunch of women for different positions, but all those women seem to hate other women. God. What a terrible time. What a terrible time to live in. For everyone. Well, most people, at least. Let's talk about more health-related stuff. This time, though, let's talk about some illegality that seems to be happening. Down in Florida, of all places. What? Florida? Our president and attorney general are from Florida. So same thing for our, you know what, we have the government of Florida. Now that I'm going down the list, we have the government of Florida. Trump is from Florida, Bondi's from Florida, Rubio's from Florida. I'm fairly certain there's a bunch more in there. Basically anybody who could drive to Mar-a-Lago pre and or post election has gotten a job. Oh God.
Illegal.
All right, let's see what's been going on in Florida. Illegal things happening in regards to health in Florida. Who could possibly be doing illegal things in Florida? These are the people who are supposed to be bringing us rule of law, law and order. What are we doing? There we go.
By the way, for the past 6 years, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has had a great rubber stamp relationship. He's got a lot of approval from the conservative-led state legislature there in Florida. But over the past 2 weeks, something has changed. Some members of his administration have been called for questioning about the alleged misappropriation of a $10 million payment. There's been an investigation here by the Tampa Bay Times and Miami Herald, and they found that that money was supposed to be used to help struggling families in the Sunshine State, but instead, the funds were allegedly diverted to the governor's political committees through a state-created fund, which is closely associated with Ron DeSantis' wife, Casey. That fund is called the Hope Florida Foundation. Now, questions are being asked about the legitimacy of Hope Florida's work overall. The governor and the First Lady, Casey DeSantis, deny all of these allegations, and they say the findings of the investigation are incorrect. The governor is also not happy about being challenged by his fellow Republicans.
Oh, how dare they?
None of these Republican leaders got elected on the platform that they were going to launch baseless attacks against the governor and First Lady. We have some...
How about based attacks on the governor and First Lady? I know that we have a problem with the baseless attacks, but what about the based ones? Were they elected to do those?
Platform that they were going to launch baseless attacks against the governor and first lady.
We have some of these leaders in the Florida House who are stabbing their constituents in the back.
This is being driven by the leadership in the House, by some of the entrenched staff. This is the swamp in action.
This is the swamp.
Well, just this morning, a hearing that had been...
I love how the governor of Florida is accusing anyone of swamping, of being swampy. You live in a literal swamp than a figurative one politically, it would seem. It's a fascinating situation. Let's get deeper into this. Ron DeSantis. Old pudding fingers. Doing crimes.
Illegal.
Parade of idiots. I've been seeing stories of Medicaid fraud coming from DeSantis. Yeah, this is actually crazy. Let's do something really quick on this, and then we'll read some IMs and get out of here. This came out in the middle of the show, but it appears that Ron DeSantis, as governor down in Florida, may have engaged in some Medicaid fraud. We have that link from the Miami Herald in our chat. The title is "The $10 Million Steered to Hope Florida by the State Was Medicaid Money," document shows. You will recall that it's up a little bit, probably an hour ago. Yeah, okay. Here we go. You will recall that Rick Scott, the senator from Florida, but previously the governor, was responsible as the chief executive of a company down there, a healthcare company, for Medicare and Medicaid fraud. The DOJ won felony convictions against his company, and it was fined $1.7 billion, at the time the largest healthcare fraud settlement in U.S. history. Rick Scott was a part of that. Now, he was the chief executive of that company, and is now the senator from Florida after previously being the governor. Now, the current governor, Ron DeSantis, seems to have taken some lessons from his predecessor. The $10 million steered to Hope Florida by the state was Medicaid money, document shows. The $10 million that Governor Ron DeSantis' administration diverted to a state-created charity last year consisted of Medicaid dollars owed to state and federal taxpayers, contrary to what the governor and other officials have publicly asserted. Can we scroll to the paragraph, please? 3 years ago, lawyers working with the state drew up a settlement agreement that said Florida's largest Medicaid contractor, Saturnday, whatever.
Centene, I'd say.
Centene.
Yeah.
Overbilled taxpayers $67 million and change for medications, according to a copy of a draft agreement obtained by the Herald Times.
Wow.
That's the exact amount DeSantis officials settled on with Satine last year. But instead of returning all $67 million to state and federal coffers, they sent $10 million of it to the Hope Florida Foundation,
all a coincidence.
a charity overseen by First Lady Casey DeSantis. The money was then sent to 2 nonprofit organizations that aren't required to report how they spend their funds. Those dark money groups later gave $8.5 million to a political committee overseen by DeSantis' chief of staff in a series of transactions that some Republican lawmakers believe was illegal.
Yes, this all sounds
Medicaid is
very
allocated,
illegal.
which pays for health care services for the poor, is highly regulated. The document contradicts statements by DeSantis and state officials that the $10 million was a charitable contribution by Centene, separate from what it owed to the state.
Charity.
DeSantis said earlier that month that the $10 million was in addition to what the state were getting.
Look, these insurance companies, these medical companies, are just very philanthropic. Just like giving money to people. Just, they have too much and they just gotta. You know, it's not.
I would think that they would need to find a paper trail to corroborate that claim, right? But
paper.
Unfortunately, these are dark money groups. There's not necessarily the disclosure that would be required in other instances. But it seems like, you know, Florida officials first became aware that Centene owed the state money in 2021. At the time, Ohio, Mississippi, and other states were reaching settlements with the Medicaid giant after it overbilled for prescription drugs.
Illegal.
And it looks like they found a way to get around it, potentially. That the $10 million that was sent to this Hope Florida organization run by DeSantis' wife might have literally been that Medicaid money that was owed. I don't know what Florida is, except this like just giant scam state at this point, but
they're keeping people down in Florida as stupid as possible. That way people can't figure out how much they're being scammed by their government. Or local business owners, or whatever it might be. Gotta keep people extra stupid down there. There's no other explanation for it. By the way, there's another stupidity-fueled situation going on in the United States. The measles outbreak. Let's get an update on what's been going on with that. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Measles update: cases in the United States near 900 as Texas outbreak spreads. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention confirmed nearly 900 measles cases in the U.S. on Friday. Though much of the measles cases in the country remain centered in Texas, which confirmed earlier this week there have been 624 cases of the highly contagious illness in this year, there have been 884 confirmed cases of measles across 30 states so far this year. Seems bad. Far surpassing the 285 measles cases reported in the entirety of 2024. The Texas Department of State Health Services reported its measles outbreak had grown to 624 cases as of Tuesday, with 64 of the patients having been hospitalized and 2 school-age children having died from the illness since January. Fewer than 10 of the confirmed cases are estimated to be actively infectious, according to Texas state officials. The Texas Health Department said 22 of the cases were in vaccinated people, with the remainder of the 602 sick patients being unvaccinated. In New Mexico, which has the second highest number of measles cases in the country, Lea County is home to 61 cases and is about 47 miles from Gaines County. I like how they keep talking about Texas. I mean, yeah, Texas is the problem in this particular case, but it's unvaccinated people that are the problem. The epicenter of this is unvaccinatedness. Enjoy that. We're all healthy again. Now, some Republicans have been not having a great time lately. Town halls, being confronted by their constituents. Let's go to Byron Donalds. See what he was saying to his constituents earlier this week.
has said the word. And in spite of the endorsement from President Trump, he has lost his vote because of his race alone. What would Donald say to a young black man who haven't lost a vote yet, but who have lost jobs, bank loans, professional associations, etc. because of their race? Isn't there some value to programs that seek to provide opportunities for everybody?
Yeah, Byron, isn't there like some value to civil rights? Or no? Is that because that's what DEI is, right? It was a governmental response to the enforcement of the Civil Rights Act. Because there really was no mechanism with which to enforce it until DEI. It's inadequate, but it's something. Byron's got an answer, though. He's got an answer. Don't worry.
Here's the deal. So I'm 46. Obviously, I'm a member of Congress now. Before Congress, I was in finance. Started my way up from the bottom, worked my way up, etc. They go,
No, shut up. Everybody shut up. I'm not doing that.
So 46 years old, worked my way up in finance. Before politics, before anybody knew who I was, before Twitter, before Facebook, all that stuff. When I was coming up in corporate America at the time, we had diversity programs.
Shit, that's my bad. The audio was low.
I agree with diversity.
The audio is bad. The audio is really bad. You're right. But Byron Donalds was asked by this, I assume, a Floridian constituent who was wondering why he thinks the ensuring of equal opportunity is so bad. Why DEI was so good. I mean, getting rid of DEI was so good.
Diversity. It's equity. You cannot have a system
Huh?
based on equity.
Oh, wow. Byron. Problem isn't diversity, it's equity. It's other people doing as good as me. It's what the fuck? I mean, this guy made a bunch of money as a banker before becoming representative for Florida. And he's like, equity is a problem, okay? We gotta have we can't have an equal society. There's gotta be a bunch of poor people for us to force into the factories, into all the unwanted jobs. But how do we get a proper amount of diversity without equal opportunity? Huh, Byron? How? How do we do it?
You can have a cohesive, harmonious culture around diversity. I think we all celebrate diversity. I think we all do.
Do we?
The DEI piece of this thing really just started showing up from my recollection about 5-6 years ago.
No, it just showed up. It just showed up. It just showed up. Just out of the blue, it showed up 5 years ago. Did it? Was it 5 years ago?
My last stop in corporate America was at Wells Fargo. And this was around 2015. And so I had to do the training courses being an employee of Wells Fargo. In the training courses at Wells Fargo back in 2015, there was no mention of diversity, equity, inclusion. It was diversity. It was in 2015.
Back in 2015. During Obama's presidency, there was no DEI. So since Donald Trump took office, now we have DEI. Is that what you're saying? This is idiotic. This is a baby-brained argument. He's just assuming that his baby-brained constituents are too stupid to figure out that this is just a blatant lie. I mean, maybe Wells Fargo wasn't advertising its DEI policies, but 2015? Come on, Byron. Come on, Byron.
So you're going to ask me as a black man, 46 years old, that it's possible for a younger black kid, 21 years old, to find a way to get ahead in America? I will say, yes, those opportunities fully exist.
Oh, they already exist. Oh. They already exist.
If we're going to have a real conversation, let's have a real conversation Yeah. Let's be honest. I like being intellectually honest. I do.
I love Byron. I love him. He's such an idiot. He's such a fucking idiot. Oh my god. He wants to talk about how equality is the problem. And then he's like, here, the thing is, the opportunities already exist. Equality of opportunity already exists for everybody. Right? And the way we're going to prove that is by talking about networks and relationships. That is fascinating. Now, what are networks and relationships made up of? People. People with different relative privilege in our society. Right? And say you're a white man. You know? Say you're a white man whose family came over on the Santa Maria or something like that, the Mayflower. You know, you might have different networks than somebody whose ancestors were immigrants, maybe slaves, you know, maybe had different levels of privilege, right? And maybe the one network is unequal to another network. What about that? What about what if white networks are more unfairly positioned in our society? Because that's how they set it up. What about that?
Coming to the state of Florida, graduating from Florida State, attending FAMU University. When I moved to Naples, Florida, I did not have relationships and connections. My first job came out of the want ads. I went and interviewed through 6 different people to find a job. And the mission at the time when I got that job, back in 2003 when I moved to the Southwest Florida, when I would just say in Southwest Florida, you know, it was, man, don't even go there.
Yeah, but not even go. Let's not even go there. I love you, Byron. Just doing such a great job here. People, you're just not picking yourselves up by your bootstraps enough, okay? Byron Donalds did it, and that means everyone else can do it, okay? That's just a, you know, I don't know why everybody's asking him such nasty questions at this town hall about why he hates diversity. He loves diversity. And he thinks we've already solved diversity, and that's why we don't need a DEI. There's already plenty of opportunity. Quit complaining. Just get better networks, duh.
What DOGE is doing right now is they're going through every agency and they're examining any contracts or any lack of efficiencies in spending federal dollars. This is something that I'm going to answer you. Now, I'm going to answer you, but if you want to yell, it's okay, but I just want to answer you. Are you going to allow me to answer the question?
Are you going to allow me to answer the question?
Okay.
Please.
So, like I said,
please, will you allow me to answer the question? You're being so unfair, you stupid constituents. Why are you interrupting me?
Okay. So, like I said, what they are doing is under the directions of the President of the United States. If you're going to talk about what oversight is doing, we actually have to let the DOGE committee, the DOGE department, actually finish its work. What they are examining right now is inefficiency in the federal system. This is something that President Obama wanted to do when President Obama was elected president of the United States. You can do what you want to, but those are the facts.
In Florida, Byron Donald chooses to invoke the name of Barack Obama. By the way, his constituency is lily white. There's no... we should have gone back to the other one. This one doesn't show it. This is just a clip of him being booed for talking about Doge and suggesting Barack Obama did the same thing that Elon Musk is doing and Donald Trump is doing. But his constituency is super white. The people, at least the people who showed up to this meeting, to this town hall, were very much. It was like the crowd was like 95% white. Now, another Republican was dealing with some uncomfortable questions in a public setting, that being Nancy Mace. Oh, Nancy. What have you done now?
Speaking of a total liability and someone who feels like they're teetering on the edge, this got very little coverage. About a month ago, I think it was, Nancy Mace went on the House floor and named some of people who were involved in her sexual assault. And I believe also called out the local prosecutors. Now, that since somehow was resolved locally, but it really got very little attention.
I wonder how it was resolved.
It was unclear. I didn't follow it too much, but I think they brought in this person and there was an attempt, but she went on the floor to accuse some people because you cannot be sued when you add something into the congressional record when you're saying it on the floor of the House.
Which is insane.
However,
I think that law is
if you're
insane.
in, let's say, like a CVS or some type of like pharmacy, this stuff can be released. But this is the amazing thing. My understanding is this video came from...
Like, I gotta say, it is a little insane that you can't be held accountable for what you say in Congress. Like, even if you're from the bully pulpit, spreading misinformation and lies to the entire U.S. population, you can't be held accountable. It's one of the dumbest laws ever.
However, if you're in, let's say, like a CVS or some type of like pharmacy, this stuff can be released. But this is the amazing thing. My understanding is this video came from Nancy Mace herself. Yeah. Now, if you want to talk about the divide that exists in this country, I want you to remember that the Congresswoman released this.
She thinks she looks good in this interaction.
Because she thinks she looks good in this interaction, and she may, to a certain constituency of hers, but understand, like, we've talked about the attack on trans people is simply a way, I think, for a lot of these people who can't figure out how they can go after marriage equality again and be anti-gay again because so much of that homophobia has been ruled out of fashion, primarily by younger people. But I don't think that impulse is dead. It's just more submerged. And Nancy Mace, it was pretty hard for her to hide her homophobia here in the, I guess, the toothbrush aisle. I'm not sure where it was.
I do them every year.
Oh, pause it. We should say, she lifts this up after this guy says, when are you going to do a town hall?
Yeah. I got to record this.
I just want to make clear, this is not a situation where somebody got up and said, you horrible person, Nancy Mace, which, you know, I think would be justified. But this was a very innocent question. No, I don't say very innocent. There's no doubt this guy was aware of the fact that Republicans put out an edict, no more town hall meetings because we're taking too much grief for our destruction of the government and for disappearing people, kidnapping them and sending them to foreign prisons.
Illegal.
And so this guy sees her in a supermarket or, in a pharmacy.
Drugstore, yeah.
And says, when's your next town hall meeting?
I do them every year.
Every year.
You want to keep going?
Do any more this
you want to keep going? Keep harassing me? You could have gone to a dozen town halls last year.
I asked if you're doing any more this year. It was one simple question.
Yeah.
Are you doing a town
I've already done one. I'll do plenty more.
Any more this year? It was a simple question.
You're always invited.
Okay, sweet. Well,
and by the way, I voted for gay marriage twice. So I'm just saying, it has everything to do with you.
You think everything about me has to
Wow.
do with
I do, absolutely.
That's well, I do.
Absolutely.
I do.
If you want to get in my face about town halls, you should have shown up to one last year.
Thing you can talk about.
I mean, just just expert level sort of, what's the word, like pigeonholing, I guess. That's not quite what I'm saying here, but I mean, it's the same thing. But the fact is, like, Nancy is insane for suggesting that people's entire identities are based upon their sexual orientation. It's just wild. Is everything about Nancy Mace defined by white nationalism? I mean, what? I mean, she doesn't have any other needs in life. She doesn't have to pay bills ever. She doesn't have health care. I mean, it is so gross of her to do this. To be like, well, you have gay marriage. What else do you want? What else do you want, peasant?
Just saying, oh, I support gay marriage.
Yeah, because you're getting in my face about a town hall you could have done last year.
So reductive.
Look at how much he's getting in her face.
So he is
also,
so
like,
close. 3 yards away.
The idea this guy doesn't go ballistic right then is, I think, impressive.
I voted for gay marriage twice.
Hear that, Sam? Would have
amazing drop at that point.
It is amazing.
There's a scene in Anchorman 2 where Will Ferrell's character is dating a black woman and goes to meet her family, and he's like all buttoned up and ready to go, but he just says, like, starts saying black, plaque, or over and over again. Like, that's basically almost the equivalent. She's heard that he might be gay, and so she's like pulling out the gay marriage thing because that's the first thing she can think of.
That is, I mean, it's really, really impressive. And she just wants, that's why she's so proud of this clip, because she's touting her support.
She's an ally.
Yes, I voted for gay marriage, so stop asking me about town halls.
Well, you could have done last
back
year.
a little bit. Let's just watch that turn, because it's sort of so abrupt. You think like, wait, did he
bring it up?
But you also think like, wait a second, did they manipulate this video? And then you realize, wait, no, she put it out.
Yeah, right.
Question.
You're always invited.
Okay, sweet. Well,
And by the way, I voted for gay marriage twice. So I'm just saying, it has everything to do with
You
you.
think everything about me has to do with gay marriage?
I do,
That's
absolutely.
your first stance when you speak with me?
Absolutely.
There's no other humane
If you want to get in my
conversation you
face
can have
about town
me.
halls, you should have shown up
There's
to
no
one
other
last
humane
year.
thing you can talk about me just saying, oh, I support gay marriage.
Yeah,
That's
because you're getting in my face about a town hall you could have done last year.
question from right
Would you
over
like
here
me?
is if you have any plans to have more town halls this year.
I have town halls every year. I have over a dozen every year.
Great, that was my entire question. You didn't have to go into this. It should be a little.
You could have come
Pause
to
it for
any
1
of them
second.
last
Wait a
year.
second. She has a dozen of them every year. Now, I'm not great at math,
Quarter way through this one.
but 12 months, you'd think, I'm going to have once a month. Maybe Christmas time it gets a little tight in December, but more or less one a month. And she said she's already had one this year, and now we're just a couple of days away from May.
That's the 5th month.
She's going to have like...
She's gonna have double up, triple
for a
up
lot of these months going
during the
forward.
summer.
That's what
Gonna
it
have to have
feels like.
3 per month.
It's funny, like she's refusing to answer whether she'll have one in the future.
Yeah.
And then of course, what is the answer to the question, when's your next town hall meeting? And the answer is obviously, I voted for gay marriage.
And then when he says, that's the one thing you can think about me, and she says, oh, absolutely. That's the one, like, oh, and then she posted it.
That's
doubles
the part where
down.
she should have
She's
realized,
like-
oh, I shouldn't have.
She's like, yes.
Actually
The
been
only thing
filming
gay
this.
people
I
care
need to
about is gay marriage. And that's the only thing I care to know about. And I've already voted for it, so stop asking me to care about you. Did she hold it? What? Is that true, Mish? That Nancy Mace held a town hall the day after? Why didn't she tell this gentleman that she was holding meeting? I don't understand. Oh, probably because she didn't want someone to come and ask nasty questions about her. That's probably it. Weird. Awkward. Very awkward.
Aww.
Nancy Mace afraid of the voters. Afraid of them. I wonder what she would have said if he yelled at her from across the store, you know, from like a good 50 feet away. Would he still have been in her face, or would she have gotten upset because he was yelling? Well, let's talk more about Republican congressmen and gay men at the same time. In fact, we can do it with one person. One person who is going to jail.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Wait a second. Do I have this in here? Wait a second. I'm sorry, chat. I have to check something. I'm missing a video from this list. God damn you. It's down here. Let's talk about George Santos. You might know him as George. And I honestly forgot this guy was we knew about him being still alive and existing in this world. But I forgot that he was still under indictment and was being tried for crimes.
Illegal.
Forgot about those crime charges. I'm not perfect, you know. I mean, and he also did have a podcast going, so I guess in my mind it was over. I was like, oh, George Santos is going to be a thing from now on. He's got his little podcast, and he's out. I mean, he was, out as a congressperson, but I was like, yeah, he'll be around for a while now. He had that very fancy studio all set up. Wonder what his co-host is going to do for a job now that she's losing this cushy gig. But old George Santos going to jail.
From the moment he declared his candidacy for Congress, Santos leveraged his campaign for his own enrichment and financial benefit. He did this by targeting specific supporters and constituents. He saw them as easy marks, and he made them victims of his fraud. Santos's victims were real people, and they suffered real losses. He went so far as to seek out elderly people who suffered from cognitive impairment and dementia. Santos's blatant corruption is an affront to our electoral process, our representative government, and the people of New York's 3rd Congressional District.
You're great. You're great, kid. Don't let them get you down.
Santos has been held accountable for his years of fraud, deceit, and theft. He's going to federal prison, and he's going to be punished for his staggering fraud.
Wow. Staggering fraud. Poor George. Look at him in this group of weirdos. 7 years is a long, long time for George. Let's see.
George Santos has been sentenced to 7 years in prison. The disgraced former U.S. congressman sobbed as he learned his fate. Lisa Rosner, who's been following the case since the start, has more.
Moments after learning he would serve 87 months in prison, ex-Congressman George Santos was met by some of the people he defrauded.
Killed my dog, Anthony!
New Jersey veteran Rich Osthoff said Santos stole money he raised for his dying service dog, Sapphire.
My dog died because of his deceit and deception.
At sentencing Friday in Central Islip, the federal judge said, "Where is your remorse? It's always someone else's fault." This came after, through tears, Santos apologized and said he betrayed his constituents' trust, adding, "I cannot rewrite the past, but I can control the road ahead." He pleaded guilty last summer to federal wire fraud and aggravated identity theft.
He blamed everybody else but himself, his mother, his father, being bullied as a child. He's still lying.
Designer clothes were more important to him than following the rule of law.
Santos' lies turned him into a national joke. Wall Street financier, a college volleyball star. He had relatives who survived the Holocaust and 9/11. All false. Add to that, collecting unemployment insurance while working, bilking donors, stealing the identities of nearly a dozen people, and lying to Congress. The New York Republican was in office less than a year. The day before he was expelled from Congress, he told us,
"This immense amount of peace has literally entered my being."
Santos is due to report
an immense amount of peace. He'll have plenty of time to contemplate things now. He'll be in prison. Wow, George Santos, 7 years in prison, crying in the courtroom, apologizing through tears at his sentencing hearing, looking for some, perhaps, sympathy from the judge. I actually don't know whether or not he got that sympathy, because I don't know what the max sentence would have been. Or the minimum sentence. Now, amidst all of this, crying in the courtroom and blaming everyone else but himself, talking about an immense amount of peace, everything else that he's been up to ever since he left Congress. And amidst this trial ending, being sentenced to jail, George Santos had one message for one man. Can you guess what that message and or man I'm referring to might be? I'll bet you can. You're not got a smart chat around here. I bet some people can already guess what George Santos is hoping to have happen here in the near future. Uh-oh, what just happened to my mouse?
Former Congressman George Santos is speaking out over his 7-year prison sentence. In a social media post today, Santos said 7 years is politically influenced, writing, quote, "I implore that President Trump gives me a chance to prove I'm more than the mistakes I've made." Santos pleaded guilty to using identity theft and wire fraud to misuse campaign donations. He was sentenced yesterday and will begin his prison term on July 25th.
July 25th, coming up pretty soon. That's Santos Day. Liberation of George Santos from his freedom to start in about 2 months. 3 months? Yeah, 3 months. There we go. Hoping Donald Trump will step in and save old Georgie from his plight. Now, it's unclear whether or not Donald Trump will grant him this pardoning. The one thing Donald Trump is granting to unfortunate young men is money. That's right. Don Jr. and Eric Trump are gonna be making some big bucks from their Truth Social stock, it would seem. As combined, the two have received almost $10 million in stock, granted for their very, very, very brief tenure on the Trump Social Truth Social Advisory Board. Those board jobs are cushy. Don Jr. and Eric Trump could soon sell $9.6 million in DJT stock. In stock granted for brief advisory board tenure, according to SEC filings. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump could soon sell a combined $10 million in stock. They were rewarded for serving 10 weeks. 2.5 months. 2.5 months. 2.5, and usually boards have like one meeting per quarter, if that. So we're talking about maybe a single meeting they had to attend, and they received over almost $5 million a piece for that. That's hilarious. Hold on, I have to do the math on this. We just have to do the math on it. I'm sorry. What the fuck? How much money is that? In terms of like real people, right? Oh my god. 5 million. Whoops, that's 50 million. There's 5 million. Divided. Let's assume you work in 40 hours a week, right? So you divide by 40. Well, whatever, we can do it either way. 40 divided by, what was it? 12. What did they say? 10 weeks? That can't be right. There's no way that that's correct. $10 weeks. $12,500 an hour. If they were working, and which I will tell you right now, they did not. As a board members do not work. If you are on the board of a company, public company, your job entails almost nothing. You vote maybe once a quarter, like once every 3 months. You have you stay at a cushy hotel. You go to a board meeting with a bunch of other rich assholes, sip champagne, chortle a lot, and vote a couple times, and then you go back to the hotel. It's not a 40 an hour a week job, not even close. But just given all that, as a normal human being, you would have had to make nearly $13,000 an hour to make that kind of money in 2 months. That is insane. They are just enriching the shit out of themselves. Okay. They served 10 weeks on a largely inactive advisory board, according to a SEC filing last week. Donald Trump and Eric Trump each control 1.2 million shares of Dominari Holdings, a NASDAQ-listed company based in Trump Tower with subsidiaries in the wealth management, investment banking, sales and trading, asset management, and capital investment. This is the other Trump company. Oh my god. So it wasn't even Truth Social. It was their inactive sort of side company at this point, as it's worth a lot less, from my understanding, than Truth Social is. Oh my god. They did even less work than I thought. Jesus Christ. Oh, it is NASDAQ listed, so it is a public company. But holy fucking shit. Wow. The brothers were granted 1 million shares each, tied to the advisory board roles, and each bought another 216,000 shares, as well as warrants to purchase an additional 400,000 shares for $1 million in a private placement. SEC rules typically prohibit shares acquired directly from a public company in a private transaction. Oh, come on. Illegal. As the Trumps were from being sold on the public market for 6 months. There was a lockup period, and they've decided to get around the lockup period by doing an illegal private deal. I wonder if the DOJ will prosecute, or I guess it would be the SEC, right? Does the SEC have a? I think they would have to direct. I think the SEC would have to. How does that work? If SEC would do the investigation, then send that investigation over to the DOJ for the DOJ to determine if they wanted to prosecute. I wonder if Pam Bondi will will come after them for this. There's no way that she doesn't. She's a very. I can't even finish that statement. She's an incredibly politically motivated person who's ruling ideologically from the DOJ. I think we all know exactly what she's gonna do. All right, fucking hell. Now, it's not clear whether any of these things are directly tied to the dropping of polls for Republicans or Donald Trump, although we could probably definitely tie it directly to that. I'm not going to do that, but let's just go directly to Republicans. See what they have, why it is that they are attending recent Bernie Sanders rallies to fight the oligarchy.
Follow the rich white man.
On April 15th, Senator Bernie Sanders and Congressman AOC came to a red district in son of a bitch. In the red district of Kern County to hold a rally. We asked Republicans and former Republicans in line why they showed up.
I'm sure there's a lot of things you disagree with Senator Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on. Is there anything you agree with them on?
I think that they believe in this country. I like politically, I believe we have a different method in why we believe and how we want to get it. But I don't doubt that they don't care about the country.
I came down here to understand.
This guy seems like a genius. We have a different method in why we believe in the country. What does that mean? We have a different method of believing? What the fuck does that even mean? Never heard anybody say that.
I don't doubt that they don't care about the country.
I came down here to understand, essentially. I want very much to see the Democratic Party come back strong. As far as Sanders is concerned, ideologically, I don't align with him. However, he's proven to be an able politician. Okay, he has also too done what he could as a senator to keep us from being engaged in too many wars.
I am confused. If this guy doesn't agree with Bernie Sanders politically, why is he here? I don't quite understand it. It's kind of strange to me. But at the same time, he says he wants to see the Democratic Party come back strong, but he's a Republican voter. That's all very confusing. Doesn't seem like these guys have really thought through much of anything.
I certainly would go ahead and give him credit for that. Again, his vision of the country and mine do differ. But the fact that they're here and they're willing to go ahead and explain their position to people, I believe is important. I think it's going to lead to understanding. It's going to lead to more discussion.
This is the first political I've ever gone to. I worked in agriculture, and we're going to lose a lot. Nobody's talking about hardly, but we're going to lose a lot of markets probably, because once other countries don't buy here, they're going to buy from Argentina, Brazil, top 1 and 2 corn and soybean, and it's going to hurt the farmers here. It's something like I've taught my children. When someone lies all the time, you never know when they're lying and when they're not. And we have a good case of that right now with Mr. Trump. And but Bernie Sanders, I like him because he's recognizing things a lot of people aren't. He's bringing it out and he's working hard. He doesn't have to do this. He's working hard to help people understand what's going on.
The conservatives became something that no one should recognize. They became hateful, racist people, and that's not me. We're here to help everybody.
Wow. A lot of old white former Republicans showing up to these Bernie Sanders rallies. Okay. Speaking of those rallies, let's see a little clip from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I saw Mike Johnson on the television saying we got to stop all these able-bodied men from being on Medicaid.
We have to eliminate people on, for example, on Medicaid who are not actually eligible to be there.
Only 2% of people on Medicaid are able-bodied and looking for a job. Only 2%.
Able-bodied workers, for example, young men who should never be on the program at all.
First of all,
think of the savings.
It's a crime for
2%.
someone to have health care in America.
Think of the savings, though, for Americans. 2% of one organ. Oh, my God. Wow. Is that trillions? I wonder. Answer, no, it's not.
Crime for someone to have health care in America.
Illegal.
Health care is a human right in America, and everyone should have it. Everyone should see a doctor. We must end the indignity of not being able to afford medicine, a doctor's appointment, being able to take care of one another. You know who from Idaho voted to gut Medicaid for everybody, by the way? Both of your senators, Jim Risch and Mike Crapo. And your House members.
Or as I refer to him, Mike Crapo.
Vulture and Mike Simpson. You deserve better, Idaho. They know that that's not what you want. They know it is deeply unpopular. They know that it hurts the working families of Idaho, but they are not here to serve working families. They are here to serve themselves and the billionaires who pay them. And they know that the only chance they have to get away with such an unpopular and hurtful agenda is to stoke deep divisions along race, identity, and culture to keep us fighting and distracted. It's not gonna work anymore.
There we go. Directly off of AOC's YouTube channel. It's a pretty well done vid. Pretty well done, gotta say. Speaking of Democrats doing things, one Democrat this week has been pushing for something which some Democrats don't like. David Hogg, new DNC vice chair, has been suggesting that incumbent Democrats in safe districts be primaried. Not democracy.
Help! I'm being repressed!
How could you, David? Democracy in the Democratic Party.
DNC Vice Chair David Hogg was on the lead last week talking about his plan to raise $20 million to unseat Democrats in safe seats in primaries. Now the DNC chairman, Ken Martin, weighed in, and here's what he had to say.
No DNC officer should ever attempt to influence the outcome of a primary election, whether on behalf of an incumbent or a challenger.
How dare they?
You know, certainly.
How dare the DNC try and influence an internal election? DNC's never done that before, right? Right? That's never happened. Oh wait, it's happened a lot of times actually. In multiple primaries? Oh, weird. That is so weird. I guess it's specific to who, what, where, if you're challenging power or not within the DNC. That's the only time that you're not allowed. You can do it as much as you want, as long as you're not challenging the power.
You know, I understand what he's trying to do. As I've said to him, if you want to challenge incumbents, you're more than free to do that, but just not as an officer of the DNC.
From Minnesota, if you can't tell. So Hogg's argument is, just because he's not here to defend himself, there's a lot of dead weight in this party, and we're talking about safe Democratic seats, so whoever wins is going to end up winning anyway, and, you know, we need to rise to meet the moment. That's what he would say.
Great. You don't do that as a member of the DNC.
Oh,
You're an elected
great.
person on the DNC. Leave the party and
Leave
go
the
do
party.
that. The DNC,
The DNC
is not an idea that is a
not
Democratic party. The
an
DNC is an institution with a job to do. People,
It's an institution with a job to do. It's not the Democratic Party. What are you talking about? It absolutely is the fucking Democratic Party. The DNC creates rules for the Democratic Party. It is literally what the what are you talking about, stupid? What the fuck? These people are so insane. They are just wildly focused on power. That's all they give a shit about. Power and money. Anybody who would seek to have anything different in the Democratic Party is a threat.
primaries, not the DNC.
Are you sympathetic to his argument at all?
No. Then don't be part of the DNC.
Well,
Yeah, don't be part of the DNC. Come on.
Absolutely, there should be primaries. People should be primaried. If
but they should be primaried? What?
But if you want to help
What are you
the
talking about?
primary challengers, then leave the DNC.
If you want a primary, good, but leave. Great, but fuck yourself. It's fine. It's great democracy, but you can actually go fuck yourself.
It's not your role as the DNC.
Joining us now to discuss Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Congressman, always great to have you on the show. Thank you very much for being here. You are one who has actually publicly supported.
No, that's absolutely right. It's one of the instances I would have brought up if I was going to start listing instances, PB. But that's exactly what Schultz did for Hillary Clinton in the 2016 fucking election. That's exactly what they did. But he wasn't an incumbent. You see, they're using very specific language here.
Precision of language, please.
Very precise language. Incumbents, okay? If you want to challenge someone with power in the Democratic Party, well, then you should go fuck yourself, okay? The whole point of the Democratic Party, as Megan sees it, is to stop people from challenging the power of the structures of the Democratic Party, or those who are incumbent, already elected Democrats, right? If you're not elected, if you're not a Democrat, and you're challenging someone in the Democratic Party, the DNC should do whatever they want. The DNC is like, she's making two arguments at the same time, saying, yeah, DNC shouldn't use, DNC isn't the Democratic Party unless it comes to a situation like a Bernie situation where someone from outside the party is making inroads within the party. Then the DNC should act as the Democrats, which it's not, according to her, and then, and only then, should it act with that power. It's insane.
Supported the effort from.
But the lines are being drawn on all this, right? Like, they're coming out of the woodwork. People who are genuinely bought in, to the waist, on all of this, are coming out of the woodwork. Ever since Democrats lost the election, really, those people have been coming out and making themselves known. They think the Democratic Party is perfectly fine as it is, no matter how many elections they lose in the 21st century, no matter how far away they get from what they espouse to be, and continue to draw the wagons around themselves rather than ushering in new voices, encouraging change. They are continuing to attempt to keep the very ossified Democratic Party in the fossilized records, rather than in the 21st century, progressing forward, making changes.
Hogg, you wrote on the platform X that you think that Hogg is doing incredible work supporting frontline Democrats while giving new candidates a chance to run in safe seats. And you say Democrats should embrace a new generation of leadership and competition. Why is this such a lonely place for you to be?
Well, look, I think primaries are healthy. Competition is healthy. I won my seat in a Democratic primary. Many of our members of Congress have won in primaries, and we need a new generation of leadership. Now, I'm trying to reach a compromise with the DNC and David Hogg. And what I've said to David is he can have his organization that is having primary challenges, but he himself should not endorse in his personal capacity while he's vice chair. And that seems to me something that can bring everyone together.
Do you think they're actually going to go for it? And I should also say, I mean, do you think he has a point about some of your fellow House colleagues who've been in office for decades?
I think he has a point that young people deserve the chance to lead, that many of these folks are in safe Democratic districts, just that's where they're active and growing up. And if we tell them you can't run against a Democratic incumbent, that incumbent could be there 10, 20 years, and they're not going to get the chance to lead. So I think what his point is...
Shockingly, I agree with Rogana on something right now. Okay. By the way, they go back to talking about this in more... it's fine. I just found, especially that first comment from that woman, just utterly. I mean, that is the problem with the Democratic Party right now, as I see it. And we're gonna get back to talking about what the Democratic Party is up to after the break. But we just went over 4 hours, which means we need another galactic intermission. But don't worry, chat. Be right back with the content after these brief space messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon as well so you get the latest notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider using your fingers and or thumbs to do some contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. Without Space Fams, we would cease to exist. The space station would go floating off into the abyss, never to be seen again. And April is looking, May is looking like a very difficult month ahead of us right now because of the audio interface and because of then the taxes. I mean, I actually was going to be fine before the taxes hit. But right now, we are hundreds of dollars short on paying our bills in May, which may cause us some real problems. Anyway, chat, there's plenty of ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, a super chat, super stickers, memberships, Twitch with the subs and the bits. Of course, we got Cash App and PayPal, which I would implore you to greatly consider if you got a few extra bucks over there, as we get that money immediately, if not sooner. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. It's only $3 a month. I also get that money immediately, and not only is a very tiny portion of it taken out rather than with YouTube or Twitch, you also get access to a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy, which could be yours for just the low, low price of $3 a month. So go onto Patreon and find out what the benefits are in store, waiting for you. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. think you people know what that sound means. That's right. It means it's time for us to get back to the show. So buckle up those seatbelts once again, Space Fams. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Okay. Seeing some horrifying news in chat right now. We haven't even done Canada. I might have to try and slip that one in here. That's not good. Oh boy. We are actually about to arrive at our Canadian section. It's strange that this would happen right now. Oh, God. Only seeing 2 videos, a live feed from CBC, and 1 post from France 24, or as some people say, France 24. I don't know who keeps telling me to say it that way. I don't think anybody's gonna know what I mean when I say it that way. But en français, 24 is 24. 24. No. Sorry, please hold. Boy, oh boy. Did I mention that we have a nearly record set? Well, actually, it would be it may be record setting. Maybe. Actually, it's going to be. I just remembered. Anyways, did you know, chat, we have a record-setting number of videos. That's right. If we get through every video today that I have ready, which we are going to do, seeing as the stream is running beautifully after my recent fixes, seems to be doing okay. We're gonna go through over 200, count them, chat, 200 videos. The stream's never gonna end. We're gonna we'll just keep the stream running, and then I'll do Sunday Fun Day. I won't sleep. It's fine. It's totally fine. I do it all for you, chat. All right. Okay. Let's go talk a little bit more about... Oh, I just realized I'm not even watching Twitch chat right now. I'm sorry, Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch chat. Here, I'm going to start watching you right now. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Before we get to Canada, I want to finish off with a little bit more talking about Democrats. Just 2 more videos. This is about something that was mentioned earlier in chat by one of the chatters. That being Jon Ossoff's plans. Senator from Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. He's got some plans. Plans which seem to have been sparked by one voter. Let's go to the clip.
Why are there no calls for impeachment? This is unacceptable. I will not live in an authoritative country, and neither will any of these people. You can do more. I like you, and I will vote for you if you are brave, and you do what we need. We need him impeached. We need him removed.
There is no doubt that this president's conduct has already exceeded any prior standard for impeachment by the United States House of Representatives. I agree with you. But as I said at the beginning, I also have no choice but to be candid with you about the situation that we face and the tools that are at our disposal. As strongly as I agree.
Come on, John.
And I regret if this is an unwelcome response.
Shit.
but my job is to be honest with you.
Is this an honest answer, John? I'll let him finish, but
The only way to achieve what you want to achieve is to have a majority in the United States House of
not true. I mean, in terms of votes, yes, but not on along political party lines. I know we're in an incredibly partisan moment right now. I just realized that you're also owed a support character.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I'm sorry, chat. But before I do the support character, I just want to go back to John here. Because now, this is being touted as a suggestion that John Ossoff is prepared to impeach Donald Trump. But it's really not. And this is all, he hasn't actually motioned for impeachment. He has not introduced articles of impeachment in Congress yet. So it's not underway. The only thing that has happened is him responding to this town hall attendee and saying, in theory I agree with you, but we can't do anything until we have a majority in Congress, right? Now, technically, it's true-ish that there needs to be a majority. It doesn't have to be a Democrat majority. It just has to be a scruples majority, a morals and ethics majority in Congress. There just needs to be enough people in Congress to impeach Donald Trump. Just a simple majority in the House, and then a 2/3 majority in the Senate. So we just need a small amount of people in the United States to get on board with what makes perfect sense, right? But, I mean, he is technically right. Oh my god.
Zero Megastar just cheered 1,000 bits. Hands off my John Ossoff.
Hands off my John Ossoff. Okay, hands off the John Ossoff. Thank you for the bits. Oh, Megastar, hold on. I'm going to move the... this is one of the things I didn't do. That's my bad. I need to move this back up here. Let's make it a little bit bigger. How's that? Yeah, that seems good. Thank you, Megastar. Doing two things at the same time reminded me to do my job, and donating 1,000 sweet bits over there on Twitch. Thank you. If you hadn't done that, I wouldn't have noticed, and then we would have gone on. With that being in the wrong place. But I don't know if everybody's noticing the changes to this particular scene. I tried to make it, as similar as possible, while also updating it, improving it, and trying to make it lag-free, which it seems I've done. Hopefully, I keep knocking on Spacewood. But, at some point, you would think it's going to stick if it's going to. Fingers crossed. Pray to Gary. Pray to Gary that what I did over the last 24 hours has solved it. But don't get me wrong. There's plenty of things about John Ossoff that I like. I just think this is sort of that same thing we've been hearing from a lot of Democrats, just sort of being it's sort of the Hakeem Jeffries, right? It's it's up to God. It's up to, the voters. We gotta just get a majority back and blah, blah, blah. And don't get me wrong, I think we do need to get a majority back to be able to at least effectively block some of this stuff. But we don't need it. We don't technically. I mean, it's a democratic republic. Congress people, senators can all vote however they want to vote. They could find a spine and actually vote for this thing. That's one way the Democrats could do this. They could start going to Republicans, start doing town halls in Republican districts next door to their own or whatever else, doing what Bernie and AOC are doing, while also going directly to those Congress people on Capitol Hill, going to their offices and say, hey, before ever introducing it, just going and saying, we are going to introduce articles of impeachment. You can wait for the hammer to come down, but we're going to do it, even if it doesn't get the votes. And your name is going to be on one side of that list, okay? And you can die on this hill if you want to. But right now, Donald Trump is losing popularity across the board in this country, including among Republicans constituents. Republican members are losing support themselves for not doing enough. We're seeing angry town halls at Chuck Grassley town halls, Chuck, whatever. All these different people, Marjorie Taylor Greene, every single one of them are getting angry constituents showing up. Some portion of those people voted for those representatives. And if this thing continues in the direction it is, they're going to be competing with Democrats for unpopularity in this country. And I'm not saying, that they're going to do that. I'm just saying they should. If they were here to do politics, they would. That's my opinion. Coming out against Trump as a career ender, I mean, it is, and it may not be. I mean, first off, after this term, he's supposed to be out and will be much less relevant, in my opinion. But for now, I mean, that's technically true. But Trump is ending his own career and these people's careers too, right? While it might be bad for your career, some people also have, there's different variances in time on how long these people have in Congress, right? Some people are up in 2026, other people have 6 years. It all depends. And I just think in terms of Democrats, we need to not be waffling about, dancing around the issue, and need to be attacking it head on, playing politics, getting out there and saying, we're impeaching Donald Trump for doing illegal shit right now. And Republicans can get on board with this, or they can let democracy die. It's up to them, because we don't have the power, because the voters chose to put them in jobs that they're not doing right now, right? And it's about messaging, in my opinion. It's about playing the politics, because right now it means more than ever. That's something Republicans learned during the Tea Party moment, in my opinion, right? The Democrats just have not learned that lesson yet, because we haven't really had the Tea Party moment. But playing politics in off years where you've lost and you're just getting off of it can actually wind up being massively transformative. And maybe they are learning, right? They don't want to transform, but the fact is, it's got to happen. It's got to start happening. Or Democrats are just going to die as a party. And then what are our options? Jill Stein?
Come on!
Where is Jill Stein? Huh? Anybody tell me where Jill Stein is right now? Because I don't see her out there doing an oligarchy tour or a tour for the environment during Earth Week. She is not doing shit. So who is it then? And for what party? I've heard people suggesting we go just full independent, which I'm not against. There are a lot of barriers to doing that. I'm just thinking pragmatically here. She only appears once every. Well, that's the point I'm making, Lefty. She only appears once every 4 years. Exactly. That's what I've been saying. The woman is a careerist loser. There was a time where I had way more faith in Jill Stein, believe me. Over the last 10 years, she's lost all of that from me. And now I just see her as just being a careerist loser. Her career is built upon her running every 4 years and losing. I don't think she even has a sensible platform right now. Certainly not a platform she's speaking up for on the regular. I don't hear from her until it's an election year. And then some group of people will tell me, oh, why don't you care more about Jill Stein? I'm like, why didn't Jill Stein make me care more about her? Is it my job to care about Jill Stein? Just because she said some stuff I agree with at one point. There's plenty of people out there who I have agreed with in the past that I criticize actively on this channel, not just Jill. Speaking of criticizing people, let's talk about neoliberalism before we move on to Canada.
Okay, here we are in the library. So
Are we?
are in Canada.
Whoa.
2/3 of this library.
Whoa, ma'am. Excuse me. Why are we playing a different video? What just happened? That's the next video. The two videos from now. What are you doing?
Come on!
Let's try this one more time. Take two.
Friedrich von Hayek, the greatest economic philosopher of the age. How magnificent it must be to witness his ideas validated before the eyes of the world.
If there's a word we love on this channel, it's neoliberalism. Neoliberalism.
Illegal.
It's the ism behind things like why our healthcare sucks, why so many people have shitty jobs working for Uber and DoorDash, why Russia got turbo destroyed in the 90s. It's why The Rock's Twitter bio is founder of stuff. It's a thing that matters a lot, but we've never actually spent the time to unpack what neoliberalism is in depth.
And before we do that...
And we're not going to start...
Ah, you bastard. Killing me. Before we do that, we have to get you another emotional support character. I am so failing today. I think I'm just so excited about the stream working. I'm struggling to remember all the important stuff, like emotional support, which we all need in these difficult times. 15. Okay. Is it not nice that it's working as well as it is today? Because yesterday was a goddamn travesty of justice.
And we're not going to start today. Here's someone else doing it for us.
Yeah, I mean, neoliberalism gets used in a number of different ways. So I find, as with many of these sort of ism terms, it's most helpful not to sort of decide this is the only one and true definition, but rather just sort of have a follow-up question every time someone uses the category.
This is Quinn Slobodian, a professor of international history at Boston University and the author of Crack Up Capitalism,
wow,
Ballists, and the soon
an MR clip and then a Democracy Now clip. This guy's got bona fides, if you ask me. Bona fide credentials. I don't know why I'm doing a southern accent. It is wonderful. See, I agree, PB. By the way, did you notice that the Pink Panther is on a pink stripe? I never noticed that, but I don't think I'm jinxing it. I did some genuine changes to the stream. It's why this looks so different. I deleted the old one. During some of our testing, our most recent testing, I came to the conclusion that this particular scene, or as it once was causing serious glitches and problems, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Like specifically what was causing the problems, but I started breaking it down and trying to figure it out, and just decided to delete it, rebuild it, take out certain aspects of it that I thought might have been adding to it overloading on this scene. But there is a shit ton of stuff going on, right? Even when you can't see them, all of these emotional support characters still exist in the background, right? You know, can pop up at any time. There's so many different elements of this that are just not noticeable, but exist. And they were big files that made up this scene. And so I did a bunch of stuff to those files, then repopulated them into a new scene, as well as removing a couple things to help try and cut down on the amount of data that is getting pumped to this thing at any given time. Hopefully, I'm hoping that all that work is going to pay off this time. Please, Gary, please, let it pay off.
History at Boston University and the author of Crack Up Capitalism, Globalists, and the soon-to-be-released Hayek's Bastards. According to him, there are around 4 definitions.
There's kind of 4 different ways that people tend to use neoliberalism. One of the ways, I think, is to just talk about a kind of a period of global capitalism. So people will be like, when did neoliberalism begin? Was it with, the oil shocks, the closing of the gold window, Reagan and Thatcher, European Union and NAFTA, the unleashing of the tech bubble in the late 90s, or kind of the drive up of stock prices since then? I think personally it's good to sort of drill down from there. First of all, to sort of say, all right, what are the set of policies we would expect to see to identify neoliberalism like in action in that period, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s? And there you'd see things like privatization of state-owned assets becoming private property. You'd see the liberalization, so moves towards free trade and the movement of capital over borders being easier, investment over borders. You would see things like deregulation, so the changing of standards and expectations on companies to make it easier for them to often concentrate and grab market share. So I think that, neoliberalism as a kind of a policy package would probably be the second way people think about it. A third way they think about it, I think, and you get this a lot.
Someone's accusing this guy of secretly being Daniel Negreanu. I see it. They have slightly different hairlines, I guess. But there's a few similarities going on here. I see what you're talking about. They also have very different noses. See what I'm saying here? This guy's got like an inward pointy thing going on, whereas Daniel's nose kind of goes outwards more. I don't know. I don't know why I'm breaking this down. But I did see it. That's why I brought it up. I was like, oh my god, he does kind of look like Daniel Negreanu. I've watched enough World Series of Poker in my day.
Kind of online maybe especially, is being neoliberal is like a kind of a way of thinking about yourself as a kind of like a bundle of assets that can be like leveraged and maximized. So this idea of neoliberalism as like an entrepreneurship of the self is a kind of it's a kind of internalized logic of action. But the fourth way is to think about it as a kind of pretty discrete intellectual movement that began with a group of thinkers in the 1930s trying to differentiate themselves from fascism and communists, as well as 19th century classical liberals like John Stuart Mill and people of that ilk. They then organized kind of formally in the 1940s in something called the Mont Pelerin Society.
Let's stay on that last one for a minute. This is what he's talking about. What you're looking at right now is a picture from the founding meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society, an academic group who would develop and advocate this new theory of political economy back in the 40s. Before neoliberalism had all these definitions, it was just a couple guys kicking it in Switzerland. The ski trip made it out the group chat. Let's go, dude. At the head of this organization, you had Friedrich Hayek, an Austrian economist bringing together a group of mostly academics, some journalists, and a few government officials to talk about where they wanted to see the world going. And the way they wanted to see the world going was rich people getting richer.
What are sales?
Holy bank balance! Money! $1 billion stacked up right.
If you want to think about it in terms of how would this actually happen, like what would a neoliberal government actually do, basically, list goes, editor, do the thing, not reading all that. Now, why would anyone want the rich to get richer? See, around this time, the 30s, a pretty big contingent of conservative economists were arriving at a similar conclusion. Post-World War I, the rules of politics and capitalism had changed. Instead of kings and presidents quietly letting capitalists run free, you had new, somewhat democratically elected leaders being forced into giving their citizens a say about what countries should do with their stuff. Communists and socialists took this concept and ran with it by bringing more of the economy under direct public control and planning. Meanwhile, capitalist countries stayed afloat by doing a diluted version of something similar, holding the business owner's hand either by giving workers social services and keeping unemployment low so they wouldn't revolt, a la Keynes in the US, or beating up anyone who wasn't happy, a la Hitler and Mussolini.
Services, you say.
Now, these conservative economists in the 30s, they could tolerate Hitler and Mussolini for a minute. But they didn't like the Pandora's box that was being opened all over the world when workers and governments started getting directly involved in economic decisions.
You had sort of forms of collectivism, as they saw it, sort of fascism on the right and socialism and communism on the left. And there was a need to sort of rethink the state to protect the market from these efforts that kind of, redistributing everything a la communism and getting rid of private property, or else sort of driving the whole economy towards like war, annexation ends in the case of fascism. So neoliberalism at that point was an attempt to sort of say, how can we use the state creatively to protect market dynamics instead of to overrun or squash market dynamics?
Never occurred to me.
Howdy friends, JT from the future here. Yeah. I just wanted to take a quick second to do a shameless plug for Means TV.
Don't you do it. Awesome. Don't you do it, sir. Won't have you force your communist social media on me, my viewers. Just kidding. Means TV does seem cool. I've never seen it, though. I've never actually, I've considered joining it, actually. But, I got a lot of space bills I'm paying right now with a very limited income. But it does seem like a good place. With a lot of probably good content, considering the list of people who are over there. Alright, back to the discussion.
Look at some cartoons. This is Hayek's most popular book, The Road to Serfdom. If you were in the US in the 40s, there's a chance this is how you would have been introduced to neoliberal thought. In a short cartoon you'd get handed at work. Or maybe like this, condensed to a few thousand words in Reader's Digest, at that point the most popular magazine in the US. In text like The Road to Serfdom, millions of Americans were exposed to the ideas of thinkers like Hayek, neoliberal thinkers who all argued for some version of the following ideas. The market is a real thing, completely separate from politics, that produces inequality, and that's a good thing. While no market is perfect, these
And that's why we are where we are right now. Because America got propagandized by nonsense. The market's real, okay? That invisible hand, it really exists. Just like God exists, okay? It's like, it's not an idea. It's a real force. The force of the market. A very real invisible hand. And it should not be involved in politics. In fact, that's a bastardization of the market. The market gets very upset when you do that. Don't get political with the market. Don't do it.
That's too much, man!
How dare you be worried about your rights? You have the right to exist. Is that not enough for you people? The invisible hand provideth, and it can taketh away. Just like God. Okay. Enough liberalism, neoliberalism talk. Let's go to talking about something that's happening at the US-Canada border as we move our way into talking Canadian politics. And it's a busy week for Canada right now, and I'm afraid, I almost feel like we don't have enough videos. I mean, we have some, but it has been a very busy week in Canada as the election is almost over this Monday. Final day for Canadians to vote. But before we talk about being a Canadian, let's talk about what happens if you're a person who accidentally crossed the Canadian border, or even got close to crossing it accidentally.
How many times have you followed a map and then taken a wrong turn anyway? Normally you just turn around, but in Detroit, it could mean getting arrested, possibly even deported. Let's take a quick look. This right here, this is the Ambassador Bridge, right? And this connects Detroit and Canada here. And driving through this area can be tricky. It's got confusing signs, some turns, but for immigrants without legal status, a wrong turn into that bridge's toll plaza can lead to detention. That's U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, or Border Protection right there. Yesterday at a news conference, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib said that more than 200 people have been detained at this bridge since January, and over 90% of them got there by mistake. Let's bring in NPR's Jasmine Garg, who has been reporting on all of this. So, Jasmine, let's say somebody accidentally makes a turn and is then arrested. What happens to them once they're detained?
So back in January, we started to hear tips about people who had made this wrong turn, ended up on the Ambassador Bridge at this kind of like CBP, Customs and Border Protection Plaza. And what we were hearing from were people who were being detained and held in office spaces that are right by the bridge. And we were hearing not just about undocumented immigrants, but also families. We were hearing about some families with U.S. citizen children. We weren't able to confirm anything. And then in March, we found out about a woman, a Guatemalan woman, undocumented, who was held in the office space for close to 6 days with her 2 U.S. citizen children, ages 1 and 5, with no access to a lawyer. And we were able to speak to her and confirm that this is what she had gone through.
You know, children have rights too. I don't think you can legally detain a child for a week without providing them a lawyer in the United States. I mean, we did it, but I don't think legally it's supposed to be done.
Illegal.
But yeah, you make a wrong turn, wind up on that old bridge. And by the way, they weren't kidding. It's actually not that hard to. In fact, it's. I think movie did that happen in. It happened in. I think it was like a Due Date. Due Date, I think, is the one. Oh, God, I think I could be wrong. But yeah, I mean, it's not hard to accidentally take a wrong turn on a road. You misread a sign, you wind up on a bridge. And, you know, doing U-turns on bridges, generally either impossible or ill-advised. Certainly illegal. But what choice do you have after that? You know, you're kind of stuck. It's horrifying. It is horrifying. Let's talk about another place that's stuck between a rock and an orange. That library. That goddamn library. We've talked about it so many times.
Okay, here we are in the library. So we are in Canada.
2/3 of this library sits in Quebec, Canada.
Yeah, here I am in United States.
And the rest lies across the border in Vermont. The Haskell Free Library and Opera House opened in 1904 to foster cross-border friendship between the two nations. But now
everything changed.
Sylvie Boudreau is the president of the library's board of trustees. She says for 120 years, Canadians could access the library through its main entrance in Vermont without going through a formal border crossing or showing a passport.
Now it's been closed.
Under the Trump administration, Canadians are now forbidden to enter through the Vermont side unless they are library members. And starting on October 1st...
At this point, I support Canada seizing the portion of this library that's Canadian by military force and then dismantling that part of the library and building it somewhere else. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud right now. But this is just out of control. This fucking library existed for the purpose of improved Canadian-American relations. It exists on the border. Part of the building is in Canada. And it is fucking insane for us to play this game. This is so fucking stupid. I'm sorry, Canada.
Canadians will need to go through a formal border crossing to enter. There are some exceptions, including school visits and people with disabilities.
The patrons and all the people in the two communities were very mad. They were frustrated. People felt betrayed because the symbol of the library is really friendship, unification.
Vermont residents expressed their frustrations over the changes.
I mean, it's just extra work, and the whole point of this was supposed to be like positive relations.
I don't think there's a whole lot of ruffians and terrorists streaming through the library to get into the U.S.
In a statement to Reuters, a
Yeah, no kidding.
Department of Homeland Security spokesperson.
I don't care. I don't care what the Department of Homeland Security has to say about the threat of this library, okay? We all know it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. More bad stuff goes from the United States to Canada than vice versa. More, I shouldn't say bad stuff, contraband. Okay, let's talk about how this election has been going. We've been covering the Canadian election ever since it was announced by Mark Carney earlier this year. Conservatives in Canada have been really struggling ever since that announcement was made. They were already losing. Ever since Donald Trump came into office, losing that massive majority they had, now seem to be struggling to just be normal and relatable to Canadians without the ability to invoke Trump or even be considered Trump-like. Kind of struggling to find a message to stick with, I guess you might say.
Canadian elections next week.
Yep.
Monday, April
28th.
8th. Yep. And this is an ad. What is the...
This is a Conservatives ad for voting against the Trudeau's or Carney's Liberal Party.
How's your son, David?
Well, it's been a tough few years for him. He just can't seem to get ahead.
Yeah, we had to pay for Sarah's down payment last year. Things are tough for her, too.
You know what Mark Carney says.
Come on, do you really think that a fourth Liberal term is going to change anything?
You know, I've been thinking the same thing.
Are we really going to give these clowns a fourth term? I'm voting Conservative.
How old are these two guys?
There you go.
Yeah, for a change.
So relatable.
Wow, that feels like an ad from, I don't know, 40 years ago.
It's crazy. Well, I think that what happened is Trump won, and Poilievre could no longer be the sort of like outsider. Now it's like Canada's economy. Look, I think you probably need much more progressive policy personally. But the economy is not getting better because of what Trump is doing. And Poilievre was like supposed to be the Canadian Trump, and now Canada hates Trump.
Well, that's what's interesting is like even the Doug Ford, right, is despite.
Yeah, and the thing, Poilievre built his career almost, not entirely, but yeah, over the last number of years, he has basically been. It's not just a kind of. That's not just a comparison to Trump, right? He has genuinely built much of his message off of Trump in recent years. Trump tweets something, truth something out on Truth Social, Pierre Poilievre comes out immediately after it to repeat it somewhere, whether at some sort of press conference or on his own social media. Like, he is, you look into it, I'm telling you, the guy has been like based all of his messaging off of Donald Trump, and ever since Trump decided to go after Canada, dude, he's got nowhere to go. He's got nowhere to fucking go.
Supposed to be the Canadian Trump, and now Canada hates Trump.
Well, that's what's interesting is like even the Doug Ford, right, is despite being a conservative, doing the populist not anti-American, but like Canadian nationalism thing. But it first got absorbed with the Liberals' prospects, and it's hard to say whether it's Trump's threats against Canada that reinvigorated Canadian nationalism, or it was Trudeau stepping down and Carney being elevated to lead the Liberals. But ever since that happened, and those two events were around the same time, the Liberals have just been surging in polling and the Conservatives tanking. And I think Poilievre's in like, he can't do what Ford is doing as a premier, where he can like be more of a governor standing up to Trump or an executive standing up to Trump. He has to take into consideration everything he said in the past, tying himself to this like MAGA movement up north.
It's such a fascinating ad in terms of like really not doing anything other than like, well, maybe
if you're having to get golfers on your side as conservatives, you might be in trouble. Yeah,
but it looks so.
And the interesting thing is, like,
I'm fairly certain those two terms are synonymous. One can say old white man and golfer, and you know what you're saying.
Making it a change election in that respect.
Yes, yes, and it looked serene. It looked like they were just, we're not crazy like down there. We're
paying for our kids' houses.
We're your dad. Yeah,
and it does invoke like there's kids are, kids. I don't like. I thought they were going to be like my kid. I can't believe he came home with an earring in his nose. It really had that feel of like, is this like some ad from 1972 in the United States?
I'm staying in the race.
They are expected to lose, which they weren't expected to.
That is true. That's true. They are expected to lose. It's been a very busy week. A lot of stuff has been happening. Record numbers of people voting, supposedly. 7.3 million people have voted in the advanced polls, of which there were multiple leading into this Monday, which is election day. And everybody will come out and vote. Last opportunity to vote. Of course, Canada makes it a lot easier for people to vote than the United States. It's called democracy.
It's science.
Here's the latest news for Red Deer in central Alberta. The Red Deer District Chamber is holding a meet and greet with area candidates ahead of the federal election. The event is scheduled for tomorrow between 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. in the Marquee Room at the Harvest Centre at Westerner Park. The Chamber says this is not a candidate forum or debate. Each candidate will simply have a designated table to answer questions and share information about their platform. Advance voting is now closed for the federal election. Anyone looking to cast a ballot will now have to do so on Monday. Elections Canada says an estimated 7.3 million people voted at the advance polls. That's a 25% increase from the 5.8 million voters who voted in advance in the 2021 election.
That's a lot.
Some voters say they had to wait hours to cast a ballot in cities across Alberta. Many say this election is especially important.
There you go. Massive 25% increase in the last election. Big numbers. People taking this particular election very seriously in Canada, coming out in droves to get those ballots in. Does Canada have mail-in? They have both. And they had multiple rounds of it. The entire weekend, last weekend, was open to early voting. And there's another opportunity to do the same thing. I think it was like 2 weeks before that. Or a week, whatever. It's all blending together in my brain. Let's go on to another Canadian. Sort of Canadian who would say a thing like, I don't know, like this.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Oh, that's very interesting. Tell me more about that.
Elections are happening Monday in Canada. We played an ad the other day. Was it yesterday that we played this ad or 2 days ago?
Monday.
Of two old guys golfing. And like,
they're really hit hard by the economy in the sense that they have to pay for their children's down payments.
yeah, and it was a sort of a fascinating sort of throwback ad that seemed like you could literally drop it in any context. It was the most sort of generic ad, and partly it was an attempt to basically just, let's put it this way: if you're a conservative and you are,
whoa. What is happening? What are we doing? What the fuck? What is happening? Hello. Anybody home?
elections are happening Monday in Canada. You are putting an ad out with two old golfers.
White guys.
Yeah, with two old white golfers in North America. You are basically saying we're bleeding our own people. And it was an incredibly, like, apparently a lot of people viewed this ad, but on the internet, hard to believe that it's like these old white guys golfers who are watching this ad. It's more people.
All those old white golfers watching TikTok.
Holy crap, did you see this ad where the guy hits the golf ball and at the end he goes like, makes a double entendre that you're voting for change, and also his drive was pretty good for change. Hilarious, great stuff.
That's comedy, folks.
That Donald Trump has poisoned the chances of the conservatives in Canada to take power, because anybody associated with and anybody who has espoused the sort of the value of Donald Trump is now like toxic. And of course, for those Canadians who thought their moment of redemption was upon them, Donald Trump has ruined it for me. And I'm going to go on Joe Rogan's show and complain about it.
It's very sad. And I was hoping
they could be the 51st date.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. So two things.
Yes,
back to that.
That was the big one.
Carney showed up just in the nick of time to save the burning damsel from the train tracks, or
aren't I a good guy?
And
the rhetoric.
And then Trump, he just timed it so badly, and he didn't know.
God damn you, Trump!
He didn't know what it would do. He didn't know. But that's also.
How do you not know that people have national pride?
Yeah, he knew that, but he didn't know what the consequences would be.
I love.
He didn't know that would shift.
I gotta say, that's one of my favorite things. I gotta hear that again. I just want to hear something about Joe Rogan pondering what it would be like not to know something. How could he not know something? Joe Rogan is always, whenever it comes to information, always knows. Never made a mistake.
He didn't know, but that's also.
How do you not know?
How do you not know something?
National pride.
Yeah,
like
he
pride.
Knew that, but he didn't know what the electoral consequences would be. He didn't know that would shift them to the liberals so radically, and he's going to pay for that because.
Trump is?
Once Carney is elected, if that happens, Trump will.
Pause it for a second. I'm sorry. I can't go this long. Keep it up. Keep up that frame. I can't go this long without commenting on his suit. What is he trying to do?
He's like a hotel manager in a Wes Anderson movie, I guess. I think that's what it is. He's like a concierge in a Wes Anderson film.
A lobster out of my hat. I couldn't do it. Poor Trump. He didn't know. He didn't know what he was doing. And Carney comes in like Dudley Do-Right, saving the damsel from the train, or whatever it is.
Aren't I a good guy?
Being a new candidate?
Saving the damsel who, why does she put rouge on? Why does she have her pouty little lips with her red lipstick she's trying to lure you to get hit by the train. Attract Dudley Do-Right into front of the train to get hit by the train.
That's actually what happens when they put on the lipstick. It's a great way to show the mates your sexual attractiveness in the office, which should be illegal.
Illegal.
I go back a little bit. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it with that thing.
He knew that, but he didn't know what the electoral consequences would be. He didn't know that would shift them to the liberals so radically. And he's going to pay for that because
Trump's going to pay.
Once Carney is elected, if that happens, Trump will not have a more seasoned enemy in the West.
Not enough salt and pepper on that Mark Carney. Unlike Mark, with Pierre. Got plenty of cayenne pepper on Pierre Poilievre. So much seasoning on that Poilievre guy.
Will not have a more seasoned
so
enemy
well seasoned.
Boy.
Right, Carney's very well connected. Very. Especially in
for a
Europe.
second. I'm just also curious, why is Joe Rogan so sad about this? He's sitting there sighing.
I'm fairly certain this is the first time Joe Rogan's hearing about Mark Carney or Pierre Poilievre. This is the first time he's hearing about any of this, but he's deeply concerned. If Jordan Peterson is concerned about it, Joe, believe me, Joe Rogan is concerned. I'm fairly certain that Joe is enrolled at Peterson Academy or whatever it's called.
I mean, I know Joe Rogan's just an independent. He doesn't have any type of ideology.
Right.
He just seems very, very invested in Canada electing a conservative.
An enemy in the West is just such a weird way to think about this, but
in our own backyard. Well, not our backyard. I'm actually from Canada.
It's funny because it sounds like, to me, I know they're saying it as a bad thing, but it sounds to me like that's why Canadians are going to vote for him, is because he's a obstacle to Trump.
Yeah.
Trump will not have a more seasoned enemy in the West.
Boy.
Right, Carney's very well connected. Very. Especially in Europe and the UK. Very well.
Oh, no.
So, and...
Europe and the UK is a mess.
What are they even talking?
That's the best that Joe can come up with. All he knows, he's heard through the grapevine that things aren't going super good in Europe. Somewhere in his feed, that information has crossed by. Some information about Europe has crossed by his feed by one of his fellow influencers that he follows, and he's like, I hear things are not good in Europe. Whatever countries there are in Europe, I hear it's going really bad. Really bad. So terrible. I hear bad things.
What are they even talking about?
I hear bad things.
What does that mean? He's very well connected. He's going to be...
It's those networks. It's those networks, Byron Donalds. It's the networks and the connections Byron Donalds was talking about before. Now I get it. Having a network is important. Oh, okay. Now it all makes sense.
The leader of a country that is subject to Donald Trump's tariffs like the rest of Europe, and there's already a concerted effort to sort of reorient Canada to Europe.
And potentially China. And then who's the mess?
And
Is
what's
it everybody
China?
else but us?
Like, and I wonder also, yeah, exactly. Like, I wonder, like, I'm trying to even understand, like, what Rogan's trying to say there.
It's all very messy. He just knows that Europe is more socialist. He hears Europe is much more socialist than the United States, and that means it's a mess. Okay, we all know what happens when you bring socialism places. It becomes very messy. Poop-filled streets, peasants groaning. Oh God, peasantry just destroying Europe. We all know. We know. Even when we definitely don't know. Like in the case of Joe Rogan, who I'm fairly certain couldn't name all the countries in the EU or even get close to it. Or name one actual specific thing about the EU. That's the answer. That's the sort of response you give. Like, you know, you're at the wedding with an uncle who's talking about stuff that you don't know about, but you don't want to seem like you don't know what's going on in the conversation, and so you're like, oh yeah, I hear that's bad, because you heard like one thing about it one time, and you're like, oh yeah, oh yeah, just to agree, you just come up with some like random feelings based like quip to get in there. All right, let's talk more about these Canadian elections. How are we doing on time? Doing okay-ish, I guess. Yeah, let's see. Let's get to talking about what the different political parties have been doing in the last few days of this election campaign. Here's CBC news from 3 days ago.
We are counting down to Election Day as just 5 days remain. So with time almost up, what are the parties focused on at this stage in the game? Well, Fred Delury was campaign manager for the Conservatives under Erin O'Toole, and David Hurley was chief campaign strategist for the Liberals under Paul Martin. He's run a few elections here in Ontario, and he's also the host of the Hurley Burley and Cursive Politics podcast. Gentlemen, it is good to see you.
Great to be
in the stretch run of the campaign. David, let's start with you. I mean, we saw the clip pack there. It's about leadership, says Mark Carney. It's about change, says Pierre Poilievre. I'm not dead yet, says Jugmeet Singh. I mean, what do you make of Mark Carney's closing argument here that you're hearing to voters?
Well, I think that they are all on their best argument right now. Carney wins when people are thinking about what Trump and the United States are going to do to Canada, what that means for the Canadian economy, and who's the right person to deal with that. That's when Carney's advantage. When people are thinking about the 10 years of Liberal government and what they would like changed, Poilievre's in a much stronger position than that. And both the other two parties have essentially thrown themselves at the voters and said, effectively, both of them are saying Carney is going to win, and you need us to balance him off, either social policy or on Quebec policy. So I think everybody's on the argument that they need...
Yeah. In many ways, this brings back certain U.S. elections, you know, like with Biden in 2020. The sort of the anti-Trump rhetoric, even though we're in Canada, being a huge portion of the Liberals' sort of message right now. You need us to stop Trump. And then the other political parties suggesting that they also deserve seats. They got plans. We've talked about those plans. The fact is, there's not a lot of daylight between Liberals and Conservatives on oil in this election. They've been basically saying almost the exact same things. Liberals have had a slightly more nuanced version of that policy, but it's certainly not enough for me. But Greens have no chance right now of taking, the prime ministership in this election. They are down in single digits right now, and it's not looking like they're going to be taking any huge portion of the vote, and they would be the people I would say have the best message on dealing with the environment. Shocking, I know. NDP has lost a massive portion of their support in the midst of all of this. How that will all play out is really to be seen. People still have to vote. And in the midst of this very vital week leading into Election Day, Carney has been getting accusations thrown at him over not being tough enough on Donald Trump in a phone call that they had right after he became prime minister this year.
Yes or no, did Mr. Trump bring up the 51st state in his call with you?
I said that he did.
4 days until the election, and the Liberal leader is defending and trying to clarify comments from almost 4 weeks ago on his first call with Donald Trump.
I would love to see Canada be the 51st state.
After new reporting claims Trump referred to Canada as the 51st state.
Mark called me today.
At the time, Carney said Trump respected Canada's sovereignty. On Thursday, Carney says he was accurate in his description and says his platform is best.
Yes, it's creating good jobs, a better future for our country, but it also gives us leverage. It gives us leverage in the negotiation. We don't have to do a deal in the short term. We will do the right deal.
The NDP saying it shows Carney can't be trusted.
Canadians are wondering, well, what else is going to happen? If he's not going to tell us about a phone call, what about the details of the negotiation? What about what he's willing to trade away?
Jugmeet Singh promising he'll fight for public health care.
We do not want it to become Americanized, and we're going to fight back and never let that be on the negotiating table.
We will stand up for our sovereignty. We will never be an American state.
The Conservative leader, too, attacking Carney.
Conservatives will maintain clean incentives and continue to back the auto sector. We will honor all agreements.
Yeah. Some people in Canada upset that Mark Carney didn't go far enough. It really seems like one of those things to me where it's sort of a last gasp effort to try and drive voters away from Mark Carney. People who had gone to him over his supposedly tough stance against Trump, saying, he's not actually tough enough. We'll be tougher. We'll be even tougher. You see, he didn't stick up for Canada on that phone call. But I think he's been pretty clear. Although I think it's unfortunate that this is happening to Canada right now. I mean, it's good and bad. I mean, conservatives are losing out. But, I do think like some of the third parties have better, some much better plans than liberals. But liberals are certainly preferential to Pierre Poilievre and the conservative movement in Canada. Yeah. It's been a busy week. Now, Donald Trump reiterated some very nasty rhetoric about Canada, stuff that some conservative leaders have been asking Trump to stop saying because it's making them look bad for not pushing back against it enough. But yeah, Donald Trump reiterated his desire for Canada to be the 51st state. Here's CBC News from yesterday.
We have more now on a breaking news story on what's become a core issue in this campaign, which is, of course, U.S. President Donald Trump, the trade war, and his plans to make Canada a 51st state. Trump is speaking in a newly released interview with Time magazine. Richard Madden joins us now from Washington with more on this. So, Richard, what is the president saying to Time magazine about Canada?
Well, this is all of a feature by Time magazine ahead of Trump's first 100 days in office. And among many topics he was also asked specifically if his plan to annex Greenland, control the Panama Canal, and make the 51st state was a bit of trolling or not. I think we can bring up some of the transcripts from this article right now. So one of the questions here he's asked, controlling the Panama Canal, making Canada the 51st state. Was that a bit of trolling? You've asked about all this, and Trump says, actually, no, I'm not trolling.
That is not what Trump
Canada
sounds like.
Is an interest.
That is not what it's trying. Actually, no, I'm not. But I'm really not trolling. Canada is an interesting case. Definitely very serious about it. Not trolling. Canada. This was in that Time magazine interview. Donald Trump making it very clear. He wants Canada to be the 51st state. It's actually very interesting, don't you know? Very great, that Canada, but probably shouldn't be a country. Oh, 72 likes, you say? Wow. It's a lot of likes. Okay. This is going to be the last on the Canadian politics, although we do have a breaking story that I snuck in here. Let's see how young voters are polling in this election. Most recent polls suggest that young Canadians are favoring conservatives. What's wrong with you, young Canadians? What's going on with you, eh? Let's go to Reuters. 9 hours ago.
Canadians head to the polls on Monday in what many see as a defining moment for the country. U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs and his stated desire to turn Canada into the 51st state have loomed large over the campaign. While Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberals were trailing 20 points in the polls a few months ago, they are now expected to win, thanks largely to Carney's tough words for Trump.
He wants to divide us, because dividing us would make his job easier.
But polls have tightened in recent days, and rallies for the opposition Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre draw large crowds. To some, how to afford a house and general living expenses rather than relations with the United States are their top concerns.
And we want every single person to have the promise of Canada, that anyone who works hard can have a great life in a beautiful...
I feel like young Canadian people, a lot like young American people, getting their news from the wrong places. Pierre Poilievre is not going to make your situation better. I don't know why you think that he is. I know you're not an American, but paying for healthcare sucks, and Pierre Poilievre doesn't even want to protect your nationalized healthcare. So, voting for this guy not going to be a good plan for you.
Affordable home.
It's a discontent and frustration that mirrors what is seen in the United States and Europe, where young people have also leaned conservative in recent years. And polls show Poilievre's focus on the cost of living is resonating with the young, and young men especially. A poll by Nanos on April 24th found nearly 50% of voters aged 18 to 34 support the Conservatives, compared to 30% support for the Liberals.
Sad.
Age groups were considered, the Liberals led.
Very sad. You thought that the change thing said cringe? It would be better. It would have been better. It would have at least been more descriptive of what Pierre Poilievre is and represents. Now let's go to this fucking horrifying story, which is literally breaking as we speak. This is, I think, still live. CBC News. Apparently several people have been killed after a vehicle rammed into crowds in Vancouver at a Filipino street festival. At least I think it was. I could be wrong about that. I didn't even get to watch this. That's just what I understand about this at this point. But this is very breaking. Yeah, this is the live feed.
Standing there with his vest, just looking, and didn't know what to do. He just stood there. And instead of helping, they just looked around. But police came immediately. It was within 2 minutes. And there was fire trucks and ambulances all around. And yeah.
Chris, I'm trying to think about what you do now. I mean, do you know whether anyone you know was injured in this?
Well, I don't know if there's anyone that I know that has been injured.
Okay, we'll go back to the live feed. I just want to go back to the beginning of this. It's been going on for like an hour and a half now.
We have a sense of how that happened. I think we might be better positioned to analyze how we could do things differently for the future and make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. But for now, we're joining the ranks of other cities who have experienced these horrible sort of tragedies. I'm reminded of what happened in Nice, France, and what happened in Toronto, where vehicles were used as
Germany,
weapons.
Austria, China.
And that's a challenging thing to get around when we, do exist. We coexist as frail humans with, 3,000-pound metal objects that travel in the same space as us. And when somebody chooses to use that as a weapon, then we are even I think the most robust preparations wouldn't be able to thwart something like that. But for now, I think it's about, our thoughts are with the folks who were survived and were victimized tonight.
Yeah.
Councillor Fry, we appreciate your time very much this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is Vancouver Green Party City Councillor Pete Fry, and he was at the event earlier on today. If you're just joining us, I'm Stephen Quinn in the Vancouver newsroom, along with Michelle Elliott and Erica Johnson, and we're talking about the incident in Vancouver. Vancouver police say multiple people are dead after a person drove a car through a street festival on the city's east side. We know that there are multiple injuries as well. I want to go right now to Chris Pongalinam, who is an eyewitness who was there when the incident occurred. Chris, how are you doing?
A bit shaken up. It's just something that you never thought you'd ever expect to see in your lifetime.
Now, I can imagine. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, so it was a beautiful, beautiful day celebrating the Filipino culture, and we flew in from Toronto to Vancouver just to celebrate it, and it was coming up to the end of it. Apple the App from Black Eyed Peas finished his concert. About 10 minutes later, crowds were starting to clear, and it was normal because it seemed like everyone was starting to tear down for the day. So what was normal about it was that they let a car in. They lifted the barrier and let a car in slowly. This car slowly started to pick up speed and then hit someone on his right side. And then by the time that we all noticed that he hit someone, we started yelling, and he slammed the pedal down on the gas and just rammed into hundreds of people. It was like seeing a bowling ball hit all the bowling pins and all the pins go flying up in the air. There were bodies that were just flying up, and you just see them twisted in so many different ways, and it just kept going and going and going. People were screaming and trying to run away, and moments after, there were bodies on the floor, non-responsive. People were trying to drag and help people up, and some people were just died on impact.
And what were you doing at this point?
So at this point, I was kind of shocked.
This is disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm going to just scoop a little bit ahead. This is like an hour and a half long video, but this is such breaking news. I mean, they're still live on the feed covering this right now. I'm going to try and get us to live as quick as I can, and also get us more information on this situation. Not at all clear what the motivation of this person was, ideological or otherwise.
What impact do you think this may have on this kind of event, specifically this event that has been so successful?
Yeah, I know. This is just their second year. Last year it was raining, and this year everything was aligned. All the weather was perfect. The crowds were perfect. They even expanded the size of the festival, and we know hopefully that there's going to be another Lapu Lapu festival. This is not the end of it. This is just one incident, that a very unfortunate incident that happened, but we believe that Filipino BC and Lapu Lapu Day Festival will continue to unite the community and bring us together despite this very sad event. And we're going to continue to go. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to support this community as much as we can.
Chris, maraming salamat.
Walang anuman.
Take care.
Chris, thank you. It's Stephen Quinn again. Thank you so much for taking the time with us, and please be well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. That is Chris Pongalinam. He was an eyewitness who was there at the scene of the Lapu Lapu Day Festival when the car was, as he said, let in and sped down the street and began striking pedestrians who were on the closed street. I'm Stephen Quinn in the CBC Vancouver newsroom, along with Michelle Elliott and Erica Johnson. We're bringing you special live coverage of the incident that just occurred, or not just occurred, occurred a few hours ago, just after 8 p.m. local time here in Vancouver. In the southeast part of the city, Vancouver police say multiple people are dead after a car drove through a crowd at the Lapu Lapu Day Festival. We've just heard a rather graphic description of exactly what happened. The driver has been taken into custody. Multiple people have also been injured. We're told that 2 hospitals have declared a code orange, which would be for a mass casualty event. And we will continue our coverage throughout the evening. Right now, we are going to speak with CBC reporter Liam Britton, who has been on the scene. And Liam, could you just recap the events to date and what we know so far?
Well, Stephen, still a lot of questions, including the numbers of people sadly killed and the numbers of injured people as well. But we do know that thousands of people did attend this celebration of Filipino culture, Lapu Lapu Day, and it was just at kind of the end of the event when Apple the App, the member of the Black Eyed Peas, who's of Filipino descent, performed, finished up, and then that's when this tragedy seems to have struck. The driver is in custody, we know that, but we do not know anything about their motivations, any intentionality, anything of that. I've been on the scene for just over an hour now here at Fraser Street and East 41st Avenue, and we've just been watching, it's blinding lights of the police vehicles. We've been watching tow trucks bringing, we actually watched...
So yeah, I see people asking about when this was, where this was. This is in Vancouver. This is in Canada, on the West Coast. It happened about three hours ago, maybe a little bit earlier, but it didn't. The news didn't start breaking on my feed until like 2 hours ago or something. So this is all very recent. This feed is still live, so it's quite much in progress. In terms of, they're still clearly trying to clean up after this and unpack what the fuck just happened.
Happy about it, and like when something like this happens, it's just like it's so tragic, and I can't wrap my head around it.
Romeo, it's Michelle Elliott here. I was there at the event today, and listening to you as a young person talk about how you're so proud. You're a proud Filipino. You really wanted to be there. It really struck me that this was an event, I hadn't seen it before, that brought different generations together. I have grown up in Vancouver, and I've gone to many Independence Day festivals, and I have never seen an event like this that really got the younger generation excited. And I saw kids of all ages there today, and I'm wondering, just how you feel about the ability to come together like that, the ability to have your voice be heard as a young Filipino person, and what this event meant to you.
I think our ancestors would be like proud of the fact that this event even happened. Like even last year they put it on the first time, and it was raining so much, but people still showed up for it. And this year was like nice and sunny. It was a perfect weather, and it was even bigger. And they even brought large, like well-known performers to it. Everyone was so excited.
This is so fucked up.
Sorry, my mind.
So fucked up.
It's so understandable. I really appreciate hearing from you, your perspective as a young person as well, and glad that you spoke with your.
It's so fucked up, and I'm fairly certain that we're going to find out this is racist motivation on this group of Filipino people in Vancouver. It's just horrifying. It's just horrifying. Hundreds of people hit by this car. Multiple people dead. The biggest number I've seen so far, I was looking through it, I saw 14 may have died already. It's not clear. It's not clear. I have no source for that. I was like really quickly going through vids when I added these in. I did it while I was streaming, so that's how much research has been put into it. This is just so tragic. Why they let this guy in a car? It's horrifying. Nadia, breaking my sadness with a super chat. Thank you, Nadia. Hayek and von Mises sang the praises of Hitler and Mussolini before trying to clean up their images. I'm trying to think of who is that? I'm not familiar with those people for some reason. Nadia always coming in here with interesting facts.
Emily.
Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. I just really feel for everyone else, and like.
All right, I'm gonna get us up closer to current. I think Vancouver police made a statement here. It looks like.
To you and carrying out your help to everyone tonight. We appreciate your time.
Oh, I see.
That is Cyril de Ramos, who is a member of the Filipino community, and he and a few other people are distributing care packages, as he says, some food and coffee and things to keep people going who are working in some of the hospitals that have been affected by this, and families who have been at those hospitals. I want to go back to the beginning of the Vancouver Police Department presser, because we did miss the very first words from it. This is what happened.
So I'm here tonight under very trying circumstances. Let me begin by just wishing all of the victims, the families, the injured, the deceased, the entire city of Vancouver's full support, compassion, sympathy, everything we can. We're going to support the families of everyone involved in this tragic incident. This is not something we're used to in our beautiful city. And all of our police officers, paramedics, fire, everyone is fully supporting the family and members. And we're going to continue to do so throughout this ordeal as we piece together what's occurred here. What has occurred and what I can share with you at this point, and to be fair to the investigation, is that at approximately 8:14 p.m., a lone suspect, subject male with one vehicle, drove through near here. That male was taken into custody at the scene by the crowd. It was a Filipino community event. The crowd immediately called police. We then took custody of the subject, and he is now in our custody being held. Going forward, the entire investigative component, sections of the Vancouver Police Department with support of other areas, will be conducting a full investigation on what occurred here tonight. We're gonna, as I've said, we're gonna continue to support the families. That's paramount, our members, and the general public. There is a victim assistance center set up near here. It's in the media release, and anyone that requires assistance is please requested to go there. Once again, it was around 8:15, lone male in custody. There's no further danger to the public. And that's all I have for you tonight.
Yeesh. All right, let's go to the live feed. This is just a horrifying
Could you ever
tragedy.
imagine that anything like this would happen in this city?
Of course, it's always kind of shocking to see happen and, coming together. But I think that, at this time, we just have to have, keep space for people in our community as well. And again, just take care of each other.
What will you try to do? I mean, you're a lawyer in the Filipino community. Is there anything that you can do for, people who are victims in this?
Just I guess by virtue of my position and, the work that I do, that, people are checking in, they're sharing resources. I know I have a bit of a platform, so I share those community care resources. There's people who work as, caretakers, people who work as counselors who are already starting to offer their services, and, recognizing the intersections that a lot of people within the Filipino community and the community of people who care about Filipinos in their community are facing right now. So it's, the word resilience gets used a lot for people in the community. And so
this is just so fucked. And I'm afraid we just don't have the full picture of it yet, so I don't think staying focused on this all night is going to be helpful. I will try and give you an update to this situation tomorrow. Oh, God, but this just wild. Just wild. I wonder what the Canadian Conservatives will have to say about this clear act of terrorism. Alright, this is just a quick clip from France. Van Cat. France 24 English from an hour ago. Multiple dead and injured in Vancouver after vehicle plows into Filipino street festival.
Well, this happened at just past 8 o'clock local time, which is about 3 hours ago now. It happened about 3 or 4 blocks behind me. For those of you who know Vancouver, this is Fraser Street, and I'm on 45th. It was the Lapu-Lapu Festival, which is a Filipino festival, second year for it, named after a famous 15th century Filipino warrior. And about 8 o'clock, apparently, in a laneway that runs behind these stores over here, over my right shoulder, an SUV, a black SUV, came down the street and hit multiple people, causing multiple fatalities and multiple casualties. There are videos that do look like Vancouver, I've seen on social media, that do show multiple dead people on the street. It happened, again, in the laneway right beside me back there, and John Oliver Secondary School, which is one of 18 high schools in the city of Vancouver itself. And this was an all-day festival, and this would have been towards the end of the festival. That was very, very well attended.
Just horrifying and gross. Somebody would do this Alright, that's it on Canada for today. We're not quite done with North American news. Let's go to Mexico. A couple things to talk about there. How are we doing on time right now? We're approaching a third break already. Getting through a lot of stuff here tonight. We still have a ton of stuff to talk about, and it was Earth Week. We didn't even have a stream on Earth Day. So we're going to have we have quite a lot of stuff to talk about during the environmental portion of this stream. They named a high school after John Oliver. I don't know if it's that John. It might be. I don't know. Do not know. Alright, to Mexico. Talk about what's happening to a particular kind of coffee in Mexico. That's right, the Americano is being renamed. What's happening? No. You bastard. Go back. I refuse to skip this video.
If you are considering entering America...
No. You hush. Coffee. Mexico.
The Café Americano is getting a rebrand in Mexico, swapping the name to Café Mexicano in a simple act of rebellion against U.S. policies.
If my staff wants to rename the Americano Mexicano, then we can do that. The fact that people are wanting to change it to Mexicano, I think is awesome because words really carry power.
The trend is part of a long tradition of renaming products to protest unpopular government policies. And now, in Mexico, many of those supporting the name change are frustrated with the United States crackdown on immigration and also the criminalization of undocumented migrants.
There we go. Quick filler story, but I thought it was worth it. The Americano being renamed the Mexicano across Mexico. Now let's talk about something else that's being banned in Mexico. Particular political advertisement.
If you are considering entering America illegally, don't even think about it.
U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem issuing a warning to Mexicans in their own homes.
We will hunt you down.
The uncompromising TV spot, paid for by the U.S. government, has been airing on Mexican TV stations.
Why not the South Americano? Because technically Mexico is not in South America. It's part of North America. South America doesn't start until Panama, or is it Panama? Guatemala? Whatever the one on the very tip. Just the tip.
Phrasing?
Settle down.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem issuing a warning to Mexicans in their own homes.
We will hunt you down.
God damn it.
Entering America illegally, don't even think about it.
U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem issuing a warning to Mexicans in their own homes.
Yes, it's part of Central America, but it's not. Central America isn't its own continent. Central America is part of North America, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it's in. But that's not even what we're talking about. We're talking about Mexico, which is definitely in North America.
We'll hunt you down.
The uncompromising TV spot, paid for by the U.S. government, has been airing on Mexican TV stations and has caused an uproar here. It prompted President Claudia Sheinbaum to fast-track a law to ban the ad and any similar ones from reaching Mexican households. The new law prohibits foreign governments from funding advertisements on Mexican TV and radio stations, as well as social media.
What can they promote? Tourism, culture. If a country wants to advertise here or us there, that is no problem. The problem is this propaganda, sponsored by the US government, contains acts that we consider discriminatory.
The minute-long video is part of a $200 million U.S. government campaign to discourage migrants from trying to enter the United States.
Getting rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse.
Between migrants and criminals,
replacing it with wasteful fraud and abuse of people outside of the country.
Secretary Noem speaks of undocumented migration. Images of violent crime, drugs, and weapons play over her words. The ad definitely touched a nerve here. Complaints have been filed by viewers, and even opposition parties have joined in the call for the video to be removed. And for the Mexican president, who has so far made a series of concessions to the Trump administration in the hope of avoiding tariffs from being imposed, the ad represented a line in the sand. The video has prompted heavy criticism of the outlets that have aired it.
Not just because of the content of the ad, which generates stereotypes. Its prejudice is racist. It violates people's human rights. But also, how can a Mexican company that owes its success to Mexican audiences decide to...
Yeah, it is super racist. Just a blanket, like blanketing Mexico and other countries with advertisements saying, don't come here, we don't like your country and your people. Seems very racist, actually. But yeah, this particular ad featuring Secretary Puppy Killer, R.I.P. Cricket. Kristi Noem's not gonna be gracing Mexican households with her mean anecdotes. That's unfortunate for her. Wonder what country they'll pick next. They already made the ad. I'm sure they're gonna try in other places too. I can guarantee it. One of the other shithole countries. We'll just send it to them. Maybe El Salvador next. What? Oh, right, El Salvador being very nice, even though they were on the shithole country list. I guess we'll go with Vuvuzela. Vuvuzela next. We'll tell them, no, we don't want you anymore. Do we take a break? I feel like we should. Just for my sanity's sake. We are going to take a break, an early break. I know that's crazy. Early break. Then we'll get into the environmental half. Everything's fine. It's been Earth Week, and actually everything's fine. Don't you worry. But we'll be right back with the content after these short space messages. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Also, hit that bell icon if you want to ensure that you do not miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, clicking things with your fingers and thumbs, do also consider using those digits of yours to contribute to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope. Continuing this Spacecast adventure of ours. And right now we are in a real grind with May approaching. We are going to be potentially short on our expenses due to unexpected costs relating to taxes and audio interface technology, leaving us in the lurch. So, support the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. If you can. I know times are tough. We got great ways to do it. YouTube super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Twitch with the bits and the subs. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer every single penny that you donate go to producing the stream. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month get you access to a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So make your choice. Show your support in one of those ways that I just mentioned, including liking and subscribing 2 free ways to make sure that you have helped out. Anyway, chat, enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Holy cow. Well, I'm back, chat. But before we get started, I have to mention all these gifted galactic memberships which just happened in chat here. Charlie Jinmir, first to gift a Galactic News membership this stream. Joshua Keller got that one. Sasha G came in and gifted 5 more Galactic Membies to people like Winnie Rose, Patchy Aldo, Sarah, Clockwork Norse, Kali A, and then Kirkenstein's Monster coming up with another 5 Galactic memberships. For people like Lady Badash, Bernie, Brenneman, Germ, and Techno Epoch. So generous, all of you. Just incredible generosity. I am touched by your space love. But with that sound initiated, I think everyone knows what's coming next. The fourth half of the show. That's right, third break over. Time now for us to get back to it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And we are going to be starting the fourth half talking about the environment and planet Earth, where everything is totally fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Bad, you say? Not good? That can't be right. Everything seems so cheery. Did something prompt that flurry of galactic membership gifting? What was I saying? Oh, right, everything is fine. And you need to stop being such a panikin. Okay? Stop being so yippy about the environment, you environmentalists. It's not like the Earth is on fire. No. It is Earth Week, though, so we're going to talk a lot of Earth stuff, by the way. Before it's all over. Don't worry. It's not as if we're going to stop talking about these things, but yes, it's not like the Earth is on fire. Nope. Not the Earth, the air. Fire tornado. This is out of Iowa from last week. Footage of a fucking fire-nado. There you go. There's your start to the environmental half in our Earth Week coverage. In what is basically the week-ending report, since we only got through a tiny portion of it last night. Let's go to this. CBS Evening News from 4 days ago. Reporter's Notebook. If Earth's entire history was squeezed into a single day. What a concept.
On this Earth Day, we would like to zoom out for some perspective. First, the Earth part. This is the first photograph of the entire Earth taken by a human, snapped on Thursday, December 7th in 1972 by astronaut Harrison Schmitt. The photograph, the big blue marble, changed the way we saw our world. It allowed those of us spinning on the marble to experience a sliver of the overview effect, and what astronauts report feeling when looking at the Earth, recognizing the interconnectedness and fragility of our planet, leading to a heightened sense of responsibility to protect it. Now to the day part of Earth Day. Let's imagine Earth's entire 4.5 billion year history squeezed into a single 24-hour day, a cosmic calendar. Here's how that day unfolds. Earth cracks out of its shell at midnight, that's 12 a.m. It takes the first single-celled life a while to appear. It's only a single cell, after all. It gets going around 4 a.m. Around noon, oxygen begins accumulating in the atmosphere. Multicellular organisms don't take advantage of that for some time. They appear around 5 p.m. After 8 p.m., fish start swimming. Dinosaurs appear around 10:40 p.m., but it's not a long party. They're extinct by 11:40 p.m. The first human ancestors show up around 11:58 p.m., and then at 11:59 and 58 seconds, modern humans appear. So, ancient Egypt, Rome, the Industrial Revolution.
Wow. You say it like that. Really puts things in perspective. CBS is... Whatever, Brian is his name. What's this guy's name? It's John? I always forget this guy's name. Some sort of very vague, generic white guy name. But humanity has only existed for 2 minutes. If the history of the world was compacted into a single day, and modern history has only existed for a fraction of that. And yet we are destroying our planet at a record pace. Sorry I misled you at the beginning, folks. Everything's not fine. But hey, maybe nature journaling could help you. CTV News 4 days ago.
Back now to Ainsley McPhail. It's Earth Day today. We're talking about the important work happening at CPAWS, and sometimes journaling might be a good way to protect the planet. Good morning, Ainsley.
Well, you said work, Rochelle, so that doesn't mean it can't be the work that we do on ourselves, right? Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society is doing great work right here in Manitoba to preserve the water and the rest of the land as well. But some things that we can do for ourselves this Earth Day. Carly Gray joins us to explain. Nature journaling. You've brought an example here. But first, what is it?
So nature journaling is a way of recording your observations, your scientific thoughts, and your connection to the natural world. So you use pictures, words, and numbers to survey the world around you and to dive in deeper into your curiosity and wonder. So I made one yesterday while I was out watching the backyard birds return to my yard. So starting with a really nice title, I always like to put the date on there. I start with pictures because that's my first way of viewing the world. And then I add some details. So I write the words to put a little bit more information because sometimes my pictures...
Sometimes your pictures aren't... Yeah, I gotta say, I don't think we could rely on these pictures of yours for any scientific study. But hey, great. Now, I'm fairly certain journaling, not gonna solve it. Not gonna solve it. I mean, it may be good for awareness of your surroundings if perhaps you find yourself lacking in awareness. But, yeah, we're gonna need more than individual action to solve this one, I'm afraid. Sorry to take away your agency, folks. Not that you can't do things to improve, maybe perhaps your way of life. As a whole, one man, one woman, one child cannot solve climate change. It's a group effort. And specifically we need governments and corporations, those expending the most carbon in this equation, need to be the ones to make the changes. How we get them to do that is another question we could get into.
When it comes to climate change,
maybe we
I
will.
give this one a lot. It's too late for the planet. There's really nothing we can do at this point. And yeah,
really?
Our greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, are at their highest levels ever. And yes, last year, 2024, was the warmest year on record for Earth, just beating out 2023. And yeah, top 10 hottest years on record have all happened in the last 10 years. I'm not here to sugarcoat it.
This begrudging ABC video about climate change is hilarious.
But hope is not lost. Scientists have a way that we can pull ourselves out of this. First,
I gotta say, the sort of begrudging tone of ABC deciding that maybe they should talk about climate change, a supposed journalistic news outlet, when they so ABC spends so little time on all of this. You can kind of tell by the way this video is done, the tone that's being struck here. It's like, yeah, I mean, I know we don't talk about it, and usually our sponsors hate it. All the people who are trying to get you to spend more money and consume more fossil fuels, they kind of hate it when we talk about this, but it's Earth Day, so we're gonna bring it up. But don't worry, we've already solved it, actually. Okay, ABC, what's the solution?
We do know how to slow this warming down or even reverse it. We don't have to wait for a miracle or the next Einstein to be born.
Really?
Science has definitively proven that fossil fuel emissions, the burning of oil and gas and such, are the primary contributor to climate change. And we have a lot of alternatives to oil. According to the International Energy Agency, solar and wind are now the cheapest options for electricity generation. And the batteries that it takes to store that power, the technology is getting better for those too. We're also making a record amount of renewable energy. I mean, look up there. Those power lines are now carrying more electrons from solar and wind. And actually, an analysis by Climate Central says that we created enough power in solar and wind to power 70 million American homes. Then there are the thousands of climate companies and nonprofits that are using their ingenuity to engineer climate solutions. So many of these innovations won't go anywhere because they're not.
This grass is green sort of mentality ABC is exhibiting really lacks the sort of desperation we should have in this moment. They're like, yeah, climate change is bad. But hey, I don't know if you've heard, but we've been doing a really great job producing enough renewable energy for 70 million American homes. You notice the way that they even cite that statistic? Like, they didn't say that 70 million American homes were powered by that. No, it's just how much energy is being produced. It's just a estimate of it, right? How much was that was used to power Grok, AI, right? ChatGPT. How much of that renewable energy got siphoned off first by those kind of people to power some Amazon Web Service data center, huh? I mean, like, they're not going to get into that. They're not. I hate this one. We're moving past it. But it's such it's just so much like cope-filled, like generic discussion of all this that lacks any sort of, like I was saying, like desperation or urgency. Like ABC should be taking this more seriously, but they're just sort of being like, yeah, but have you heard of Ford before? The new Mustang 2026 is coming out this fall at a very low 10% APR. All right, let's talk a little bit about what the Trump administration has been doing for the environment. They've been opening up the environment to a great new world of capitalism. K-On 2 News from last week. Trump opens up Pacific Marine sanctuaries to commercial fishing.
Follow the rich white man.
Today, President Trump signed an executive order to boost America's fishing industry by allowing commercial fishing in certain protected areas. While it's intended to improve access in the U.S. and enhance economic profitability, many fear the long-term impacts far outweigh the short-term gains.
This undermines more than a decade of bipartisan conservation efforts.
Concern and disbelief. That was the reaction from the Center for Biological Diversity after President Donald Trump signed an executive order Thursday, lifting long-standing protections for the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument in the Central Pacific Ocean, opening it up for commercial fishing by U.S. fleets. According to the White House, 90% of the seafood in the U.S. is imported, resulting in a $20 billion trade deficit. The White House says the order is going to restore America's seafood competitiveness by reducing regulatory burdens, combating foreign trade practices, and enhancing domestic.
Yes. Gotta combat those unfair foreign trade practices. Now, you know what's not going to enhance seafood production? When the rest of the ocean implodes. When we do commercial fishing with nets, it absolutely destroys the environment. The seabed can be affected. That includes things like coral, which lie just above the seabed. And coral is already under extreme danger, and we actually have coral-related news to talk about on this Earth Week. An unfortunate but apropos occurrence considering the timing of it all. God, but like coral has been under threat already for so long, and this is just gonna absolutely just not be good for that. These sanctuaries are the things that keep alive that industry that he's trying to bolster, right? You get rid of the sanctuaries and all the rest of the protected areas of the ocean, then those fish have no nurseries, places to grow. We'll just be left with nothing in the ocean. It'll just be barren, just a barren hot soup, algae soup. But don't worry, Donald Trump's not just going after the fish. He's going after all endangered species. Look, these birds don't need homes, okay? They fly. They can just fly forever.
President Trump is trying to make it easier to build in locations where endangered species live across the U.S. He's planning to do this by overhauling the Endangered Species Act. It was established in 1973 to protect fish, wildlife, and plants that are listed as threatened or endangered. Under the act, any business or activity that harms a protected species would be a violation. Well, Tracy Wolf joins us now. She's the senior coordinating producer for the CBS News Climate Unit, becoming quite a regular here on the Daily Report, and we are grateful to you for that. So how exactly could the president make it so that you could build in areas where endangered species live?
So anytime industry or business wants to develop a building, wants to drill, wants to log, anytime they want to do some major economic activity, there's a host of environmental regulations that industry needs to abide by. What President Trump is trying to do here with the Endangered Species Act and with a lot of other environmental regulations is cut that red tape. So when the Endangered Species Act was established in 1973, the main framework of that act was to protect critical habitat for threatened and endangered species. And so what it did was it established the definition of harm, meaning you can no longer harm an animal if it could lead to that species extinction. Well, harm in this sense means building or destroying its habitat. When you look at why species go extinct, more often than not, it's not because we are hunting that species to extinction. It's because we're damaging critical habitat where the species lives that eventually renders the species extinct. So the whole purpose...
Yeah, because we no longer live in the 1800s. And, you know, we're not doing the sort of hunting that we once did. You know, and we aren't actively trying to decimate certain populations that we see as being either dangerous or threatening to livestock, right? I mean, this still happens to some degree. We talk about ranchers killing wolves and things like that, but it's not pervasive enough across the country. The thing that is endangering species is climate change, right? And it is the destruction of their habitat, which continues to shrink because of climate change, right? The more the climate changes, the more of the expected indigenous plants and other sorts of functions of nature don't exist, and or the actual land gets taken up by humans, right? And the idea that Donald Trump thinks that building on protected land isn't endangering the endemic species is idiotic. It just seems, honestly, it just seems vengeful against animals. And Donald Trump hates animals. He hates dogs. Why does it? He's like one of the only presidents that's not had a dog at the White House, and he's on his second term. I was kind of thinking that he would have gotten some sort of, like, I don't know, a German Shepherd or something at this point. You know, one that sits at attention whenever it hears Wagner.
Behind the Endangered Species Act was to conserve critical habitat. And what Trump is trying to do here is say, hey, I'm not saying that we're no longer allowed to kill these animals. I'm saying it's okay for us to go in and build in these critically endangered areas where these animals live.
So
and that's what he's trying to do.
What are environmentalists saying about this? Could this lead to more endangered or even extinct species?
As you can imagine, environmentalists are incredibly concerned. As we've seen with a lot of rollbacks of environmental regulation, there's a lot of different ramifications when we start pulling back these guardrails. Environmental organizations will fight tooth and nail. They will take the administration to court to make sure that these rollbacks don't happen. But they did say that should Trump get his way, specifically with the Endangered Species Act, we could see very long-term permanent effects of these rollbacks.
So
yeah, because you can't unbuild. You can't, you know, like even if Democrats were to come back in office and come in and plow over, you know, do what do you call it? Like a demolition on these sites, restoring them to the natural habitat is something that takes quite some time for reversal. And depending on what, you know, these different industries decide to do with these regulations gone, could impact how long that time window is. Let's talk about this. Can Donald Trump overturn the Endangered Species Act? It's a good question. CBS News thinks they have the answer.
For more than 50 years, the Endangered Species Act has helped protect nearly 1,700 plants and animals, including the bald.
What the fuck?
But the act, signed into law by Richard Nixon, is expected to get a major overhaul with a proposed rule change by the Trump administration. To evaluate the impact, we are joined by Andrew Wetzler, a senior vice president at the Natural Resources Defense Council. Andrew, the Trump administration tried this before in the first term. How is this effort different?
It's just more relentless. It's more, as we've seen with this administration, more widespread. It's following a flooding the zone strategy. So when it comes to the Endangered Species Act, one of America's most successful and popular environmental laws, we're seeing a flat assault. Everything from trying to change the definition of harm under the act to exclude habitat alteration. That is, you can kill an endangered species by cutting down a tree it nests on, and it won't count under the act, to asking the Department of Interior to review the critical habitat designations of over 900 species with, make no mistake, an eye towards eliminating or shrinking them, to actually calling for every regulation issued under the Endangered Species Act to be sunset within 2 years.
It is insane.
Well, this is also a question that's been asked across the Trump administration. Can the administration do that?
And the short answer is no. You're right. Across.
Yeah, what? Donald Trump can't just undo legislation with the wave of his hand? In a felt tip marker? What?
Come on!
Who could have guessed? I mean, Congress doesn't seem to think so. Republicans don't seem to think so. Especially the ones in Congress who are not doing anything to stop Donald Trump from acting unilaterally, even on things that they are supposed to have authority over or had previous authority, which is supposed to sort of, you know, that's how laws work. Once you've passed them, you're not supposed to have to pass them a second time to get the president to abide by them. That's kind of the vibes of this administration, no? It's like, are you sure? Are you sure this is illegal?
Illegal.
All right, let's go to California. Got a few things to talk about here. Let's start in LA, where a troubling trend is happening here in California waters. There's an increasing number of sea animal deaths in Southern California, which are being linked to toxic algae. A troubling trend indeed. We've been talking about this toxic algae and how bad it's been getting in recent years.
Now at 5:30, numerous dolphins and other sea animals found dead or extremely sick off our coast. Good evening. This is a KTLA 5 News at 5:30. I'm Cher Calvin.
And I'm Micah Ullman. A toxic algae bloom is believed to be the source of trouble for the animals.
KTLA's Alina Bovian is live in Venice, where she spoke with people who are increasingly concerned. Alina?
Hi, good evening. It is very concerning, and you can actually smell the stench just walking out here. Now, according to experts, they say this has been happening all along the Southern California coast for the last 4 years, but never like this.
It's just sad because our beach used to be so clean, and there's so many dead animals every single day.
Venice Beach residents concerned about what's washing up on the shore. 50 dead and dying dolphins found along LA County's coast this week alone.
Every morning I walk my dog on the beach, and there's no less than 3 or 4 animals every single day. And a lot of it I feel like has really happened since the Palisades fires.
Experts say while the runoff from the Palisades fire is a contributing factor, it's not the main reason. It's the toxic algae bloom, a product of a neurotoxin called domoic acid,
They said
now engulfing the
I don't think scientists. I'm fairly certain scientists didn't say that. I think that someone wrote that copy wrong. Because there's no way scientists said that the algae bloom is happening because of the algae. Or maybe I'm just misunderstanding what she's saying. But, all right, the algae blooms are increasing because of climate change, because the algae flourishes in warmer water. Add into that human disposal of waste into the water, which creates more nutrients, especially like agricultural runoff, really contributes. Nitrogens and other things feed these plants. They love it. But then you add in the wildfire, right? You add in the wildfire runoff, and that's the main problem. That's for why this algae bloom this year is so much worse than in previous years, right? Climate change is, of course, still happening, but in the last 4 years, there was record high heat every year. And we're in an El Nino, so technically, waters are slightly colder, and very slightly. But this is a direct result of what happened with the fire. So maybe I'm just misunderstanding how that was
from
said.
San Luis Obispo to San Diego, responsible for killing nearly 1,300 sea mammals since February of this year. According to Keith Matassa from Ocean Animal Rescue and Research Alliance, they're seeing an unprecedented amount of dolphins and sea lions, a minke whale found in the Port of Long Beach, and a young gray whale in Huntington Beach.
The bloom is so big, and it's affecting so many fish that everything, even the highest level, the whales, are being affected. And that's the first time in history that we've seen that happen.
That algae in the water is producing this toxin, and it's producing it in greater intensity and frequency every year because of climate change, ocean acidification, and eutrophication.
Aura will be conducting necropsies of the animals found all along LA County's beaches. Debris from the wildfires and fertilizer runoff are fueling the spread of the toxic algae. Fish eat the algae, marine mammals eat the fish, causing the toxic overdose. While sea lions and birds can be saved, it's 100% fatal for dolphins.
You can still...
This is horrifying. Dolphins, seals, and whales washing up on beaches every single day in Southern California. In unprecedented numbers. Now's a great time to remove all those ocean regulations. Yeah, perfect time. Let's talk more about the California fire. What some of this is leading to. NBC Bay Area 4 days ago. Experts try to solve California's home insurance crisis. Ooh, we're gonna solve it. Yeah, solve that insurance crisis.
Well, a step forward in trying to solve California's home insurance crisis. Today, the state convened fire and insurance experts. Our consumer investigator, Chris Kimura, shows us how they want to better assess fire risk more accurately to help set our rates and create a new check on insurance companies.
Ooh.
We are here to try to tackle a crisis.
The discussion, virtual, about our harsh reality. California faces near constant wildfire risk.
It's driven by human and climate and topography and vegetation, all of which are changing.
The state's given insurance companies a green light to use computer models to assess risk and set prices.
What these models say has a very, very dramatic impact on policyholders, on what people get charged and what options they have.
Earlier this year, we traveled to Boston to show you the teams at a company called Verisk.
Everything in catastrophe modeling starts with people.
Verisk developed some insurance companies' computer models. We looked at the risk level a model estimated for my home down to the dollar.
That number that you generated for my house.
Yeah.
Can you generate that for my neighbor to the left and my neighbor to the right and everybody else on the block?
Absolutely.
And in the city?
Yeah, absolutely.
And in the county?
Absolutely.
And in the state?
Absolutely. And then the entire country.
But here's the thing.
That information is not public. It's intellectual property. That generates some skepticism.
And so the state's looking to create a public catastrophe model that essentially keeps the private models honest.
And we feel it's very important that there be this public model that will be a measuring stick against these privately created models.
Yes, that does make sense. This is a great plan, actually. I'm not sure if it'll solve everything about the insurance industry, but it'll at least keep, like she's saying, keep them honest. Not allow these insurance companies to say whatever they want about the insurable value or risk associated with your property and have a check and a balance, if you will, of this private model with a governmentally made model. Ah, that makes sense. Might keep insurance companies from lying to people. I think we don't need just in California. We need something like this across the United States. Okay. Let's go now to San Francisco, staying in the Bay Area with NBC Bay Area from 4 days ago. San Francisco awarding money. That's right, they're giving out cash. Sweet, sweet grants. Government grants to climate-focused startups. Uh-oh, watch out. Donald Trump is going to try and find a way to cancel this state funds being given to this.
Well, on this Earth Day, much of the focus remains on climate change, and in true Bay Area fashion, one of the big ideas from our area is creating more startups.
San Francisco is now awarding grants to small companies willing to build in a sustainable way. And tonight, we just learned who's getting some of that money. Here's our business and tech reporter, Scott Budman.
A way to charge more electric cars using less space.
The goal for us is to be able to reduce the vehicle footprint by about 85%.
And it's coming to San Francisco via a startup called Stack Mobility, which just got a grant from the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce.
We actually deploy our systems that go up to 60 feet high, and in the space of 2 surface parking spaces, we can park and charge up to 14 SUVs going vertically.
The Chamber's Yes SF program just awarded grants to 12 climate-focused startups, including KitSwitch, a company looking to streamline construction with less waste and a smaller carbon footprint.
It's prefabricated interior systems like kitchens, bathroom, or storage that are fully prefabricated and integrated with appliances, plumbing fixtures, electrical devices. It's completely different from traditional construction methods.
Yes, SF says its grant program has multiple goals: support clean tech ideas while bringing more activity to downtown San Francisco.
Well, there you go. San Francisco decided to provide businesses with government grants for doing good things for the environment and who are investing in their communities. All right. Let's go back to talking about fires. Here's KTLA 5 from a couple of days ago. Cal Fire, the biggest firefighting force in the entire United States, is adding a new firefighting aircraft to its arsenal. Gotta fight that fire.
In the wake of the catastrophic LA wildfires, Governor Gavin Newsom is vowing to increase California's aerial firefighting force. Today, Governor Newsom looked at CAL FIRE's newest weapon, a C-130 Hercules firefighting air tanker. CAL FIRE now has 7 of them, each with a 4,000.
I gotta say, it makes me sad every time we talk about California now. I gotta see Gavin Newsom's face. After he decided to come out as a Republican, basically, started doing these goddamn podcasts with Steve Bannon. Dude needs to be voted out of office immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Gallon water tank. The governor says these aircraft, along with new fire sensing technology, will help detect fires in the early stages.
One of the most devastating and deadly wildfires in our state's history just a few months ago only underscores the urgency of this moment, the urgency of continuing to make additional progress.
This is the right time to have these aircraft. This is the right time to continue to expand California's fleet.
Once the fleet is ready, it will be pre-positioned up and down the state. As for the new one introduced today, it's ready to go now.
I forgot about him saying the El Salvador gulags were a distraction. There's been too many things. I mean, the fact is I've already written him off. After listening to those podcasts.
Researchers are hoping the Arctic can help them learn more about climate
and we didn't
change.
cover them very much here.
Samples, which will soon be analyzed.
I was forced to listen to them. It was bad. They were just so bad. After that, I was just like, I'm done. I'm done. I already had some problems with the guy. For instance, his decision to physically, with his own bare hands, go down and dismantle homeless encampments while he lives in a fucking gilded mansion, gets paid decent, very good money to be the governor of California. That he would think that that was an acceptable thing to do. That was already really making me really dislike Gavin. And then all of this other stuff happened. And it's just, he's done, in my opinion. Dude is done. All right, now let's go north from California to Canada. Talk about what researchers in Edmonton are doing with a very cold piece of Earth's history.
Winter is coming.
Researchers are hoping the Arctic can help them learn more about climate change. They're collecting ice samples, which will soon be analyzed at the University of Alberta. CTV's Evan Kenny has more.
Feels a little bit like we're on the moon. We're out here in the middle of nowhere.
While it may feel like another planet, these researchers are in Canada. They're studying ice cores at the Mueller Ice Cap Camp on a remote island in Nunavut.
This is our kitchen tent and our work tent over here. Believe it or not, we actually have a freezer.
The team is drilling down about 600 meters into the ice cap. That's the deepest ice core in Canadian history.
So we've got a deep trench here with a hole at the bottom.
We know the depth, but we don't actually know how old the ice is yet.
Samples could include ice that's more than 10,000 years old. The researchers say this will help explain what's been happening to the environment.
In terms of understanding climate change, I mean, our observations are really limited to the last 200 years, really. And ice cores provide a really nice long-term record that show climate variability.
Those samples will be brought back to the Canadian Ice Core Lab at the University of Alberta to be analyzed.
This will be the longest and potentially oldest new ice core that our National Ice Core Lab will receive, process, and analyze. This is like a remarkable...
Pretty sweet stuff, Canada. Canadian Ice Lab, getting ancient ice. Trying to understand further our climate situation. Now, Al Gore made a Climate Week speech on Wednesday, which was Climate Day. Here's Guardian News from 4 days ago with a quick excerpt of that speech.
We've already seen, by the way, how populist authoritarian leaders have used migrants as scapegoats and have fanned the fires of xenophobia to fuel their own rise to power. And power seeking is what this is all about. Our Constitution, written by our founders, is intended to protect us against a threat identical to Donald Trump, someone who seeks power at all costs to get more power. I understand very well why it is wrong to compare Adolf Hitler's Third Reich to any other movement. It was uniquely evil, full stop. I get it. But there are important lessons from the history of that emergent evil, and here is one that I regard as essential. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, a small group of philosophers who had escaped Hitler's murderous regime returned to Germany and performed a kind of moral autopsy on the Third Reich. The most famous of the so-called Frankfurt School of philosophers was a man named Jürgen Habermas, best known, I would say, but it was Habermas's mentor, Theodor Adorno, who wrote that the first step in that nation's descent into hell was, and I quote, the conversion of all questions of truth into questions of power. He described how the Nazis, and I quote again, attacked the very heart of the distinction between true and false, end quote. The Trump administration is insisting on trying to create their own preferred version of reality. They say Ukraine attacked Russia instead of the other way around, and expect us to believe it. At home, they attack heroes who have defended our nation in war and against cyber attacks as traitors.
Well, there he was making a pretty political speech at the climate conference, suggesting Donald Trump and his henchmen are like the Nazis. Now let's go back down. I don't know why I did it in this order. Let's go back down to California and talk about the goddamn bees. Beads? No, bees.
We're going to turn now to our climate in crisis. Climate change is coming for our most important pollinators, bees. As the Bay Area heats up, our insects are struggling to survive. Meteorologist Vianney Arana spoke to scientists and beekeepers who are seeing and researching these changes firsthand.
The city of San Francisco hums with loud horns and flashing lights. But zoom in and you will hear a softer buzz.
You know, I hate to even speculate about what the world would look like if we didn't have bees.
Small but mighty, they hover like tiny dancers, moving from bloom to bloom. But beneath the beauty, a quiet collapse is unfolding. Bees are vanishing.
And in honeybees, we're seeing declines in those populations. These are managed bees. You can think of them as almost being like chickens.
Beekeepers report hives collapsing without warning, what scientists call colony collapse disorder. A hive thriving one week, nearly empty the next. A bee colony is a tightly run society. The queen lays all of the eggs, female worker bees clean, feed the young, build comb, and forage. Male bees, called drones, exist only to mate. If too many workers disappear, the entire hive collapses.
There's a variety of factors ranging from pesticide use, decreases in floral resources, changes in temperature and climate, and all of these different things are coming together. We also have the group of solitary bees that exist here in the United States and all over North America and the rest of the world, of which there are over 3,000 in the United States, are also declining.
Climate change shifts blooming seasons. Flowers open early, bees arrive late, their rhythm disrupted. Bees and flowers evolve together.
So you have big bees are more likely to visit big flowers, small bees, small flowers, that type of thing.
And it's not just honey we would miss. Without bees, crops like apples, almonds, and berries would vanish. Their pollination fuels our food supply. About 75% of the world's crops rely in part on pollinators. To see the connection.
That's right, people. It's not just honey that we would lose. We'd lose all the crops that bees pollinate. Because in some places, they're the only pollinators. They're not the only ones in all of the country. There's plenty of different sorts of insects that pollinate. But in certain crops, honeybees are the main, if not only, pollinator. That would leave us in a real lurch. And these populations have been dwindling, not just in California, but across the nation. And it is troubling. Some of it has got to be related to pesticides, some of it related to climate, but the rest of it is most likely just related to climate change. Like they mentioned, is, you know, bees and flowers, the, what's the word? They evolved together, right? Which means they have a pre-ancient, right? Going before human history. Bees existed before humans, and they evolved with the plants on this goddamn planet. And, you know, with the weather changing as erratically as it is, flowers are coming out at times that bees' intrinsic and, what do you call it? There's a word for this. I can't think of words. Instinctual, you know, like behavior is not prepared to adapt to on some, you know, in a year or 2 years, whatever it might be. You know, those sorts of historic, you know, like relationships don't just get suddenly changed and have no consequences. Maybe the bees need to pay attention. Yes, that's a good point. That's a good point. Is the bees, they're not evolving fast enough. It only took them millions of years to evolve. They should be paying more attention. That's right. That's a good point. All right, let's see what some people were doing on Earth Day. Back up in Canada, in Manitoba. CTV News from Wednesday.
Most of the snow in around the city has now melted, and conditions on the fields are pretty dry. It means we're in a period where we may be more vulnerable to grass fires, and one climate researcher is warning this year could be worse than past years. To explain, CTV's Taylor Brock joins us now in studio. Taylor, is there concern about grass fires this year being worse?
Well, Marilee, it may be too soon to know for sure. Kurt Hall from Climate Change Connection says it's difficult to make predictions for a particular year, But he says the current trend in Manitoba is for hotter and drier summers. Hall says when it gets hotter, you have more evaporation. So even if we get the moisture we need, it will evaporate more quickly. That leads to grass drying out. Then if there is a lightning spark or another ignition source, it can cause a wildfire.
That's exactly what we've had. This past winter has been warmer than average and drier than average. And the trends are indicating that we're going to get that kind of thing more frequently. And then in the summer, we're going to potentially see more heat waves. And it's the heat wave that really is the point where we're going to see the wildfires.
There's
Yep. Sounds like a yes on the wildfires. And while there was a decent amount of snow, it was not enough to make up for the lack of precipitation Canada needs every year. They create enough snowpack and everything else to feed the land as it should. It's gonna be dry. It's gonna be dry all over the place. Aside from the places that are getting hit by the hurricanes, which are coming any day now. All right, no, we got like a month. All right, doesn't it start in like May or June, something like that? I can't even remember right now. It's a coming. That's all I know. All right. Let's go back down to the United States. See how we've been dealing with natural disasters. Oh, wait. No, I take it back. I just realized that was the wrong video. I just confused two different CTV videos. How did I do that? Son of a bitch. That was not the video. That was a video talking about preparing for wildfire season in Manitoba, instead of a video about a rally in Manitoba on Earth Day. See how I got these confused? They're both from CTV. Whatever. We're going to go back to Canada in a second, but let's talk about one thing that affects all countries, all the non-countries, just the Earth. Planting trees, and why you can't just plant trees to solve this climate change crisis.
A forest. There are places on the planet where biodiversity continues to thrive, and those places are by and large in indigenous homelands. Biodiversity is the sum total of all of the organisms that are here. And you think, well, why does it matter in a forest which is self-generating? You get all the different forms of trees and the understory and the mosses and the fungi and the birds all in relationship. It's this beautiful web that doesn't really exist in a monocultural plantation.
When Tom's paper was published, many quite literally couldn't see the forest for the trees. By planting rows of single tree species to capture carbon, instead of reducing carbon emissions.
This greenwashing is one of the most insidious threats to climate change and biodiversity. And through this paper, in some people's minds, I'd become synonymous with greenwashing.
Yeah. And this is one of the things that's fueling the carbon credit industry right now, which is a complete sham. It allows polluters to continue polluting so long as they plant enough trees. No, we can't just plant trees and solve things and change nothing. And definitely shouldn't be planting monoculture forests, if you can even call them a forest. Because it's not going to support it's not going to support life in the same way that a forest should and does. Okay, now let's go back to Manitoba and talk about that rally. Happened on Earth Day. Here's CTV once again.
With storms, devastating tornadoes and flooding across the globe again this year, Manitobans at home are observing Earth Day. The event turned 55 today, and a rally at the legislature attracted schools, seniors, and musicians. CTV's Joseph Bernacki was there.
On the grounds of the Legislative Building, dozens of students rally together.
I really think it's important to recognize Earth Day because since we're living here, there's only one place we could live, really. And life is a really beautiful thing to experience.
Alexis Anero and her classmates at École Lila North are learning about ways to renew energy and reduce pollution by planting trees.
I can't think of a better way to represent Earth Day than celebrating it with our whole school.
Teachers at their school launched a clothing donation program and an Eco Warriors Club, all designed to teach kids about waste.
It's not just one person doing everything perfectly, it's a million people doing one more thing that they can do for the environment.
And they're not the only school getting involved. At Maples Collegiate, high school students are also going green, taking part in a bi-weekly compost collection.
It's about changing your lifestyle. It's not about, posting something on your story for one day and saying that you're done with it.
And the Save LeMay Forest Coalition was at the rally to celebrate. The St. Norbert Forest will be saved from development, thanks to the province.
I'm kind of still in shock that working on this for 5 years and all of a sudden they're expropriating. It's fantastic.
Other groups like Our Line in the Sand say more work needs to be done to protect land from silica mining companies. Organizers have collected over...
Yes, indeed. Kids and the community coming out on Earth Day to talk about the importance of the Earth and our environment. All right, let's go down and talk about the United States, natural disaster relief, and Donald Trump's desire to slash FEMA. How are all those Republican states doing down there after Hurricane Helene? They're probably fine. They're probably fine. Let's go to the majority report.
This is sort of a brief, interesting story. There's been a lot of tornadoes up through Arkansas and obviously Kansas and parts of Tennessee and parts of Mississippi. I was a little bit concerned during vacation just because, Saul's a little nervous about that stuff. And of course I am too.
Don't blame Saul.
Arkansas got devastated in March, apparently.
I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared. It was Saul. Saul is the one who was scared, not me, Sam Cedar.
Arkansas got devastated in March, apparently, by tornadoes. 3 people died. As you know, Sarah Sanders, governor of Arkansas, was Donald Trump's first communications after Sean Spicer, I think maybe the second. Is that the role she played? So, press secretary. And it's being reported that Sanders is begging Donald Trump to reconsider after the president rejected Arkansas's request for disaster relief funds. And these tornadoes hit mid-March. Sanders wrote, "The sheer magnitude of this event resulted in overwhelming amounts of debris, widespread destruction of homes and businesses, tragic loss of 3 lives." Then a second wave of severe weather hit Arkansas less than 3 weeks later. Now, what's interesting is that back in 2023, apparently, she made a statement, as long as I'm your governor, the meddling hand of big government creeping down from Washington, D.C. will be stopped cold at the Mississippi River.
Immediately.
And apparently maybe that's what she meant, and Trump was just holding it there. But Trump, you will recall, tweeted out you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. Then the federal government can help them out with money. FEMA's just getting in the way of everything. I actually think what Trump said when he got this request from Sanders is pretty obvious. I don't give money to fours.
Yeah, put that in the 4 file.
She's a 3 or 4. I wouldn't even.
Let me know if Kirsty Noem needs anything.
Exactly. Sanders is always a 3 or 4. And I don't care how much Ozempic she takes. Still a 3 or 4. That's it. I'm not going to do it.
Not going to do it.
Not going to do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not going to do it for a 3 or 4. Jester from Jersey. Lately, I've been having a difficult time envisioning a better post-Trump government that isn't in some way guided, also like the right, by vengeance politics. Whoever is next in charge must bring the hammer down on Trump, Musk, and the rest of these conniving villains in the top cabinet. There's no reason to believe that what follows Trump is going to be any better than Trump. At the heart, I mean, the only difference will be is that I think, like, you will not get this 100,000% tariff on China on Monday, and then on Tuesday, I meant 43% on China. Like, you'll get a little bit more consistency, but the fund.
Although I'm not sure that this is what the chatter meant, and I think I know what the chatter meant because I have personally said some stuff, of course, with some salt to be taken along with it, as well as, you know, some amount of sarcasm in certain circumstances, depending on which statement I'm talking about here. But I have found myself thinking in a sort of vengeful way about some of this. And I've talked about it because it actually concerns me that I'm that upset about some of this stuff that I have been thinking in sort of a vengeful kind of way about what Trump's doing. Right? I've talked about it when it comes to, like, the deportations and things like that. Oh, we're deporting people for free speech? Okay, wait 4 years, get ready for that. I would like to see that happen on the reverse side. But of course, that's a slippery fucking and dangerous slope and a terrible argument to make. And it certainly doesn't fit in with us talking about following the Constitution. But at some point, some of these things, they just get to this certain place for me where I'm like, maybe vengeance is needed. And I think that that's what this kid was talking about. Or not kid, but the chatter was talking about. I could be wrong. I'm just interpreting what I thought that message meant. I think Sam... I don't know if he quite got what was meant. I think he thought that he was talking about a second Republican administration after Trump, not a Democratic one with vengeance on its mind. All right, wow. Sam, during this, was mentioning that some of these storms that were coming through the Midwest and South, and they have not been letting up at all this week. Some wild storms went through places like Kansas and Texas. I think Oklahoma got hit. Arkansas, I think, as well. This is after multiple weeks of pretty wild weather for the South. Especially considering the time frame, the season. Some of it's been very strange. Let's start in Nebraska. This is a couple of days ago, showing some of the storms there. Flash flooding, as well as massive hail storms came through the last few days here.
Did just get an update for the flash flood warning. I have that map up here on Max 2. Maddie Augustine out live now, but life-threatening flash flooding expected. Multiple water rescues in the Saddle Creek area. An additional ½ an inch of rain is likely within the next half hour. Locations that are going to experience this flash flooding, and again, this is a life-threatening situation. Southeastern Omaha, northwestern Council Bluffs, Ralston, Carter Lake, Midtown, Exarban, Benson, South Omaha, Florence, Epley, and the Old Market.
Why did this guy just randomly point?
All right, let's toss it out to Maddie real quick. What do you got for us, Maddie? Tell us where you are and what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, guys, we are near Saddle Creek and Leavenworth. We're currently under an overhang at a gas station right now, but you can see just how much this rain is coming down by how it's pouring off of this overhang. And I'll have you take a look at the intersection of Saddle Creek and Leavenworth. There is several inches of water just sitting in the roadway right now. And again, just 1 to 2 inches can stall a car. So please do not drive through any sitting water if you can avoid it. A ton of cars have been streaming through this area trying to avoid the water. And if you look right over here, there's actually a car that has been stalled here. The driver has been working to try and get it off the roadway and out of the way of other drivers. But again, this is a very dangerous situation. It takes just a few inches of water to be able to stall your car.
Well, along with that rain came some of this. Staying in Nebraska, let's see some of the hail that was coming down in the area. This is like a cell phone video.
Check out this insane footage from Fremont, Nebraska, where a historic hailstorm slammed the area on April 17th, 2025. Baseball to softball-sized hail, up to 4 inches wide, tore through homes, shattered windows, and crushed vehicles.
Wow.
Winds hit 82 miles per hour, turning each chunk of ice into a projectile. Hail forms when powerful thunderstorm updrafts carry raindrops into freezing air. The stronger the storm, the bigger the hail. This wasn't just rare, it was destructive. Fremont took a direct hit, leaving behind a path of damage and shock. Have you ever seen hail this intense? Drop your craziest weather story in the comments.
Oh my God.
That was some very intense hail. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go now to staying in Omaha, sorry. KETV News from 2 days ago.
What do you think, Vance? Oh my gosh. Look at this.
Pretty crazy. Alright, this next one is in Texas, which was also hit by hail and incredibly stormy conditions. This is from 4 days ago, KVUE. This must have been Wednesday or Tuesday, I guess. Look at that. That is wild. That is insane. What the fuck? Oh my god. That is so fucking weird. It looks like somebody came out and dumped out like a ice maker or something onto the ground. That is insane. That is insane. Alright, they weren't just hit by hail, though. They were also hit by a tornado. Multiple tornadoes reported in Texas during this storm. It's a Storm Chaser channel from 2 days ago. Texas Storm Chasers in Matador, Texas.
Big tornado in progress. Big tornado in progress. Big tornado in progress.
He's right about that thing being big. You can see how like the whole, it's like the whole field is churning. Like, you see what I mean? Like, just how big the funnel itself is.
It is what it is at this rate. We're in for the biscuit. This is right where we need to be.
Is it?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Something just got hit.
We gotta go south.
Yeah. Wow. That thing is freaking huge. I think those sparks were, yeah, you can see it over here. You can see the power lines. It just took out like multiple, what do they call them? Well, whatever, multiple power lines there just now. Okay, let's now go to Georgetown. Where is this? Is this also Texas? KVUE. I think it's a Texas-based station. More video of this hailstorm.
That's not a sound anybody wants to hear. First tonight, thunderstorms and hail slamming parts of central Texas. And KVU News editor Sierra Villarreal took this video in Georgetown just a couple of hours ago. Look at all that. She says there was so much hail it looked like snow, and it really does. And let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams. And Hunter, this was a Pretty big surprise for a lot of people out there.
I tell you what, these storms, they initially popped up over the Austin area, and we were happy to have some heavy rain. It produced a little bit of pea-sized hail over parts of central Austin. The new storms developed over northern Travis County, and they really intensified as they moved north into the Round Rock area and especially just on the east side of Georgetown. So let me show you the hail track. Now, this is an approximation, so not exactly, but this is where the radar was indicating some of the biggest hail fell. Again, this kind of initially became strong to severe in the Round Rock area. It was pretty.
Okay, yep, was Texas. Well, there you go, Texas, Nebraska. Getting hit really hard by the storm system coming through. Seeing insane amount of wind, hail, and quite a lot of rain. Tornadoes. It is wild. Pretty wild, some of this weather here. Very erratic. Let's talk about the people who survived tornadoes. Here's CBS Evening News. By the way, chat, we are over 7 hours through this. This is definitely, without question, going to be one of the longest streams, maybe the longest stream we've ever done. We have a record number of videos we have to get through tonight, 205 videos, and I'm not going to give up tonight. No, you can't make me do it. Not going to do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I will not give up tonight. We're gonna get through all of these videos, all because, not just because of the goals, because thankfully the stream is working very well today. I don't know if you've noticed, we haven't had any lag. Knock on Spacewood. Made a couple of changes on how we're doing this and seem to be running very smoothly. So we should be ensured all of the goddamn content tonight and / day. Because this stream's going to go on for many hours now. We have extra long environmental half today because of things that have been going on, as well as Earth Week. And we got a shit ton of stuff to talk about in Earth half, mostly due to the Pope, but also due to some other recent happenings. A lot of shit. Oh my god. How many videos? 200 videos? Who made this list? This is too many videos.
That's too much, man!
Okay, let's go from talking about this storm to talking about how the survivors of all of these tornadoes and storms that we've seen in recent history are getting on. Here's CBS Evening News from 18 hours ago. Be right back. I gotta pee.
Wave upon wave of storms pounded Oklahoma. And take a look at some of this damage here behind me. Trees snapped in half. Behind those trees, buildings missing the roof. Walls collapsed. Thousands of people are still without power, and many more are trying to pick up the pieces.
Large tornado confirmed on the ground, moving north just south of Sulphur.
Violent storms ravaged Oklahoma overnight.
Oh, hey, listen to it.
The small city of Sulphur devastated after taking a direct hit.
All of downtown Sulphur is destroyed.
At sunrise, the widespread damage revealed. The tornado shredding buildings, turning them into piles of metal and brick. 19-year-old Addie Gordon was helping out at the local steakhouse when she heard sirens and ran for cover.
As we're running through the building to get down to that basement, the glass is all shattering out of the windows, and it's just like a bomb went off.
At any point, were you scared?
Oh, I screamed. I thought I was going to pee myself.
It's so much worse in person. Just so hard to wrap your mind around.
Dana Vanderver and Donna Lewis's business was wiped out one day after the store's grand opening.
It's too soon to even think about it, really. We don't know what we'll do.
Dozens of tornadoes ripped through the plains this weekend, impacting millions. In the city of Marietta, near the Texas-Oklahoma border, a tornado carved a canyon through this Dollar Tree warehouse. The National Weather Service says a preliminary report of this storm called it an EF3, and that's wind speeds of at least 136 miles per hour. And residents here are saying cleanup will take weeks.
In West Texas, severe storms unleashed powerful tornadoes. One touching down in the city of Hawley, destroying several homes. Caroline Vandergriff of CBS News Texas has one family's harrowing story.
This is all that's left of the Lambert family home. When the tornado hit, they first hunkered down, then ran for their lives. Their car destroyed, their phone blown away. These are photos of Casey Lambert and her badly injured 7-year-old son Lane.
Oh my God.
Today, they shared their story.
Damn,
We saw it hit our friend's house. That was the point that my husband said, you need to go in the closet with the children. We sat down, we grabbed hands, and what did we do?
We said a prayer.
We said a
this
prayer.
poor kid.
We did, and we just prayed, God, please keep us safe during this tornado. Perfect.
She tried to hold on to both kids. The wind was too powerful.
Lane was sucked out of our hold, and he was sucked and thrown about 25 feet. I just remember screaming for him. I thought he was dead. I thought he was gone. And I had already begun mourning that. The only fear I ever have as a mom is not being able to rescue my child in a dangerous time, and that's exactly what happened.
In the Houston area, relentless rain is swelling rivers and lakes.
Oh my God, he's going in the water.
In the town of Shepherd, flash flooding swallowed up the road.
Damn, this guy's bailing. He's still in there.
Water.
Oh my God, I can't believe that guy was still in there. When the truck is like that, buddy, you cannot drive your way out of that. You should have already been out of there. Jesus Christ. I needed that comedy after looking at that family. Oh God, horrifying recounting of events these people just went through. It's been a full year for them now, but
flash flooding swallowed up the road, and this 18-wheeler that tried to test the water.
Difficult.
Luckily, the driver made it out to safety.
Yeah, he was lucky. It's about to get a very unfortunate consequence sitting around this whole time. We're gonna, let's see here. Gonna move this along a little bit. This is like a 30-minute video about people's stories of surviving tornadoes. In some way, they're the lucky ones, as a lot of people have died in the recent tornadoes that the U.S. has been seeing. A lot of people. This year, there's been quite a few fatalities.
Now to a concerning number of tornadoes. More than 500 have been spotted in the U.S. since April. And there's new evidence tonight that Tornado Alley may be expanding beyond the Midwest. CBS's Dave Malkoff shows us why.
April 2nd, 2024, an EF1 tornado sliced the roof off a funeral home in Sunbright, Tennessee. Noah and Lexi Hamby were next door outside.
We was probably about right here is when it hit us.
He was carrying their 4-year-old. She had their baby in her arms.
I mean, it literally swooped me up off my feet with the baby in my hands. He had me by the hood of my jacket, was like choking me.
Yeah, if she wasn't wearing a hoodie, she'd been gone.
They were trying to find a basement to take cover in a part of the country that's not used to tornadoes. The most likely place in the world for a tornado is right here in Tornado Alley. In fact, look at the 1950s. You can see a clear line right through the center of the country. But if you fast forward to the 2010s, tornadoes don't necessarily stay in their alley anymore. Dr. Timothy Coleman wrote a study released in April after researching tornado locations dating back to the 50s.
The tornado alley now in the United States, in terms of the maximum area for tornadoes, is an area from the southeastern U.S., parts of Mississippi out in Alabama, up into Tennessee, Kentucky, and even parts of southern Indiana and Illinois.
Meteorologists have not settled on a definitive reason for this change, but the shift can be dangerous.
A lot of that increase in the east has been at night and in the winter when people don't expect tornadoes and may not be as ready for.
Most sensible people do agree this is probably due to climate change and the increased erraticness in our environment. That much I do know. In fact, it's pretty clear. If you look at the data, there's some sort of correlation between human activity and increased tornadoes.
We really about lost our lives.
As the Hambies tried to get to a safe place, they found their neighbor, Kevin Daniels, just in time.
And he grabbed her, and then I grabbed him. Like they both had a baby in their arms when I dragged everybody out of it.
That's where me and my daughter was laying.
Learning what so many in Tornado Alley were taught, that seconds count.
2 seconds slow, me and her gone, absolutely.
Jesus. It was a horrifying moment. New emotional support character is ready, is it? Okay, okay. All right, let's go to another southern state, which has been dealing with some bad weather. All the way down in New Orleans. They have been trying to fight back floodwaters, as Louisiana also got hit by this recent storm.
Firefighters are used to gushing waters to save lives, but first responders in Algiers say they were slushing through floodwaters inside the firehouse.
Well, that is after several inches of rain flooded high-traffic areas on the West Bank. WGSU's Jonah Gilmore live in Algiers on General Meyer. Jonah, the flooding is only one of several issues that firefighters there are dealing with.
Yeah, Gina Sulla just behind me, you can see the furniture the fire department actually had to toss out because it was soaked. And over here, you can actually see the mops the department used to push all of that water out. Now, while it doesn't always flood in this area, fire officials and city leaders say it highlights a lingering issue. Inches of water set inside Engine 33 in Algiers Monday as rain inundated parts of New Orleans.
Water was coming into the station. They decided to, they couldn't stop it.
This video shows standing water covering the bottom of equipment and wheels of fire engines. That water also flowing through the holes and into living quarters, damaging furniture.
There's only so much you can do, and a lot of it is you can't do anything about that.
Captain.
Yeah, although I gotta say, this fire station may have been built in the wrong spot. Fire station isn't the place that you want to get flooded first. But that seems to be what happened here. They're among some area in this Nolens district and at the firehouse underwater. I guess maybe that'll help fight fires? But I don't know if you got to deal with that in the middle of a rainstorm, probably. Okay, I'm being too sarcastic. Oh my god. You saw a restaurant flood their business with fresh water. You saw that on this channel. What are you talking? That was literally a video that we covered. It was like last week or 2 weeks ago or something. You're remembering this stream, Soul Life. That's what you're remembering. Okay. Now let's talk about how one Native American tribe is currently working to protect the Delaware River. CBS from Earth Day on Wednesday.
Earth Day, we want to draw attention to the people who are working to make environmental gains, especially Native American tribes. National environmental correspondent David Schechter takes us to the Delaware River, a place sacred to the Lenape Indian Nation.
A whole quest hey, oh, lummy.
This is an honor song to the ancestors of the Lenape Nation, an indigenous tribe in Pennsylvania. The Delaware River is their ancestral home and a place they come to pay their respects. Clan mother Shelley Windemakwi DePaul and her son Chief Adam Waterbear DePaul have dedicated their lives to protecting the river.
What's the significance of the river to your people?
There are pragmatic reasons. It's huge for traveling. Of course, it provides food. But the spiritual significance, the cultural significance, the river, it just communicates so much humility.
What can we do to keep the balance, or in many cases restore the balance? Because our early ancestors lived in balance, and now we need to relearn that.
We have been recognized for the last 20 years. Now it's your turn.
Keeping that balance between nature and development motivates the Lenape's activism.
We have been here taking care of the rivers.
Partnering with other organizations, the tribe's efforts helped lead to a 2021 ban on fracking in the Delaware River Basin after concerns those chemicals can cause health problems and hurt aquatic life and ecosystems. In 2002, they helped kill a proposed dam that would have created a lake along the Pennsylvania-New Jersey border.
Why did the Lenape oppose these projects?
It's really important to understand that we are not against construction and development. It's because there is severe and unwarranted risk to the environment and or to the cultural history of the area.
Now they're fighting against the construction of warehouses near the Delaware with huge roofs and parking lots. They're concerned about pollution draining into the river.
It's often one of the biggest points that people just don't deal with, that there's no realistic plan for.
Yeah, I guess I hadn't even considered runoff from roofs. But yeah, Lenape have been attempting to protect the Delaware River from all sorts of things. By the way, is it just me, or is Lindsay like super pregnant? Is that her name? I think that's her name. This lady. I just noticed it today. Today's the first day that I noticed. But I feel like she's like many months along, and I don't know how she managed to hide it for so long. But this isn't even this wasn't even the spot where I noticed it, but like they did the side cam earlier today, and I was like, holy shit. She's about to have like twins or something. Okay. Now, with fire season coming, we should probably be doing everything we can to bolster our firefighters. Donald Trump, though, has a different plan to help firefighters. Knowing news anchors' names, that is one of the one of the things about this job. I listen to so many news anchors all day, every day. I wind up knowing too much about them.
Earlier this month, the Trump administration laid off more than 800 staff, or at least 2/3 of employees at the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, also known as NIOSH. The agency was established in 1970.
Whoopsies.
Occupational Safety and Health, also known as NIOSH. The agency was established in 1970 to conduct research and make recommendations to prevent work-related injury and illness. It's part of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that falls within the Department of Health and Human Services. According to a ProPublica report, these cuts included 7 out of 8 members of a group that investigates when a firefighter dies in the line of duty. The administration's cuts will also disrupt a first-of-its-kind study looking into cancer in firefighters and a program that provides assistance to 9/11 first responders. For more, let's bring in Mark Olalde. He's a reporter for ProPublica and author of that article. Mark, thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Why is this program so vital?
So anytime a firefighter, whether it's wildland firefighter, residential, military, dies in the line of duty, that fire department can reach out to NIOSH, can reach out to this 8-member team and say, please investigate, please tell us what went wrong. After that report is finished, the first step is it goes to the family, helps give the family closure. It helps the family understand what happened to their loved one. And then it goes to the entire firefighting community. And the community then gets to fix its SOPs, think about what gaps it has and how it fights fires, and really try to, as they say, learn through tragedy and make sure that this accident doesn't happen to other firefighters.
One of those former employees told you that the team had been looking into the deaths at 20 fire departments when they were laid off. What's going to happen to those investigations?
They're not going to happen.
Those 20 are still a bit up in the air, but more than likely,
they're not going to happen. You get rid of all the investigators investigating. How are you supposed to conduct the investigation, Lindsay? Can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
But yeah, Donald Trump fired almost every single investigator tasked with investigating the deaths of firefighters. I don't even understand what the point of this is. Like, what does this even achieve for Trump and his base and or America? How does this make America better? I don't even understand the premise behind this one. Is it investigating deaths in fire? Is that woke now or something? I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? Jesus. Yeah, you think it's the lawsuits and the money that business owners and others might be forced to fork over, and or lawsuits against the government? I mean, okay, it doesn't even make, it just genuinely doesn't make any sense to me. We're missing an emotional support character. That's my bad. That's my bad. Okay, speaking of firefighters. This week, firefighters have been fighting a multi-thousand-acre wildfire in New Jersey. See, we don't need to investigate firefighters' injuries or deaths. It's not like they are in an incredibly dangerous job that helps society. What's that? Oh, they are. Oh, damn it.
Now a developing story. Look at this in New Jersey, where crews are battling a massive wildfire. The fire has forced some mandatory evacuations in Ocean Township, Lakewood, and Lacey Township. The fire started around 10 this morning. I believe, Lauren, this is a live picture we are looking at? I believe so, yes. We're looking at a live picture right now. And we can tell you that the New Jersey forest fires, we can tell you that Forest Fire Service says that they're working their best. At least 150 acres are burning, but so far the fire is 0% contained. Officials say the fire is threatening over a dozen structures.
Like nervous, like we're hoping the fire doesn't get too close to us.
It's horrible. There's no woodlands left. Not only that, but you would think with all the rain we would have been all right, and it's still not enough.
I can't imagine it's going to come this way. There's not enough brush to come over this way, but anyone out slightly west of this way or southwest of this way is probably in big trouble.
Now, several roads in the area are closed because of smoke from the fire, including the northbound and southbound lanes of the Garden State Parkway between exits 63 to 80. I don't know. Can we get that live picture back up again? We may have lost it because that was a chop.
All right, we're going to keep going through. We got multiple videos of this. Fire really got out of hand really quickly. Like I said, thousands and thousands of acres have burned. It's still technically burning right now. Okay, this one's also from 4 days ago. More live view of this fire. Jesus. Yeesh. It's a pretty big area. Now, over 10,000 acres have burned up to this point. You can see the winds are pretty strong with the smoke going flat across towards in this direction. Not super strong, but clearly moving enough to keep the fire moving and fed. This is the next one. Let's see. 3 days ago now. 6 ABC Philadelphia on the story.
We're going to start with that breaking news. The Ocean County wildfire, dubbed the Jones Road wildfire, has now burned more than 8,500 acres. It's only 10% contained.
The wildfire is threatening more than 1,300 structures, and more than 3,000 people have been forced to evacuate.
We have team coverage this morning. Meteorologist Karen Rogers will explain how the weather conditions are impacting this fire right now.
Matt Pellman is tracking the impact on the surrounding roads, including the Garden State Parkway. We begin with Action News reporter Corey Davis, live in Lacey Township. What's the scene there, Corey?
Matt and Sam, good morning. So behind us, where we are here along Lacey Road, not far from Garden State Parkway, there is some flames burning inside the forest there. Vegetation, trees have been on fire. But one good thing is that we've noticed over the past several hours is that, at least in this section here, it appears to have dissipated a little bit. It's unclear exactly what it looks like, though, beyond that, especially in the dark right now. Ocean and Lacey townships are currently still under evacuation orders. This morning, more than 3,000 people are also within those orders, those evacuation orders. So I want to give you a look there at some video of what it's like to drive along Lacey Road near the Garden State Parkway. We shot this not long ago. The trees and vegetation out there in the forest were on fire. Chopper 6, too. Take a look. Chopper 6 was over the wildfire as it burned and forced thousands to evacuate. Glowing lines of orange flames could be seen across Ocean County, threatening more than 1,300 structures. We saw one building burning from Chopper 6 as firefighters worked to put the flames out. The Jones Road wildfire, as it's called, was originally reported in Barnegat Township at around noon yesterday. This morning, police say it has mostly moved out of that area, but the town is still without power.
It's just a very eerie feeling. You know, you think you're somewhere else. There's no street lights. It's dark enough living out here, but without no lights at all, it's even darker, you know. So it was a crazy day. It's still crazy. It's still, I'm not going to sleep tonight.
Yeah. Probably difficult to sleep knowing this is on your doorstep. And this fire continued burning all week. Got multiple videos of this. Gonna go through them, as we haven't watched any of this footage this week.
First, we begin with that wildfire that exploded overnight in New Jersey. Here's a live look from our Philadelphia station WPVI's helicopter. Trevor Auld is on the scene in Ocean County, New Jersey. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, George. This really became a mess overnight. Thousands of people evacuated and some major highways shut down. Let's show you that look up above again from our station WPVI in Philadelphia. You can still see some active flames this morning and really tons of smoke. A lot of the visibility is really messy this morning. And this was originally thought, the Jones Road fire, to threaten just a dozen structures, and then it erupted to threatening well over 1,000.
Overnight, a raging wildfire tearing through New Jersey.
We're going to have 3 buildings or 4 buildings affected. Are we making a stand?
Thousands of residents forced to evacuate in the night.
I hope that I have a home to return back to.
The Jones Road fire quickly exploding in size, swallowing at least 8,500 acres, and it's only 10% contained. Firefighters battling the blaze, trying to save this building.
We're going to lose this.
Flames closing in around them, threatening this industrial area. New Jersey Central Power and Light cutting electricity to 25,000 customers in an effort to protect firefighters. Parts of the Garden State Parkway shut down, smoke obscuring the roadway, and more than 1,300 buildings threatened, including a former nuclear plant.
Smoke and everything was right in my backyard. Everything was covered with black ashes.
New Jersey Forest Fire Service attacking the blaze from the ground and the air.
As the day progressed, it was kind of scary. Should you leave? Should you stay?
Michael Farah looking on in horror as smoke filled the sky, the flames closing in on his neighborhood.
First, of course, your safety, but what are you going to take with you? Birth certificates, passports. It's just a very eerie feeling.
And we did learn just moments ago that those evacuation orders have been lifted. That's positive news, but the power remains out. So a big problem this morning is a lot of intersections.
Jesus. Okay. Let's keep going through these videos. Back to 6 ABC Philadelphia now.
As soon as that fire started spreading, it was a mad dash for some 3,000 people who live nearby, forced to evacuate their homes. And getting out of Ocean and Lacey Townships was a big challenge for the Garden State Parkway. Being shut down overnight, it's now reopened, but neighbors say they sat in traffic for hours while they waited. We've been getting video from neighbors trying to escape those flames, like this one taken from a rooftop in Ocean County.
Ocean Township,
you can
the
see
Jersey
how close
Shore?
the residential community is to those intense flames and that heavy plume of smoke out there. And you can imagine how frightening this must have been, especially as neighbors are trying to escape through all of this. One driver took this video of the scene along the Garden State Parkway while fleeing from Ocean County. You can just see that haze, the smoke, and those flames lining the roadway. Another viewer submitted this video from the water. The smoke could be seen for miles.
It's a little scary, and going forward, like, I didn't have an emergency bag packed, so I was kind of walking in circles, like knowing I had to.
Yeah, you don't want to be walking in circles, ma'am. Not smart. But I get it. This is why we should all have go bags prepared with our important things. And perhaps important life-saving things as well. I've got a space go bag. Myself. Let's keep this going. Through the last couple of days of this fire, there was some there has been some progress on this fire, but this may very well be the largest fire in New Jersey in 20 years.
One Lacey Township business is reeling after fire tore through one of its buildings. As Ryan Hughes reports, the owner vows to rebuild.
It's rough. It's a hard pill to swallow.
Longtime employees and the president of Liberty Garage Door and Awning returned to the small business Wednesday to find the building reduced to rubble.
You think you know what you're going to walk into until you walk into it, and there's not one thing that survived.
Once the Jones Road wildfire exploded, Bob Nasty says he started receiving messages his building on Old Shore Road in Lacey Township was in danger. But the reality is worse than he imagined after flames jumped the road and consumed the warehouse.
Pure devastation. It's just a complete start over, but we will.
Terrible. We got out of here. I packed up my car and left.
Arlene Eddins is one of about 5,000 people who evacuated in Ocean and Lacey Townships. She returned home Wednesday morning once the evacuation order was lifted. But with thick smoke still hanging over her neighborhood, she decided to stay with her granddaughter as firefighters raced to keep the flames away from nearby homes.
I couldn't sleep last night. I got my prayer book out this morning, and thank God my house is still there.
I'm so anxious. I feel I can't even really eat. You know, you just get worried.
Fire officials.
Yeah, people praying to survive this fire. Okay. Let's keep this going. Got a few more videos left on this particular catastrophe.
And this could very well end up being the largest wildfire in New Jersey in 20 years.
New Jersey officials on Wednesday said a massive wildfire burning in the state's Pinelands was on track to become one of the worst in state history. The Jones Road wildfire had consumed some 12,500 acres and was 40% contained as of Wednesday afternoon. Bill Donnelly is New Jersey's Forest Fire Service Chief.
You guys have to remember, New Jersey has some of the most volatile wildland fuels in the entire country. You know, everybody's used to seeing California and things like that, that chaparral that burns up them hills and goes crazy. Well, these pine barrens out here are the exact same type of fuel model. They are just like having napalm spread across the ground. It's, you know, on the right conditions, when humidity's low and fires become wind-driven, it's just, you can see, you can have catastrophic fires as a result of those conditions coming together.
Yep. And the Northeast has not been getting enough rain, either throughout last fall or this spring, times when you would expect a lot of rain. So things are extra dry this spring, which is what has led us to this situation, this moment. Now, we got an update on the containment. As of 2 days ago, that wildfire in New Jersey got its way up to 50% contained. Now, of course, those numbers can always change for better or for worse, but certainly some progress being made throughout the week.
First at 8:30, we are looking live at the Jones Road fire still burning in Ocean County, New Jersey. It is dark outside right now, but you can still see that line of fire burning there. Dan Rice is live over the scene in Chopper 2. Dan, what is it like? What are you seeing?
And Jessica, you're looking at the area in Lacey Township, just west of the Garden State Parkway. Still multiple fires burning in this area. You can see one of those lines of fire that we're zooming into here. Now, the New Jersey Forest Fire Service, they're saying that over 13,000 acres have burned as a result of this fire, but they do consider it over 50% contained at this time. But just look how intense those flames are there in this area. And like I said, there are multiple lines of fire still in this section in Lacey Township. Let me bring the camera back over the Garden State Parkway, over towards Waretown and Forked River, and what you're going.
Wow, the lens on this camera is wild. Okay. Now, these fires are so vast and created so much smoke that there were air quality alerts all the way in New York. Well, all the way, not that far, but I mean, these fires were felt across state lines. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 from 2 days ago.
Now, an air quality health advisory is in effect in New York City as the still burning Jones Road wildfire, which is what it's being called now, continues to burn in Ocean County, New Jersey. Yesterday, it exploded to more than 13,000 acres. The wildfire is still threatening multiple structures and shutting down several major roads in that area. Firefighters are slowly getting the upper hand on the blaze, but crews are well aware they are not out of the woods just yet.
This could very well end up being the largest wildfire in New Jersey in 20 years.
Wow. New Jersey Forest Fire Service officials say that the fire is 50% contained and some much needed relief may be on the way, with rain expected in your weekend forecast. But Brittany, you know, this has been an ongoing situation for the last several days. It is creating big problems for visibility and air quality. How are the winds impacting as well?
Thankfully, winds will be
Somebody fix this woman's microphone.
Currently, we have
There
light
we
wind
go.
speeds ranging from 2 to 5 miles per hour, and we'll see similar conditions.
Oh my god. I was like, damn, they're just gonna leave her there talking into a turned off microphone, huh? That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Okay.
Lasting throughout this afternoon and tomorrow. So even though things are still dry, with relative humidity dropping down to 20 to 25% today and Friday, at least winds are lighter. So hopefully giving firefighters a better opportunity to contain the fire. And then, like you mentioned, another chance for rainfall on Saturday morning. But after that, things are dry, lasting through the early part of next week. So when it comes to your Thursday weather wellness, air quality will be unhealthy for sensitive groups. So if you have respiratory issues,
Yep. Even in New York, getting hit by the smoke and the pollen. Okay. This is our last video on the fires. I did see someone throw an update in there in chat. This is our last video, and this is from 9 hours ago, coming out of CBS, New York. Rains came to the Northeast briefly the last couple days and have been helping crews battle that wildfire in New Jersey.
Rainy conditions are helping crews battling the Jones Road wildfire out in Ocean County. New Jersey officials say that fire is now about 60% contained. It started on Tuesday and has scorched more than 15,000 acres. A 19-year-old man has been arrested and is now facing charges of arson. According to investigators, he set wooden pallets on fire but left before the flames were out.
Illegal.
God damn it, humans. Why do you keep ruining things so much? Don't you know that you're the one species on this planet that can truly help stop forest fires? Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, people. Come on! Be better.
If you've noticed the temperature has been all over
Be
the place, you're not alone.
better.
A new study reveals
Hey,
rapid
settle-
temperature shifts are
settle it.
increasing
Settle it.
globally. So think about a day
I need
in
you
New
to settle, Lindsay. Just take it down a notch. Okay.
If you've noticed the
Hey,
temperature has been
excuse
all
me,
over
ma'am.
the place, you're not alone. A new study reveals
did I
rapid
say-
temperature shifts
I
are
say
increasing
go back to talking.
globally. So think
This
about
is
a day in
incredibly
New York
rude.
City
This
last
is-
night.
Come on. There we go. I did it. I stopped it. Should we do New York stories first? No. No, we can't. We're going to blow through another break. We are right at the cusp of 8 full hours of galactic content. We just did a full environmental app, and we have more. We're going to get treated to 2 environmental halves this week. This here Saturnday weekending report, whatever you want to call it today. Kind of a combination Saturday weekending report, in which we are covering Earth Week. And so, as a stream that covers environmental issues on the regular, I went all out. And so we're going to get multiple, at least 1.5 halves, it would seem, of environmental issues to talk about. But before we get back to talking Earth Week, we have to do some more space messages. But don't worry, we'll be right back. Well, I hope you've been enjoying the stream, Space Fams. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. I would also ensure, if I were you, that you hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest galactic notifications so that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we would cease to exist if it weren't for folks such as yourself who enjoy watching the stream. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Technically, we have to get back on track with the memberships because we still can get into 19 emotes. I mean, really, the universe is ours for the taking. The more members we get, the more emotes our space fams get to enjoy. We also have, of course, Twitch with the bits and the subs and the on-screen celebrations. Cash App and PayPal if you'd prefer every cent of your dollars. Hard-earned ones, I assume. Go directly to funding the stream rather than funding the billionaire space flights of people like Jeffy Bezos. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron, where your Earth dollars go further, earning you more benefits than anywhere else in the Milky Way galaxy. Things like having an avatar. That's right, you could be on the stream. Your face could be looking back at you right now. Or maybe your favorite character in sci-fi. Maybe your dog or your cat. Whatever it is, just tell me what you want. You can make it an avatar for the stream. Just all you have to do is be a patron. $3 a month will get you that and a whole bunch of other sweet space benefits. So go on to Patreon. What is keeping you already, space fans? Get in there and help keep this spacecast alive. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
If you've noticed the temperatures.
Well, I think you space fams know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. 4 beautiful halves we've already gotten through. And it would appear we're going to get a whole bunch more, so buckle up, folks. Still got a lot to get into. But we're going to stay talking about the environment here in the 5th half, as it's incredibly important and will affect all of us, regardless of age.
Notice the temperature has been all over the place. You're not alone. A new study reveals rapid temperature shifts are increasing globally. So think about a day in New York City last month. We all remember this one. March 29th, temperature surged into the low 80s at one point of the day and then dropped into the low 40s all within a few hours. This is one day, but the authors of the study published in the journal Nature Communications warn this could happen more frequently, and they report that it could have irreversible negative effects on human and animal health, infrastructure, air quality, and agriculture. For more, let's bring in CBS News New York meteorologist John Elliott. So, John, thank you so much for being here on this important story. How do these rapid temperature change events happen, and why are they occurring more frequently?
Can we circle back to New York real quick?
Yeah.
While you were telling me that, it reminded me of this. We have a graphic that we share on WCBS Channel 2 here in New York that shows the month. And the blue boxes are below, the red boxes are above. We had 4, count them, 4 shifts of 30 to 40 degrees in 1 to 3 day periods. When you factored in wind chill, those real feel, it was closer to 50.
Jesus.
Parts of the plains, widespread 50-degree temperature changes day to day.
And this is the thing, which is why we have to continue calling this climate change and not global warming. Because this is about our entire climate becoming something that we do not know or understand. Right? And I mean, think about it. Like, this is not just going to affect like human daily life. I mean, it will. It certainly will. And I mean, if you're a homeless person, for instance, and say you get a nice day and you think, oh, maybe I can change where I sleep tonight. And then you wake up in freezing cold. I mean, this is, but then that's not even the point I'm trying to make right now. But it certainly is something to consider. But what I'm thinking of first thing that come from the things like the bees, right? We've been talking about the bees, and we need bees for food. Without bees, there's basically no food for humans, okay? Or at least a drastically smaller amount of an apocalyptically smaller level of food. And you have these sorts of climate events happening, continuing to be more and more erratic, causing plants to release themselves from a budding stage or to start a budding stage too early, too late. There's going to be drastic consequences. Drastic fucking consequences for the food supply. Regardless of what other sorts of insane things that we'll see. You know? That one's got to be front of mind with everyone.
I've been talking about this for a long time. This is all amplified waves. People know about the jet stream. Well, the jet stream, if you're ever flying from west to east or east to west, it'll slow or speed the plane. But there's something called Rossby waves. And Rossby waves are a little bit more permanent waves in the atmosphere. But if they buckle and shift or break off, when they break off, and then you have like a persistent flow, then you get this real rapid intensification. Or the flip side of that is you also get a lot of moisture training rain, and that can be related. And obviously it's related to not only the mid-latitudes farther away from the equator, but also topography, geography, many forces going into it. But it's the real world where I can't walk down the street and people say, when's it going to be spring? You got the winter clothes on, then you're in shorts. It's back and forth. Yeah. And I believe they're going to become more frequent.
Yeah, and in New York, it's been that way all spring. You get a beautiful day, and the next day it's 30 degrees. Even by nighttime, it just suddenly shifts. Like they were saying, like from 70 degrees down to 30. It is insane. Going from t-shirt to winter jacket multiple times in the same week. I've been coming down to earth, of course, as usual. I can't sustain the space station all day and night with full life support. It's expensive. And it's more expensive than Earth living, technically, but gotta make sacrifices. But Earth living keeps getting more expensive too, goddammit. One man in New York is looking to mix style and sustainability in fashion. Let's talk about that. Zero waste fashion.
What?
That's right. Please go.
A fashion designer in Brooklyn, super aware of how wasteful his industry can be. So for the past decade, he's run a business called Zero Waste Daniel.
Imagine zero waste. Our Joel Gargiulo here with Daniel's story on this Earth Day.
Yes, here with his story and also one of his designs.
Looks great.
Nice. Because you know what? I love to support small businesses, but I also love to support small businesses.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you guys about Daniel Silverstein. So when he first started in the fashion industry, he immediately saw the problems of his industry. So instead of accepting it, he decided it was time to change it. And that is exactly what he's doing through Zero Waste Daniel, turning what other designers
just crazy enough to
trash
work.
into one-of-a-kind works of wearable art. Inside this shop in Brooklyn, every stitch, every single scrap of fabric, creating something far beyond beautiful clothes. This is Zero Waste Daniel.
I can't believe something that kind of started by mistake is now my everyday real life.
A zero waste pioneer. A small business with an incredible mission.
Fashion is estimated to be the second most polluting industry in the world, second only to oil. We all think old clothes, old shoes, but the offcuts in the factory are estimated to be about 70 times as much waste as what's coming out of our closets. Think about it like cookie dough. If you roll out your sheet and then you cut out your cookies, there's always that dough in between. But when you're making cookies, you can roll that up and reuse it. In fashion, they just toss that stuff out. Not only are they throwing it away, many factories are actually having things incinerated. So whether it sits in a landfill or it goes into a fire, it's going into the atmosphere eventually.
Aside from his designs, this is where Daniel stands out. He uses what most would consider waste in his industry and creates works of art out of it.
I want the next generation of designers to know that you can do things on your own terms.
On his own terms, he did. Daniel Silverstein started the brand nearly 10 years ago, long before sustainability was on trend.
Now people are talking about being more...
He's a goddamn trailblazer. Like this guy. It's a good plan, buddy. Keep doing it. Honestly, some of the clothes that he's making seem to be pretty cool. On trend, that's for sure. Noticing a lot of denims. Denims are hot right now. Very hot.
So hot right now.
I've got a sound shot for everything, don't I, chap?
Aren't I a good guy?
Okay. Now, some climate activists in New York decided to take to the streets, to one specific street, Wall Street.
Follow the rich white man.
Here's a very short story from CBS New York from Earth Day.
Wall Street's iconic charging bull statue was vandalized, and it was all caught on camera. A group of climate activists were seen spraying green paint on the bronze bull earlier today near Bowling Green Park. We're told the paint has since been cleaned up. No word yet if anyone was arrested.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should be arrested for that. I think it was an improvement. It was an improvement on the goddamn stock bull. Gotta say. Wah, wah, poor bull. Being blamed for something it's definitely doing. The more the GDP goes up, the more that the climate suffers. It's one of the reasons why I struggle lately, considering I know full well that there's Wall Street.
Planting native wildflower seeds.
Excuse me, ma'am, I need you to stop. I am totally in the middle of talking right now. This is incredibly rude.
How rude.
What was I saying? Oh, right. That Wall Street is genuinely responsible for much of climate change. God. What will they ever do? Paint? I know, paint on bronze? There's no way to get that off. Oh, no. There's no very, very easily available substances that would get paint off of metal. Oh, God. It'll never recover. Ever. Oh, not the stock bull. No.
That's too much, man!
Oh, no. Like I said, I think it's an improvement. All right, let's go to Canada. Montreal. Dawson College, where students there celebrated Earth Day this Wednesday.
On this Earth Day,
I kind of love this story.
Dawson College grads and future students are working together sowing seeds.
Planting native wildflower seeds because we want to attract native species and increase biodiversity here at Dawson.
The biodiversity is nurtured with green projects like this. At last count, 1,000 species have been identified in this urban oasis.
It's about rewilding our campus, even though we have a small space, just creating tiny little pockets of space for life, like tadpoles, putting in a pond so tadpoles can live here.
1,000 species, and even like things you would never expect in downtown Montreal, like the creeper frog, which is the smallest frog in Quebec, and eastern screech owl. Actually, it was like right in that tree right there.
It began with the Peace Garden, and over the years, this living campus has expanded with other projects like vegetable gardens and aquatic plants that absorb the copper from the rainwater runoff from the roofing.
Like I was saying, I love this story. This is a great story, and I'm sorry about the audio. I know it's only coming through the left right now. Oh, God. This is just one of these stories that I really enjoy, that we need to do more of. We need to take back urban spaces, rewild as much as we can, where we can. It's one of the many ways we can help, in small ways that have large effects.
On these heritage buildings.
It's really nice to have nature part of our learning because it gives you a really new set of mindset to focus on your studies.
All these initiatives have added up, and Dawson College was awarded Platinum certification by the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education. 13 universities in the world share this honor, and Dawson is the only CEGEP.
The achievement of a platinum rating is really stating that Dawson cares.
and that we are looking at the greater purpose of education. It's not just about the great discipline-centric material that we offer here to students, but we go beyond the classroom. And what you see here is a living example of what we call our living campus.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Students and community coming together to improve biodiversity in unexpected places in the middle of Montreal. This sounds woke. Where's Trump? Well, he'll have to make Canada the 51st state to do something about this one. All right. Now let's go back down to the United States. Hold on, I gotta refresh this. But yeah, let's go back down to the United States. Talking about how warming rivers are threatening fishing tourism, basically everything relating to the rivers. Okay. What just happened?
On this Earth Day, we turn our focus to climate change's impact on the nation's rivers and on the fishing industry. For tonight's In Depth, CBS
What in the fuck?
waded into the warming waters.
This is the home of American fly fishing.
We just missed something. I have no... What the fuck just happened? Take two.
On this Earth Day, we turn our focus to climate change's impact on the nation's rivers and on the fishing industry. For tonight's In Depth, CBS's environmental correspondent David Schechter waded into the warming waters.
Oh, he's got jokes.
This is the home of American fly fishing. This is ground zero right here. You're standing in it.
Brian Shepard is a guide on the historic Beaver Kill River
Brian's got
in New
a crazy
York's
look in
Catskill
his eye.
Mountains.
We'll go ahead and step one in the water here.
And he's teaching me to fish, if that's even possible.
It's not really about the fish. It's actually about introducing people to a way that their life can improve. And we try to expose them to the magic of this place so that they'll save it.
Got something.
Yep.
Oh, shoot.
Damn it.
That was a fish.
That was a fish.
Your
But
failures.
rivers
Look
everywhere are in trouble. Recent research found 87% of rivers studied across the U.S. and Europe are
I think I was right.
warming.
I think I was right about Brian.
Losing oxygen.
He's a little crazy. He's got a crazy look in his eye, and like his reaction to this guy losing the fish, he seems genuinely upset. Like, watch his face. This shit is hilarious.
That was a fish.
That was a fish. But rivers everywhere are in trouble. Recent research found 87% of rivers studied across the U.S. and Europe are warming, with 70% losing oxygen.
What climate change does is it's starving the oxygen out of the water. It's
Yeah.
raising the water temperature.
That's all true.
And it's killing off trout. I don't know that I'll be doing this in 10 to 15 years from now.
Shepard is part of the $1.2 billion U.S. fly fishing industry, but warming water means fewer fish during peak tourism season.
You know, when they hit that mid to high 60 range, it becomes kind of fatal to the trout if you catch them. Nowadays, we're hitting that for 2 to 3 months out of the year.
So
Yeah, it's a really
sad.
beautiful place.
It's so fucking sad. Everything that is good, we are allowing to be destroyed right now. People like Donald Trump are just going to add more fuel to that fire. It is just horrifying to me to think that we now have a government actively destroying our environment, like genuinely going after the environment in some sort of vindictive, vengeful sort of way. As if nature did something to Donald Trump's personally. Well, there was that eagle who was kind of mean to Trump. I guess that's grounds for destroying it all. Oh, God.
Really interesting river.
Like, because here's the thing, like, fishing, sure, it's a tourism industry, like they're talking about, but it's also something that humanity has depended on for eons. All right, not however long, not eon. A long. How long is an eon again? It's a long time. Let's just say that for millennia, longer than millennia, actually, millions of years. Humanity has depended on fish as a vital food source across the planet. In fact, I enjoy fish. I've done some fishing in my lifetime. But we also need them to just survive, right? And not only do humans depend on the existence of fish, so does the wildlife. You know, birds eat a lot of fish. Bears, things that bears. Whatever. It's fine. We're fine. Whatever.
Executive director of Friends of the Upper Delaware River says fewer fish to catch hurt the local fishing tourism economy.
If you go to the museums around here, you'll see pictures of people catching hundreds and hundreds of brook trout out of these streams. That has changed. You're not going to do that anymore.
He says over generations, rivers here have lost flow because of sediment buildup and the construction of dams. That leads to stagnant water, which heats up in the sun, along with the fish in it.
The problems that these rivers are experiencing are not very different than we see in many, many other parts of the country.
To cool the river down, Skelding's nonprofit group is working to restore the flow, which will help more than just the fish.
All kinds of recreational activities increasingly are supporting the economies of these communities.
Hey, David, get that net.
Get that net.
This is a brown. Catskill brown.
Way to
It's tiny.
Ooh, and look, he's feisty.
I think it's tiny.
Little brown.
It's a baby.
Little guy, but he's nice, beautiful.
Another magic moment on the beaver kill. For Shepard, something worth protecting as the changing climate changes his
This guy is crazy.
David
Schechter,
CBS News,
I like
in the
him.
Catskill
I
Mountains.
like him, but he's crazy. That stance he took while fishing, this man is a little too serious about the fishing, if you ask me. I mean, it's great and all, but holy shit, buddy. All right, let's talk about something else that is affecting Americans. Not the fish in the water, but the air that we breathe. Turns out it's getting worse and worse, and more Americans are living under the threat of unhealthy air conditions, according to new reports.
America's air quality is offering a cloudy prognosis on the long-term health care of Americans forced to breathe in more pollution. The report from the American Lung Association says nearly half of Americans live under unhealthy levels of ozone erosion and pollutants. For tonight's interview, we are joined by Laura Kate Bender, an assistant vice president at the ALA, to discuss the state of air report. Laura Kate, this is an alarming headline. What does this report tell us?
Well, it tells us that too many people across the country are breathing air that could put their health at risk. That number, that almost half of the country is breathing unhealthy air, is actually a lot worse than last year's report.
It says half of the country. Do we draw a line down the middle, or how does that break down?
So the report looks at levels of ozone and particle pollution nationwide. And what we found this year was a couple trends. Number one, the wildfire smoke that came down from Canada in 2023 caused lots of poor air quality days for people across the East Coast and the Midwest. We also saw that extreme heat made ozone levels worse in Texas. That said, people all over the country are in places where there is unhealthy air to breathe.
All over the country. That is extremely alarming.
It is alarming,
so
that's right.
The current air quality in the country, how does it compare?
Half of America living under cloudy skies, smoggy skies, Smoky skies. And it's mostly our fault. All right, let's go back to talking about water. This time not the fish that's in the water, but the water itself. With the continued change in our climate and our planet, salt water is threatening to contaminate our fresh drinking water on unprecedented levels over the next century, according to NASA scientists.
It's science.
Go web go.
Century, 3 out of 4 coastal communities will face the threat of salt water contaminating drinking and irrigation water because of rising sea levels. This is according to NASA, and it's already happening along the Delaware Bay here on the East Coast. CBS News national environmental correspondent David Schechter visited the area to see how salt water threatens our crops and water supply.
I love life. I love watching things grow from a little plant to a finished product.
Paul Cartanza Jr. is a farmer outside Dover, Delaware. He's experienced salt water contaminating the fresh water that he uses on his corn.
There's probably 12 or 16 rows of corn that we would use to plant here when we didn't have the salt intrusion. But
so this would have been pointless to put corn here because it wouldn't make it?
Yes.
David joins us now. So I watched this part of the documentary where farmers actually have to come up with solutions which could include changing out their crops altogether. I imagine that is way easier said than done.
Yeah, and I think probably many don't want to do anything like that. There are other crops like switchgrass, which can be used to create kinds of fuel. So there are crops that will grow in semi-salty soil if you wanted to transition away. Paul he doesn't want to do that. He's going to keep planting his corn. He's sort of made that barrier that we just saw. I think seems like the more popular solution, if there is a popular solution, is to turn that land back into its natural state. You have these marshes that are pushing up into the farmland, and one way is to just say, we're going to give up. And there are conservation programs that pay landowners and farm owners to do that because there's a lot of ecological benefit to having good marsh.
Well, on the flip side of a benefit are these ghost forests. You actually set out to find one. What's the significance of these?
I was fascinated by this idea that similar to salt water intruding up into the farmers' fields, it's also intruding into forests. And so you look around and you're like, you start to see there's all these dead trees sitting next to the marsh. The sea is rising. It's pushing salt water up into the bay, up rivers, and into the land. And so the soil gets a little bit salty. I also didn't realize this. Salt water is just, things don't grow in salt water. It just kills almost everything it comes in contact with.
How did you not realize that?
And so it's killing trees. And that's a real telltale sign. If you're out somewhere and you see these trees are dead, that's what's killing them.
One expert that you spoke to talked about how the country's population lives.
You're a journalist. How do you not know something that simple? Of course land plants don't grow in salt water. That's stupid. You are stupid. Yeah. Breaking news, everyone. Trees don't grow super good in salt water. Shocking. But it's got electrolytes. That's basically what this man just did. But the electrolytes. Because that's all this. I mean, electrolytes are just different kinds of salts. He's like, what? But I thought that's what plants crave. Okay, mangroves. Mangroves grow on. That's their habitat. Oak trees and corn plants don't. Land plants. That's why I said land plants don't grow in salt water. Because yes, ocean plants grow in salt water. That much is true. Yeah, our forests, crops, and aquifers all being invaded by rising sea levels, making them unusable to humans. I just figured I'd throw this one in here for some fun before we go to the rest of Earth for environmental news. Just like a palate cleanser, if you will. These are the people we're up against, though. These people. This is who we have to fight back against to try and solve all of this in America. Ladies like this. Gloves, 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 gloves.
They're everywhere. And that's what they do to brainwash. And so for me, if it is not a conspiracy, if it is, real, why are you pushing so hard? Everywhere I go, every store, you buy a globe. There's globes everywhere, every movie, every TV show, news media. Why? Everywhere there's globes. Mama. You see them all the time. I mean, it's constant. Globe, my children will be like, Mama, globe, 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 globe. I turn on TV, there's globes in the background. Every TV show, news media. Globe, 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 mama, globe, 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 mama, 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 globe, globe, globe. I don't know 100%, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't know 100%, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Globe, 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 mama, globe, 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 globe.
Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Those are the sorts of idiots. People who couldn't pass an 8th grade science class who are dictating our government right now. It's very disappointing. Very disappointing. Alright, back to the chaos. Here's some unclimate related environmental news. Let's go south to Costa Rica, where a volcano erupted this week. I think it was on Tuesday. At 2:14 in the afternoon, the eruption produced an eruptive column. What is happening? Reached up to 3 or 4 kilometers above the crater level. Jesus Christ, kilometers? And the ash is dispersing towards the southwest. There are several reports of ash fall. And the Ovsiscori continues to monitor the situation. I think I said that wrong. Ash. Oh my god, they're not kidding. Oh my god. Ash cloud going several kilometers into the sky. Over Costa Rica. Alright, now let's go to CNN to talk about one of the world's most ambitious conservation projects. My god, I can't say words.
On this Earth Day, we are heading now to the Earth Matters lead and a stunning inside look at one of the most ambitious conservation efforts on Earth. CNN's Bill Weir traveled across Argentina with a team relocating a wild jaguar as part of a project trying to revive dwindling populations of some of the world's most at-risk animals.
This beautiful big cat is a wild jaguar. She's smaller than most, so they call her Mini. And a vet just sedated her.
It might be small, but pretty sure she could fuck you up.
Impact on her entire species.
The first couple times you went through this process, it must have been...
No.
It's exhilarating still.
No. How did that happen?
So many things can go wrong.
How? What just happened? Oh, I know what happened. God damn it. I was reading subtitles from the Costa Rican eruption, and now you've been deprived of volume for an entire minute.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I am sorry, chat. Take two. Argentina is where we're going, further south.
On this Earth Day, we are heading now to the Earth Matters lead and a stunning inside look at one of the most ambitious conservation efforts on Earth. CNN's Bill Weir traveled across Argentina with a team relocating a wild jaguar as part of a project trying to revive dwindling populations of some of the world's most at-risk animals.
This beautiful big cat is a wild jaguar. She's smaller than most, so they call her Mini. And a vet just sedated her ahead of a critical mission that could have a huge impact on her entire species.
The first couple times you went through this process, it must have been exhilarating.
It's exhilarating still, but so many things can go wrong.
Mini is set to become the first wild-born jaguar to be relocated for the purposes of conservation.
I saw you combing her hair like a mom.
It's a little like that. Yeah. It's a little like that.
Christine Tompkins used to be the CEO of the apparel brand Patagonia. She is now an icon of species conservation and earth repair. Along with her late husband Doug, founder of The North Face, the couple was so inspired by the success of the U.S. national park system that they wanted to replicate it in South America. Fueled by...
Okay, is anybody else just a little weirded out that those two decided to get married? It feels a little bit, what do you call it? There's a word for this. I cannot think of it. The owner of the Patagonia and North Face got married. It's just weird.
Follow the rich white man.
Park system that they wanted to replicate it in South America. Fueled by a burning desire to protect the Patagonian wilderness from the ravages of cattle ranches and soy plantations, they purchased 2 million acres in Chile and Argentina. But that didn't feel right. So they decided to give it all away in the largest private land donation in history.
Crazy though it may have seemed to them then, we were doing what we were saying.
That spurred investment from the governments of Chile and Argentina to create a much larger series of parks, but...
I'm gonna say, it would be nice if more ultra-wealthy people would do genuine acts of philanthropy like this. Not that, I mean, we should get rid of billionaires altogether. But, you know. It's better than nothing, I suppose. God, when I saying it's better than nothing makes me feel so Dickensian. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Many of the animals were already gone.
You want to describe the passenger behind us, Chris?
Bill, you are sitting
I'd say 8 inches from the head of a wild female jaguar who is awake.
If everything goes according to plan, and she hooks up with all these other jaguars
The
in
males.
Chaco,
Yes.
what a story she's going to have to tell them. Okay, Minnie the jaguar.
Okay, little jaguar.
We are here.
Mimi.
Minnie's new home is here, in El Impenetrable National Park. It sits within the second largest continuous forest in South America, called Gran Chaco, stemming from an indigenous word meaning hunting land, and hunt they did. Over centuries here, ranchers hunted the big cats until they were nowhere to be found. But then in 2019, hope. A park ranger discovered the tracks of a solitary male jaguar, and then a second one a little later on. The only problem, no females to mate with, meaning these lone males might have been the last ones left. After a bumpy and dusty ride through the Gran Chaco forest, Minnie's finally set for the first stage of her release.
Well, sounds like it was a bit of a sausage fest for the leopards. And with the introduction of this female leopard, things may get hot in the jungle. In the jungle. Alright, nope, not gonna do it. No, nope, it's too much.
That's too much, man!
Alright. But yeah, hopefully this project helps keep leopards in existence. Alright, let's go to the UK. See what Keir Starmer had to say about the UK's future as it relates to green energy. Go Web Go.
Energy security is national security, and it is therefore a fundamental duty of government. And I'm very clear, we can't deliver that by defending the status quo or trying to turn the clock back to a world that no longer exists. Of course, I accept fossil fuels will be part of our energy mix for decades to come. But winning the fight for energy security depends on renewal. It depends on change. It depends on cooperation with others. We scrapped the ban on onshore wind and became the first G7 economy to phase out coal power. And whilst we won't be turning off the taps, we are going all out through our plan for change to make Britain a clean energy superpower, to secure homegrown energy and set a path to achieving clean power by 2030.
Well, there we go. Old Keith Starmer coming out and telling us he's got big plans for the future of the UK's energy grid supply, claiming that the United Kingdom must forge ahead on being a clean energy superpower. Should be exciting to see that actually come to fruition. Looking at you, Kevin, Keith, what is it, Keir, whatever your name is. But, yeah. The UK has got a lot of ground to make up on being a clean energy superpower. But I've got, tentative optimism for it, I guess. I'll try and stay optimistic about that. I'm sure that's going to go good. It's going to go fine. Has been some cool things coming out of the UK. I think they have the biggest tidal energy turbines on the planet. I could be wrong. All right. Now, this week has been dominated by one piece of news. It truly has. I look at my feed and I'm like, what do I do with this right now? But this is going to be actually a resurgent topic throughout the rest of this stream as we get into the Earth half. We're not there yet. But let's talk about one man who's dominated Earth news all week. That being Pope Francis, who of course died on Tuesday, I think? Or was it Monday? It was Monday or Tuesday. And that's been literally all anybody can talk about since then. Let's talk about how he felt and how he spoke on issues of climate justice, and capitalism. Democracy Now! From Wednesday. Earth Day.
The Vatican's announced the funeral for Pope Francis will take place Saturday in what is expected to be a scaled-down ceremony. In his will, Pope Francis asked to be buried in what he called a simple tomb at St. Mary Major Basilica. Cardinals around the world are heading to the Vatican for the funeral and then to pick the Pope's successor. Pope Francis died Monday at the age of 88 of stroke and heart failure. He made his last public appearance on Easter Sunday when he repeated his call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Today, on this Earth Day, we look at Pope Francis's long record calling for action on the climate crisis. On Monday, the top United Nations official on climate change, Simon Steele, remembered Pope Francis as a, quote, towering figure of human dignity and an unflinching global champion of climate action, unquote. In 2015, the Pope issued a groundbreaking papal letter, or encyclical, on the climate crisis, where he wrote, quote, the climate is a common good, belonging to all and meant for all. The Pope openly criticized the role of wealthy nations in causing the climate crisis, writing, quote, the idea of infinite or unlimited growth, which proves so attractive to economists, financiers, and experts in technology, is based on the lie that there is an infinite supply of the Earth's goods, and this leads to the planet being squeezed dry at every limit, he said. In 2015, Pope Francis made a plea to address the climate crisis when he spoke at the White House.
When it comes to the care of our common home, we are living at a critical moment of history. We still have time to make the change needed to bring about a sustainable and integral development, for we know that things can change. Such change demands on our part a serious and responsible recognition not only of the kind of the world we may be leaving to our children, but also to the millions of people living under a system which has overlooked them.
That was Pope Francis speaking in 2015. We're joined now by Nathan Schneider, professor of media studies at the University of Colorado Boulder, also a contributing writer at America Magazine, a national Catholic weekly magazine published by the Jesuits, where he's been covering Catholic engagement with climate change and the economy. Nathan Schneider, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's beautiful to see that mountainous backdrop. As we once again talk about the Pope who died.
Are we lagging right now? I can't tell. It looks like it is lagging a little bit. Why is it lagging? We've gone 9 hours without a single hiccup, and now I'm seeing a little bit of lag. I don't like that at all. That's illegal.
Illegal.
Yeah, it's definitely lagging. Why is this happening? You didn't notice it? Well, I noticed. And that's good enough for me. I mean, someone else out there has got to be noticing out of whatever 50 people watching. Sure. I can't have that. I can't have that. Okay. Let's try this again. Try this again. Shadow banned by the Vatican.
Monday. He was the first Latin American Pope. He was the first Jesuit Pope. If you can first, before we get into the environment, talk about the significance of his reign.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be with you again. Pope Francis's papacy is a historic moment in the time in the history of the Church, something that I hope will be a beginning rather than now in his passing an end. It was a return in many respects to, I think, the heart of the gospel and the heart of the Christian message, which is simplicity and humility, and a call for peace and for love and solidarity among people.
And Nathan, can you talk about the significance of his encyclical on the climate and this critique of what's accepted wisdom in modern society, that economic, technological advancement and economic growth are the key to nations being prosperous?
Absolutely. You know, when I first read this document, Laudato Si, when it came out, I remember tears coming to my eyes because of the force of the way in which he brought together the riches of Christian and Catholic tradition to bear with the prophetic work of social movements around the world in confronting a global crisis that we're facing, and that so many of the elites in the world we live in today are determined to ignore or outright worsen. His message was, again, drawing on the prophetic messages of social movements, recognized that the climate crisis is not merely an environmental crisis. It's not merely about the things other than the human. It is deeply intertwined with justice in our human world. Justice for the poor, the people who suffer the most from climate change, and the wealthy are those who are most responsible for perpetrating it. And so this idea that is central to the encyclical, the idea of integral ecology, is about insisting on that connection, insisting that justice with the earth, our relationship with the earth, depends on justice among people, and that in order to address this environmental crisis, we need to also address the crisis of disposability, of treating not only the planet but each other as disposable, and that when we see these two together, we actually recognize not just that we've been bad, that we've done bad things, but actually there are so many things we can do. One of my favorite lines in Laudato Si is this exclamation he makes that truly much can be done. And he says that because he'd been watching social movements around the world, building cooperatives, building economic alternatives, using renewable energy, building sustainable alternatives to the dominant paradigm. And so it's really a document of hope above all. And it's that hope that was his overriding spirit.
I'm wondering also, much has been made of the fact that he was the first pope from the global south, but he was also the first Jesuit pope. And could you talk a little bit in terms of the history of the Jesuits within the Catholic Church? Of course, historically, they were expelled during the colonial era, the early colonial era, from the Americas.
You know, the Jesuits have a long history, but from throughout that history, they've been a missionary order, going to the far reaches of the world, and in the process, learning from the world. One thing that Pope Francis talked about a lot was the peripheries, trying to turn the church outward to learning from the experience of people not just in Rome, not just in Europe, but in Latin America, in the Philippines.
Why is it struggling again? I can see it. Like, it's not lagging as bad as it has been in the recent past, but I hate that. I hate the lag. It also causes us to be further and further apart, because when it catches up again later, it causes people to go back in the stream. It makes it more latent. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I want us to be as close as possible, chat, so that I can see your messages immediately when things are happening. But yeah, Pope Francis said a lot about things, important things, and took a stance that was unexpected to many, I would say. Hold on, I just can't. I don't want to watch this whole thing. I'm also trying to stop the lag from happening. I don't know why it's happening. All of a sudden, we had 9 perfect, beautiful hours. Some say the best hours ever seen.
He spoke to CBS host Norah O'Donnell last year about the climate crisis. His remarks were voiced over.
Climate change at this moment is a road to death. A road to death, eh? And it is an artificial climate change, no? Something provoked, not the normal climate change, right?
You have placed blame on wealthy countries.
In great measure, yes, because they are the ones that have more of an economy and an energy based on fossil fuels that are creating the situation, right? They are the countries that can make the most difference, given their industry and all, aren't they? But it is very difficult to create an awareness of this. They hold a conference, everybody's in agreement, they all sign, and then bye-bye.
So that was the Pope several years ago. When President Trump saw him, he saw him only once. I think it was in 2017.
Jesus, what happened to Amy's finger?
The Pope presented Trump with a copy of that climate encyclical from 2015, very much interpreted as an attempt by the Pope to encourage Trump to take on the issue in a different way. Of course, the mantra of the Trump administration is drill, baby, drill. And the Pope is very direct about the connection between capitalism and the destruction of the environment. Can you elaborate further, Nathan?
Absolutely. You know, and I think it's really important to, you know, see these two figures together at this moment where we're losing one and one is very much on the rise. You know, one thing that Francis was deeply concerned about was the building of walls building walls higher, which was, of course, Trump's initial platform in coming to office back in 2016, 2017, and continues to be the kind of logic of his approach to governance. Francis wrote, for instance, another letter in 2020, Fratelli Tutti, calling for people to find solidarity across lines. He saw capitalism and militarism and the militarized borders as all part of a common turn away from the solidarity that we are called to, the love for one another that should be our aim, even if we can't always practice it perfectly, to at least make it the aim in our lives. And he saw the outgrowth of migrant crises in Europe and in the United States, where people are seeking migration just to be able to have a chance at life for themselves and their families, as intertwined.
Now, honestly, Pope Francis had some pretty incredible takes coming from a pope. Chad is mentioning that it's a low-ass bar. It certainly is. The bar just gets lower, I feel like, the further you go back. But, we've talked about the Pope over the, not over the years, but over the last 2 years. 2024, 25, when something happens, we talk about it sometimes. Because he's, regardless of our, I assume, myriad of conflicts with the Catholic Church, issues with the things that they've been a part of, they still have sway in many regards over a huge number of people. I don't know exactly how many people are Catholic, but it's got to be in the hundreds of millions of people. I don't know if it's a billion, but it's a lot. There's a lot of Catholics. Now, not all Catholics listen to the Pope, but having a Pope saying, woke-ish stuff, like suggesting borders are actually anti-Christian, suggesting that destroying our environment is anti-humanity, stuff like that, I'll take all day. I'll take that all day. As far as popes go. And really, any important figures saying things like that are what we need. More than anything. Alright, let's go east from Rome to Turkey, where an earthquake shook the capital, Istanbul, earlier this week. This was on Thursday, I think. Istanbul was rocked by a 6.2 magnitude earthquake, upending things in the capital in the middle of an election. Or is it an election right now? Yeah, there's an election in Turkey right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
An earthquake measured at 6.0 has struck Istanbul in Turkey. Our correspondent there, Orla Gurin, says buildings have been shaken today. She had to run from her apartment, in fact. And I spoke to her a short time ago about what she experienced.
I've been living here for 6 years and I have felt previous earthquakes inside my building, and it has tended to sway a little for a few seconds and then settle. Now, what I heard and felt this morning was very, very different. The building really started to shake quite violently, and I could hear a sort of a rumble. And I must say, standing there, I was waiting to see the walls cracking around me. But fortunately, that didn't happen. I left the building quickly along with all my neighbours. Here in my district, which is in the European side of Istanbul, people were running out of buildings, gathering in the streets, being careful, Christian, to stand away from the buildings themselves. And there was a degree of shock that was very visible. I saw one woman who was in tears. People were calling relatives, getting calls from relatives. checking to see if they were okay. And the big quake that you mentioned, 6.2, was the main one, but there were 2 smaller ones recorded before that. And in fact, just in the last few minutes, I was briefly back inside my building to collect some equipment. And as I stood inside the doorway, I could feel another aftershock. Now, it was much less than what we had felt previously, but it appears that the city has been fortunate, if I can put it that way, because these quakes and aftershocks were in the Sea of Marmara, which is off the coast of Istanbul to the west. So it wasn't actually...
Well, Turkey missed a near disaster on an earthquake happening right off the coast. But I have some footage of this too. Let's go here to Global News. Oh, before I do that, I want to say thank you to Nadia for the super chat. 1,406,000 million cat. 1,406,000 million cat. What? That's like a trillion. It's like a quadrillion. There's no way that there's 1.4 quadrillion Catholics. I'm trying to do the math. 1,400,000 million. That is throwing me off. You are getting crazy with the numbers over here. I don't think that... Is there more than 1 billion Catholics? I think 1,406,000 million would be a quadrillion. I'm trying to do the math right. I don't have the energy for this. I think that's well over 1 billion. Okay. What next? Like, sure, 1,000 million is 1 billion, but then you multiply that by 1,400. I guess it'd be trillion, right? I see. I can't do this right now. We really are going to get almost 2 full environmental apps. Pretty crazy. Almost unprecedented, I think. Well, no, no, it's not. Whoops, I forgot to read the goddamn subtitles. Sorry, chat. I screwed you. It's very rude.
How rude.
And now chat has turned into the nerdery over here with the math. I feel like I started this with my contentions about the way this was worded. Okay, let's focus in, chat. Go back to this earthquake here in Turkey. A 6.2 magnitude earthquake shook western Turkey on Wednesday, one of the strongest quakes to hit the region in recent years. The epicenter of the quake was in the area of Silivri, some 80 kilometers to the west of Istanbul, according to Turkey's disaster agency. There were no immediate reports of damage as the quake shook the city on the shores of the Bosphorus Strait. Our search and surveying efforts are continuing with sensitivity. and we are following the process very closely. Before coming here, I received the most recent information from our AFAD, Turkey's Directorate of Disaster Management Chief, and our Istanbul governor, as well as from our minister friends. Wait, he got information from the governor of Istanbul? Isn't he arrested? Isn't he under arrest, or is he the mayor? Didn't Erdogan just arrest the governor? Ay. Radix points and digit group separated is very sorry. It's okay. It's okay, Nadia. It was an easy mistake to make. The thing that threw it all off was the comma. Whether the 14,000 or the 1400 before the million, billion, or 1,000 million, it would have been perfect if you just wrote 14. That would have worked. Either way, it started a very fascinating conversation in chat, which is worth an incalculable amount. Well, thankfully for Turkey, this earthquake did not cause a great deal of damage, but a lot of concerns, a lot of shaken people, a few little, few things here and there. Cracks in pavement, shaken, whatever, but certainly nothing like what we saw in Myanmar earlier this year in terms of damage. All right, now let's... Where are we going now? Okay, let's go to Africa real quick, see what was going on in the DRC last week. DRC artists came together to perform something of a living sculpture type of performance intended to raise awareness about climate change. Here's France 24, otherwise known as France 24.
The race begins in the DRC. A group of cardboard animals are embarking on a journey from Kinshasa to the Arctic Circle to raise awareness about the harrowing effects of climate change in the country. The group, known as the Herds, have organized this extended performance following the tragic flood, which blocked access to the city and killed dozens, drowning the Kinshasa Botanical Gardens in the process.
Nature is very important to us, but humans have a tendency to neglect nature. So the main goal is to raise awareness among humans to be in a relationship, first with themselves. We must be in cohesion among each other, and to live in cohesion also with nature, because it's very important. We want to raise awareness among people about everything that's happening. You've seen the floods all over the world, global warming, deforestation.
Home to the second largest rainforest on the planet, the Congo Basin has been a hub of biodiversity for millions of years. The group is formed from members of the Walk, who drew attention to the refugee crisis in 2021 by travelling to 15 different countries, including Turkey, the UK, Mexico, and the United States.
I think one of the big impacts of this project is the fact that this project is happening in 20 different cities. It will travel through different cultures, different places, and it accumulates, and it will tell the story.
Well, there we go. Hopefully this performance art project will raise awareness. Not sure whether it will or not. To be perfectly frank, this video hasn't even broken 1,000 views. And it's been out for 10 days. It's the second time we're watching it, so we're at least 2 of the views for That was out of those 858 views. What is that? 0.5%? 0.25%? You count all the actual viewers. We're some massive. We're like 50 here today, 50 here last Sunday. It's like we're like 12% of the views. Ah, fuck. Okay. Let's go to Indonesia. Talk about what's going on there. Here's Reuters from 4 days ago on what one Indonesian mother is doing to attempt to save her sinking coastal home. Of course, Indonesia is a chain of islands, and some of the parts of those islands are very much under threat by rising sea levels.
Rising sea levels have driven most families from this small village in Indonesia's central Java province to higher ground. Yet 55-year-old Pasija and her family have decided to stay put, and they have no plans to leave.
You gotta be
For
crazy.
the past 20 years, Pasija has planted mangroves to protect her beloved home against the advancing tides, even as they lap at her doorstep.
This woman is determined. I kinda love it.
When Pasija moved to this home 35 years ago, the neighborhood was dry. But over the years, as the waters rose, she watched houses and farms slip into the sea. Pasija realized that she needed to take matters into her own hands if she wanted to save her home. Each day, Pasija travels by boat into the middle of the sea to tend to the trees she plants. She estimates that she has added hundreds of thousands of mangrove saplings over the years.
That is crazy.
Waters come in waves,
Hundreds
gradually,
of thousands.
not all at once. I realized that after the waters began rising, I needed to plant mangrove trees so that they could spread and provide protection for the house from the wind and the waves, as well as providing nesting places for birds that have so far benefited us.
As an archipelago with about 50,000 miles of coastline, Indonesia is particularly vulnerable to climate change. However, climate change actually accounts for only up to 30% of land being lost to seawater flooding.
Dari 100%.
Environmentalist Ferry Prihandono of the Bintari Environmental and Sustainability Organization says the majority can be attributed to human activities, like development projects that involve drilling for groundwater, which trigger land subsidence. At least 10% of the mangrove forests along the North Java coast, which includes the area where Pasija lives, have been affected by massive government developments, according to Demak Regency Marine and Fishery Services. In response, Indonesia's government said earlier this year it would build a nearly 450-mile giant seawall to protect the coastline. Still, that might be too late for Pasija, who says she has been trying to warn the government about the environmental cost for years. Yet despite the challenges of living in isolation...
This is a crazy story. I mean, this is a level of determination that I like, am genuinely blown away by. And we need to all be more like this lady. Refuse to allow the degradation of the environment. Planting hundreds of thousands of trees, mangroves, attempting to fight back the ocean itself. Maybe we should take that sort of determination in terms of addressing our governments that are creating all of this climate change, going after them, sticking a flag in the ground and saying, that's enough. Thank you very much. Let's talk about mangroves and how important they are and why this woman is planting them. Next generation science. on mangroves, or as they call them, the guardians of the coast.
Mangroves are plants that grow in intertidal regions in coastal areas. An intertidal region is submerged with salt water during high tides and exposed to the air during low tides. Mangroves have a number of adaptations that allow them to survive in this ever-changing environment. The soil in which mangroves grow is soft and low in oxygen. To survive in such soil, many mangroves have stilt roots that prop up the plant and prevent the shoot system from being submerged during high tides. Plant cells, including those in mangrove roots, require oxygen. Normally, oxygen can be taken in through pockets of air in the soil. The soil where mangroves grow has little space for air and is very low in oxygen. To adapt to this low oxygen environment, some mangroves have specialised root structures called pneumatophores. These vertical structures stick up out of the soil and enable the mangrove root system to take up oxygen from the atmosphere.
Look at all the cute little crabs.
Another unique adaptation of mangroves can be seen in their life cycle. The seeds of many mangroves germinate and begin to grow while still attached to the parent plants. Once developed, the seedling falls away. The seedlings float and are dispersed to new places by the tidal flow of water. Mangroves are an important component of coastal ecosystems. Mangrove forests provide breeding and feeding grounds for a range of animals, including fish, crabs, birds, and some mammals. They also help to protect the coastline from erosion from waves, storm surges, and tsunamis. See you next time.
See you next time, lady. There you go. There's a little bit of educational information on what mangroves are and why they are so important to the environment, and some of the incredible adaptations that their species has taken in living on the coastline. How important they are to the environment. All super great. What just happened? Why did we just get kicked out of my list? You bastard. What just happened? Please hold.
Mangroves are plants that grow in
There we go. I think I fixed it. Got booted out of my playlist, which I need
merge with
to
salt
not
water
do
during
that.
high tides.
Okay, ma'am.
And
What are
exposed
you
to the
doing?
air during low tides.
I didn't even click you. Alright, let's go to this horrifying circumstance, which I'm fairly certain many people have not heard about. But guess what? Remember how last year we had a record number of coral bleachings in a single year? Well, guess what? It's only April, and 84% of the world's coral just got hit by the worst bleaching event on record in Earth history, as far as we know. Earlier this week, here's Wednesday from the Associated Press on Earth Day. How great. How apropos.
This latest report that's compiled from around the globe and showing that 84% of the coral reefs have been affected by this bleaching event is just unparalleled. You know, each mass bleaching event has gotten worse, and I think it will continue to do so. Coral reefs aren't going to last 50 years. At the rate we're going, they're not going to make it anywhere close to 50 years into the future.
Horrifying statistic.
We're seeing forecasts that temperatures are going to continue to stay high. There's no reason that they will be dropping down. That heat stress is what causes corals to bleach, and if it continues long enough or is severe enough, causes corals to die. We just may never see the heat stress that causes bleaching dropping below the threshold that triggers a global event.
Everybody should be horrified by that statistic. No, an entire organism ecosystem, or whatever you call them. I forget how you classify coral right now. I'm too broken inside. 50? In 50 years, we will destroy literally just millions and millions, and maybe actually, I don't know, think about billions of years of evolution. The corals and the fish came before anything else. Oh my god. We're just going to destroy it. We're just going to destroy it all. This is just so horrifying. And I was going to respond to something that was in the chat. Or was it in my brain? What was I going to say? Oh, where is this? Winston the Sayer asking where this is. This is just Earth. Okay, 84% of Earth's coral reefs were just hit by this bleaching event, the worst bleaching event on record. So it's more like the question isn't where is it? It's where is it not? You know, which corals didn't, you know, which ones survived? That's the real question. You know, 7/8 or so of our corals just got hit by this bleaching event across the planet. The whole thing.
So this may be the last one.
Just horrifying.
The best way to protect coral reefs is to address the root cause of climate change.
Yeah.
And that means reducing the emissions, the human emissions that are mostly from burning of fossil fuels. Everything else is looking more like a Band-Aid rather than a solution.
Yeah, we got to stop trying to put Band-Aids on this dam which is actively breaking. We need immediate structural surgery, if you will, to stick with the medical metaphors. Invasive surgery.
In early 2023, the worst ever global coral bleaching event began. 2 countries and territories.
These reefs are not supposed to look like freaking garbage dumps, but they continue to look more and more like that, and it is horrifying. The health of our reefs are just so wild, just important, just vital to our survival. I honestly didn't realize, in my mind, that I don't know why, but I had been treating all these as different separate bleaching events, but apparently climate scientists are treating all of the bleaching that's happened over the last 2.5 years as one big event. We're just living in it, is just sort of moving over back and forth between different different longitude and latitude lines, I guess, really, more than anything. Seems to be circling the whole fucking globe. It's just horrid, And it hasn't let up that entire time. And we've covered much of this event, starting at the beginning of last year. It's funny how long we've been going for. We can now start talking about how we've witnessed things like this here on the Galactic Stream. Alright, we're almost done talking Earth news. We're going to finish off with Earth and space news in this fifth half. My god. It's a long stream, people. Long stream. Getting an incredible amount of content. For bargain price today. Holy shit. This list is long. Who made this list? Who made this list?
That's too much, man!
Really quickly, if you're not familiar with exactly what coral bleaching is, somehow, let's go to Time Magazine's YouTube channel for a quick explanation, since it's Climate Week. I'm trying to bring everybody up to snuff, up to the current, on the same page with all of this climate stuff today. And I think this summer we're going to have plenty to talk about. So, probably a good time to
What is
bone
coral
up.
bleaching? The corals that make up reefs around the world may look like one giant organism, but they're actually an ecosystem, with many small creatures working together. Thousands of tiny jellyfish-like animals called polyps connect together to form colonies. These colonies host algae, which provide corals with food, as well as their vivid color, through the process of photosynthesis. A combination of global warming, water pollution, and other environmental disturbances can stress corals, leading them to expel the tiny algae that they need to survive. The process, called bleaching, leaves only a white skeleton, where before there were vibrant colors. Bleached corals aren't necessarily dead. Restoring cool water temperatures or removing pollutants can help fragile corals recover. But without improving conditions, they essentially die. Why should you care about coral bleaching? About 25% of marine life depends on the habitat created by coral reefs. More than 500 million people worldwide rely on reefs for food, tourism, employment, even protection from extreme weather events. And nearly $30 billion in estimated reef value is at stake. Global bleaching events, once a rarity, are happening more often and with greater intensity.
Thanks, Time. Great job. Great job. Really summed it up for us there. The numbers on that just keep going up. Getting worse and worse. And humanity continues to do not enough about it. Alright, final environmental story. This one is both Earth and space. Let's talk about this new NOAA satellite, or the National Oceanographic Atmospheric Association? God damn it. It's too long. Too long of an acronym.
That's too much, man!
But we do need NOAA, something that Donald Trump is currently trying to defund.
Immediately, if not
A brand new weather satellite could be a big deal for more accurate forecasts. As a meteorologist, I'm genuinely excited about this. It includes cutting-edge new tools that will capture even more information, making it easier to see storms coming. But let me back this up. For half a century, we've had continuous satellite observations of Earth, a crucial part of modern weather forecasting. They help us track clouds, sea surface temperature, ice coverage, wind speed, and more. Honestly, I couldn't do my job without them. And now, the newest in the fleet, GOES-19, is officially operational for the Western Hemisphere after months of testing and tweaking. For the next decade or so, this new satellite will track Atlantic hurricanes, monitor severe weather, atmospheric rivers, wildfires, even volcanic eruptions, all from a very specific height above Earth. It's in a special orbit that always matches Earth's rotation, so it always has the same view. But want to know what my favorite feature is? A super cool lightning detector that tracks lightning continuously and everywhere. So that means when storms